हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग भाई। क्या कर रहे मियाँ, क्या कर रहे? कुछ चैट वगैरह क्यों नहीं कर रहे मियाँ? 200 लोग देख के क्या कर रहे तुम लोग? हाँ, चैट वगैरह नहीं करते क्या? हेलो स्वामी जी, स्वागत है। राज वालेकुम सलाम, वेलकम एवन रिएक्शन, क्या हाल है? वेलकम वैभव, स्वागत है। क्या हाल है मेमसी भाई? वासा भोलू, बढ़िया है। आप बताएं क्या हाल है आप लोगों के? एक्सप्लोर कीड़ा, ये भी ठीक बात है। वेलकम, मैं हूँ राज, मैं हूँ मेजी। हेलो इलेक्ट्रॉन गेमिंग, वो वेलकम, स्वागत है। रिएक्शन भाई, वेलकम वेलकम। हेलो मेमसी भाई, क्या हाल है? मैथानी, मैथानी से मुझे कॉलेज का एक लौंडा याद आया। उसका नाम क्या था? वो मैकेनिकल में था, नाम मुझे नहीं याद आ रहा है, पर नाम उसका तो बढ़िया था। पर ठीक है। ये किस फील्ड में आ गए आप भाई? क्या वॉच पार्टी नहीं करना है क्या? वॉच पार्टी नहीं करें? क्या करें बताओ? बेजी भाई, क्या ही एक्टिंग करे आपने, वाह भाई वाह, मजा आ गया। सनत पटेल, क्या हाल है? वेलकम। ये तुम लोगों की मेंबरशिप खत्म हो गई है? ए यार, मेंबरशिप से मुझे याद आया, यूट्यूब वाले अपने मर्जी से मेंबरशिप का प्राइस बढ़ा रहे हैं। मतलब 29 अब किसी के भी चैनल के मेंबरशिप में तुम्हें दिखाई नहीं देगा। 29 वो स्क्रैच कर रहे, 29 स्क्रैच कर रहे हैं, 79 भी शायद स्क्रैच कर रहे हैं, 99 स्क्रैच कर रहे हैं, 59 के बाद सीधा 119 अपने आप ही अपडेट करे जा रहे हैं भाई। वो अपने आप वो अपडेट हो भी जाएगा। हेलो अना, बैकअप कुमार, क्या हाल है? करना है, क्या करना है भाई? क्या करना है? कुछ ज्यादा ही आठ जा रहे हैं बिजी भाई, देख लो यार, थोड़े से पैसे आ जाएंगे मेरे पास। हैं क्या चाहते हो? पैसे न कमाऊं मैं? यार इतना तो कर सकते हो आप मेरे लिए, हैं? हेलो मूवी, एक मूवी कोहली, अरे मूवी होलिक, ठीक है। अभी सोच रहा था देखने का, गो और तुम आ गए। ओ, हेलो डॉक्टर कैस्टर, ये क्या नाम है भाई? फाइनल बॉस इज हियर टू मेक अस क्वालिफाई, हु अस? आई डोंट नो। हेलो अक्षत, प्रेडिक्शंस अभी बताते हैं। आप लोग बताएं कैसे हो आप लोग यार? पहले हालचाल बताओ यार, थोड़ी बातचीत वगैरह करी जाए। हैं, बातचीत करने के बाद देन वॉच पार्टी तो हम लोग शुरू कर ही रहे हैं। बट आप लोग बताओ क्या चल रहा है आप लोगों के जीवन में? हैं, इतने दिन से क्या कर रहे थे आप लोग? लास्ट स्ट्रीम हमने कब करी थी? 4-5 दिन पहले करी थी शायद। अभी मैं कल और परसों वॉच पार्टी करने वाला था, पर कल और परसों मैं थोड़ा बिजी हो गया, तो उसके लिए वॉच पार्टी नहीं कर पाया। तो आज मैं आया हूं। अब इसके बाद 8 9 10 देखते हैं कि वहां, समझ रहे हो वैसा। शादी में नहीं जाओगे क्या सिड भाई के? यार सिड भाई ने मेरे को बुलाए। क्या बताएं, सुबह टेकन टॉप 8। अरे यार, सुबह टेकन से मुझे याद आया, हमारे पूकी तेजू और बहुत सारे और जो भी सोल और एसेट्यूअल फैंस हैं, मैं देख रहा था कि सुबह 6:30 7 बजे लौंडे, वो एक कोई लौंडा है, उसकी वॉच पार्टी देख रहे थे। मतलब मैंने भी सर्च किया, ऑब्वियसली मुझे भी मिला, मैं भी देख ही रहा था। पर मैं फ्लाइट में था। तो जब मेन मैच शुरू हो रहा था, जब पहला राउंड हार गए, दो और बचे हुए थे, देन उसके बाद मैं हवा में चला गया, तो पता चला नहीं। लैंड करने के बाद मैंने देखा क्या हुआ, वो हार गए ऐसे। बट टेकन यार देखने में मजा तो आता है, मानो नहीं मानो, टेकन देखने में मजा आता है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है पूरे टेकन के मैच में, जितने भी टॉप 8 के मैचेस मैंने देखे उसमें, ऐसा लगता है कि केवल एक फुल रेज यूज हुआ होगा। एक ही मैंने देखा है यूज होते हुए, वो भी शायद जो जीता है उसने यूज किया था। क्या नाम था उसका? इशारी नाम था या क्या नाम था? इकारी, इकारी, इशारी, जो भी नाम है। हेलो अमेज, क्या हाल है? निकनेम एस पावर, वेलकम। आप कब शादी कर रहे हो? अरे, मेरा प्रोफेशन एंड कैस्टर ऑयल से इंस्पायर्ड है। चैट लाइक बटन दबाओ, 500 लाइक्स कंप्लीट करो। ए फर्स्ट मैच कब शुरू होता है चैट? उसके पहले मैं तुम लोगों को वो बता देता हूँ, फॉर्मेट वगैरह तुम लोग को वैसे भी पता होगा, बट फिर भी बता देता हूँ। हैप्पी बर्थडे, थैंक यू। लव फ्रॉम मेज दिशान आलम, ठीक है। 9:30 बजे शुरू होता है, तब तक मैं तुम लोग को वो कर लूंगा, फॉर्मेट वगैरह हम भी देख लेंगे क्या है फॉर्मेट और वैसा। हिंदी कास्टिंग नहीं हो रही है, वॉच पार्टी हो रही है। हर जगह कास्टिंग कास्टिंग कास्टिंग। हैं, बोर नहीं होते तुम लोग? ट्रैक मेनिया से भी नील और विजी बाहर, अभी एक बचे हुए हैं। बेजी भाई, मेरी एक फ्रेंड को आप पसंद हो यार? पसंद तो मैं सबको हूँ। टॉप 2 आना है आई थिंक। नहीं नहीं, टॉप 3 आना है। आज के दिन पे टॉप 3 आना है। पहले टॉप 8, देन टॉप 5, देन टॉप 3, वैसा। नहीं नहीं, मैं अभी का नहीं देख रहा हूं, मैं 8 9 10 का देख रहा हूं कि अगर आज टॉप 3 नहीं होता है तो 8 9 10 में क्या वो खेलेंगे, क्योंकि मुझे फॉर्मेट पिछला वाला पता था, अभी वाला नहीं पता है वैसा। इंग्लिश कास्टिंग, हाँ ना, अंग्रेजी कर सकता हूं मैं। फाइनल्स 2 एंड फाइनल्स 1 एंड फाइनल्स 2 के ओवरऑल पॉइंट से तो 2। 500 लाइक कंप्लीट करो भाई, क्या कर रहे हो मियाँ? ये आई क्या क्या थंबनेल बना रहा है। मुझे वो देखना है 8 9 10 को फाइनल्स में क्या कोई भी चांस बन सकता है वैसा। नहीं, आज ट्रॉफी नहीं तो जी जी ऐसा। समोसा संसद, ये क्या है? संसद संसद है कि क्या है ये? वैसे हम लोगों ने थोड़ी सी पॉडकास्ट पॉडकास्ट करी है। मैं बस तुम लोग को लिख दे रहा हूँ। तो वापस से जब पॉडकास्ट आएगा तो आप लोग देखना, आप लोग को मजा आएगा। तो यस, फिर इट इज व्हाट इट इज। अभी टॉप 3 नहीं किया तो टफ है बिकॉज ऑफ पॉइंट्स। देखेंगे टोटल पॉइंट्स कितना है। ओजी का हाँ पता चला, किसने बताया भाई? कौन है वो जो लीक कर रहा है ये सारी चीजें? ये तो ये तो मैंने नहीं बताया भाई। एक्चुअली मैंने नहीं बताया ये सब। मेजी भाई, आपकी ही जरूरत है बॉयज को, हाँ ना। एके स्टोरी, एके ने क्या स्टोरी डाली? पर मजेदार था, बता ही देता हूँ फिर। तो फिर क्या, आईजीएल्स का था और असॉल्टर्स का था। तो आईजीएल्स में हम लोगों ने बढ़िया बढ़िया बातचीत करी है, और असॉल्टर्स में भी हमने काफ़ी अच्छी अच्छी बातचीत करी है। आई होप आपको पसंद आएगा। बट यार काफ़ी मतलब जैसे वो होता है ना कि अभी लॉन्डे बहुत यंग हैं। हाइड्रो की एज 19 साल है, जोकर की एज 21 साल है, हंटर्स की एज 21 साल है, विज की एज 21 साल है। बताओ, मैं वहां सबसे बूढ़ा। स्पैम ना करें अदनान भाई, अदनान नाम है, क्या नाम है इसका? जो भी नाम है, स्पैम नहीं करो भाई। क्या चाहते हो, मैं भी स्लो मोड लगाना शुरू कर दूं? भाई कितने यंग यंग लोग हैं यार सारे, मतलब 20 21 साल के सारे लोग हैं। मैं उधर बैठा हुआ उनके गंदी गंदी बातें कर रहे। ठीक है बट चलेगा। हेलो साजिद वसा, वेलकम। सोल डॉक्यूमेंट्री रिएक्शंस काफी बड़ा है, कितना 36 मिनट का है, 36 या 37 मिनट का है, पर मैं देख चुका हूं। सरदार जी ने बताया। भाई लेकिन सही में यार, एक्चुअली में काफी यंग लॉन्डे, काफी ज्यादा यंग लॉन्डे। चलो आओ, फॉर्मेट और सारी चीजों के बारे में बातचीत करते हैं और शुरू करते हैं वॉच पार्टी भैया। सपोर्ट करिए। आपको पता है किसको सपोर्ट करना है, मुझे पता है मुझे किनको सपोर्ट करना है। तो इट इज व्हाट इट इज। क्या है ये? इसमें इसमें कहां से आता है? लिक्विपीडिया पे नाम क्या सर्च करूं मैं इसमें? टूर्नामेंट्स में देख लेता हूं ना, आ जाएगा। क्या ये एस टीयर इवेंट है या ए टीयर इवेंट है? अरे काफी सारे अलग अलग सर्किट्स भी चालू हुए हैं चैट। मतलब बहुत सारे अलग अलग डिफरेंट तरीके के जो सर्किट्स हैं वो शुरू हुए हैं। फैंस को उनका पता है, आप किसको कर रहे हैं वो अभी बताता हूँ। काफी सारे जो सर्किट्स हैं वो भी शुरू हुए हैं। मैं देख रहा था उस पे, ट्विटर पे लॉन्डे उस पे लिख रहे थे कि एसएटीएल कहाँ है। मैं भी सोच रहा था कि कहाँ है। क्या इन सारे सर्किट्स में एसएटीएल नहीं होगी, ऐसा है या कैसा है? मतलब किस तरीके से वो वर्क करता है? सिद्धेश भाई शर्म आ रही है? किस तरीके से वर्क करता है वो, कि कैसा? डायरेक्ट ईडब्ल्यूसी दे देखो, वहां से सही रहेगा क्या? नहीं वो तो मुझे पता है, ये ईएमई हम यहाँ जा रहे हैं, यहाँ देख रहे हैं हम, बट मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि गेम ऑन एंगल 20 मिनट में शुरू हो रहा है भाई। हाँ, प्ले ऑफ्स टू फर्स्ट सेकंड एंड थर्ड, सेकंड स्टेज, ठीक है। ये तो आप लोग को पता ही है, ये तो आपको पता ही है। भाई लेकिन मतलब थोड़ा मैं देख रहा था, मैंने डे 1 देखा था, बिंग्स बाई की स्ट्रीम देख रहा था। डे 2 पे मैंने ऐसे ही रैंडमली खोल दिया, फिर मैंने कहा ठीक है। फिर मैंने कहा डे 3 पे मैं खुद आऊंगा देखने सबके साथ। तो चलेगा। तो मैंने थोड़ी बहुत रिसर्चेस करी हैं चैट, थोड़ी बहुत रिसर्चेस हमने भी करी हैं, ठीक है। थोड़ा हमने भी रिसर्च किया, हम ऐसे ही प्रेडिक्शन नहीं देंगे। हम रिसर्च करने के बाद हम आए हैं, तो हम रिसर्च करने के बाद जो प्रेडिक्शन है वो हम देंगे, ठीक है। तो जो टॉप 3 टीम्स हैं उनकी हम लोग प्रेडिक्शन देंगे कि कौन सी वो टॉप 3 टीम्स हो सकती है। पर उसके लिए हमें ज़रा चाहिए, आउट ऑफ टाउन हूं, घर जाके लूंगा मेंबरशिप, उसके लिए हमें चाहिए लाइक्स एंड हिट दैट सब्सक्राइब बटन तेजी नाल। तो हम टॉप 3 की जो प्रेडिक्शन है वो भी करेंगे और देखेंगे टॉप 3 में कौन है कौन नहीं है। काफ़ी अच्छी अच्छी टीम है, बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं सारे लोग, अच्छा चल रहा है, सभी का बढ़िया चल रहा है, हमारा छोड़ के। हेलो विजय भाई, शेखर, वेलकम। टॉप 3 प्रेडिक्शंस ऑन द वे चैट, बस थोड़ा सा लाइक बटन दबाएं तेजी तेजी नाल। मस्त गेम है ये यार। मेरे को ना इसमें अभी जैसे पीएनसी वापस से हो रहा है, पीएनसी में इन्होंने रूल्स वगैरह कुछ चेंज किए हैं क्या? मुझे किधर से, मतलब मैं ट्विटर पे ही देखता हूँ, ट्विटर पे मैं देख रहा था कि शायद उसमें ऐसा है कि रोस्टर ऐसा ज़रूरी नहीं है कि जो इंडिया की टीम है उसमें इंडिया के प्लेयर हो। मैंने कहा ऐसे कैसे होता है, वो तो पीएनसी है, वो तो नेशंस को ही होता है, मतलब नेशन वाइज ही होता है, तो उसमें इंडिया के ही प्लेयर्स होंगे ना। अभी जो एक क्राफ्टन के चैनल पर इंडिया की टीम खेल रही है, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली चांसेस मेरे हिसाब से ज़्यादा हैं कि पीएनसी में भी वही खेलें। पिछला वाला पीएनसी दमदार था भाई, डी जेवियर्स जो जीती थी, डी जेवियर्स की उस टाइम जो वॉचिंग आ रही थी, मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूं भाई। पबजी पीसी के स्ट्रीम पे डी जेवियर्स का जो उनका ऑफिशियल अपना चैनल है, उस पे 78,000 1 लाख वॉचिंग क्रॉस हो रही थी पबजी पीसी। भाई साहब जो खुशियां मनाई थी लोगों ने उधर, क्रेजी था, मजा आता है देखने में। एनसी में प्लेयर्स इंडियन सिटीजन ही होंगे, देखते हैं। मस्त गेम क्या ही, मस्त गेम क्या, सेम ही गेम है बीजीएमआई जैसा, बस एक मैप डिफरेंट है। नहीं नहीं, पूरा मैकेनिज्म अलग है भाई। पीसी बहुत ज़्यादा हार्ड है, मोबाइल बहुत ज़्यादा इजी है। जिन्होंने पबजी पीसी खेला है उनको पता है कि एक रिकॉयल कंट्रोल करने में कितनी मुश्किलात आती हैं, ठीक है। जो आप यहाँ से M4 से ड्र करके चला देते हो, वहाँ वैसे नहीं चलता। वहाँ स्मोक्स थ्रो करने का तरीका अलग है, ग्रेनेड थ्रो करने का तरीका अलग है, वहाँ पर रॉकेट लॉन्चर चलाने का तरीका अलग है। अभी लोग मांग कर रहे हैं कि पिकैक्स को हटा दो गेम से क्योंकि खुदाई कर करके लोग गड्ढा बना दे रहे हैं। तो है, मतलब काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हैं। अब तो पीसी में भी थर्ड पार्टी कर दिया, ये बहुत समय पहले हो गया था, ये अभी क्या नहीं है, ये तो बहुत पहले हो गया था थर्ड पार्टी। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब पीसी में, जब चाइना में पीएल और ये सब में स्विच हुआ ना, उसके बाद से ही ग्लोबली पबजी पीसी में भी स्विच हो गया। हेलो सुमेश, व्हाट्स अप? अरे नहीं, जो पिछला पीएनसी था वो भी तो इसी पे था, थर्ड पार्टी पर ही था। मैं तो काफी टाइम से ही थर्ड पार्टी देख रहा हूँ जो होता है उनका वैसा। चलो खैर आओ जरा टॉप 3 प्रेडिक्शंस कर देते हैं। पबजी पीसी में अभी मंथ सी हुए नहीं, पिछला जो पीएनसी था वो भी तो टीपीपी में था। मैं थोड़ा सा याददाश्त मेरी कमजोर हो रही है या क्या है? नहीं था, हो सकता है याददाश्त मेरी कमजोर हो गई हो। खैर आओ टॉप 3 प्रेडिक्शन कर दें जरा। देख रहा हूं कि तुम लोग लाइक बटन नहीं दबा रहे हो, बहुत बढ़िया। देखो तो पहली टीम है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है बिल्कुल, मतलब बिल्कुल दिक्कत नहीं होनी चाहिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। ठीक है, आई फील कि जिनका नाम टॉप पर लिखा है वही टॉप पर रहेंगे। दूसरी टीम आई फील, तीसरी टीम आई फील, मुझे लगता है कि ये टॉप 3 टीम्स हैं जो जा रहे हैं 8, 9, 10 का फाइनल्स खेलने के लिए। मुझे लगता है कि टॉप 3 टीम्स तो भाई यही हैं। आज हम बाल्टिनिनी को सपोर्ट करेंगे, नो टैग टीम को सपोर्ट करेंगे और टीम नेमेसिस को हम सपोर्ट करेंगे। ठीक है, तो ये 3 टीम है जिनके लिए आज हम लोग, मतलब इनको हम फाइनल में पहुंचाएंगे। ऑलरेडी ये पहुंच चुके हैं क्योंकि भाई बढ़िया ही खेलते हैं, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कहीं से भी कोई दिक्कत है, पहुंच जाएंगे, इतना कुछ बड़ी बात नहीं है, इतनी कोई बीटी नहीं होने वाली, इतना वो नहीं है, चलेगा। ठीक है, इजी पीजी लेमन स्क्वीजी। ठीक, चलो चले जरा। ए मेरी भाई लाइव है चैट, आप लोग को पता है क्या करना है, आप लोगों को पता है क्या करना है। अबे ये क्या है यहां, ये लौंडा क्यों, कौन है ये? ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम है क्या है?
И шорты. Честно говоря, совершенно не знаю, откуда они взялись в моем инвентаре, но...
Chat, what is this? ये कोई वीडियो चल रही है क्या? मेजरेट, थैंक यू सो मच। ये कोई वीडियो चल रही है या मेन स्ट्रीम चल रही है? एसएटीएल नहीं खेल रही है? एसएटीएल कौन? एसएटीएल अच्छा, एक्सपर्ट टिप्स। ओ आओ हम सीख लेते हैं फिर एक्सपर्ट टिप, और
которым мне приятно делиться со
हमको
всеми.
सीखने में क्या दिक्कत है?
Теперь перейдем
हम भी
к
थोड़े
скину на
एक्सपर्ट बन
оружие.
जाएंगे भाई, हमको क्या है?
Моим любимым скином
क्या
на
है?
оружие является скин, выпущенный в далеком 2018
हम भी
году в
थोड़े एक्सपर्ट
коллаборации
बन
с
लेंगे।
известным стримером. Это некая классика,
आओ।
спин and momentum.
थोड़ी सी आवाज स्लो कर दी जाए,
Классика, как известно,
थोड़ी सी
никогда не
स्लो करेंगे,
устаревает.
ज्यादा नहीं स्लो करेंगे।
Мне нравится. Всем спасибо за
आई
просмотр.
फील इतना ठीक है,
Добро команду
मेरी
играть.
आवाज और उनकी आवाज
Продолжайте
मर्ज हो
болеть за
जाएगा,
нашу команду.
चलेगा।
Всем пока.
All right, it's time here for day number 3
अरे,
of the playoffs for PUBG.
जॉन एलन और ब्लैंक आ गए।
We didn't think we were gonna be in this scenario.
भाई ये
Nor
जेम्स
did
और
some of
जॉन
the
एलन
teams that find
ब्लैंक
themselves
और इसके
here
साथ
in the
साथ
remaining
एक और था
16
वो,
teams, as 3 will advance on into that
कौन
grand
था?
final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name
अरे
is
वो जो
Kamaris,
लंबा
as
चौड़ा
always,
लौंडा
I'm
था,
joined by Mr. Martin and Mr. Mark. All the M's.
शायद वो लोग
It's
कास्टिंग
M&M
करने
here
आएंगे।
to
जॉन
reap
एलन और ब्लैंक को दोनों
everything
कास्ट
that's
करने
gonna
आते
be
हैं।
going down. We've got a good time ahead
भाई
of us here
सोचो
at
यार,
Avenger because I think
कितने
that there
टाइम
are
से,
some teams
कितने
that are coming
टाइम
into
से,
day
कितना
number 3
समय हो
that
गया।
actually advanced to the finals last time around.
सोचो,
And we also have some teams that really didn't expect
जॉन
to be there.
एलन, ब्लैंक, जेम्स,
I'll say this.
सब।
This is going to be the hardest day 3 we've had.
बेसिक
out
अभी
of
तक
the
क्यूटी
playoffs.
कैसे हो?
You know, we
ऐसे ही,
we
अच्छा
have
लग
some
रहा है।
teams coming in here that shouldn't be here. So we have PO5. It's hard, as a lot of people say.
इंग्लिश में
here,
करो
so it's
बातें,
gonna be
क्या
cool.
बता
But yeah,
पबजी
coming
स्पोर्ट्स
in
वाले
with,
रील काट
one
देंगे।
shot to
आ
make most of it.
रील का नहीं पता, पर अगर अंग्रेजी में बोलूंगा तो मेरी स्ट्रीम जरूर बंद करवा
Harder
देंगे।
today than it was last time. So
रशद
let's
भाई
see
को
what
बुलाओ ना
happens.
साथ। नहीं नहीं,
Yeah, I
हम
think
अपना
so. I think
इंडिविजुअल
that is
करते हैं,
very
उनको अपना
accurate.
करने
As
दो।
of course, we've
वैसे
had
भी आप
our
लोग को
2
पता है
days
हम वॉच
already
पार्टी
done.
अकेले ही
We've
करते हैं,
said
हमें
hello
अपनी
to
अकेले
13 of our
बकचोदियां
teams
करने में
that have
ज्यादा
been able
मजा
to
आता
advance
है।
through into that final, which will be happening next weekend. But now only 3
फाइनल्स
here for
8,
today.
9
Mark,
और
coming into
10
this,
को है
you know
भाई।
the list, you know who's kind of the
मैनेजर
big
अलीशा के साथ
dogs
वॉच
and
पार्टी
the
करो। अबे
underdogs.
तुम
What's
लोग
your
ना
outlook for today?
यही
That's just fun.
यही दिक्कत है
Because it is the hardest day free lobby. I know it's the second time round, right?
भाई यार PGG वाले 65 पॉइंट निकाल गए.
You wouldn't expect it. The guys obviously
क्या नाम है?
Yo, great Nemesis just fall on the outside. I had a great chat with Sosity today about how is he finding
Nemesis,
patch and
Bardini और No Tag Team. ये तीन टीम है टॉप 3 आज की, ठीक है?
Fights and he was stuck when it came down to that last game because Hive rotated away around him. They went for the centralized zone.
guys, sabotage button किधर है? ये क्या होता है?
They want to
sabotage button?
They want to take fights. They want to get killed.
वैसे फागाम 15 पे नहीं आज तो सब शुरू से शुरू कर रहे हैं. तो जिनको नहीं पता है अब लास्ट चांस है ये जिसमें 11 टीम कल की है 5 नई टीम है, ठीक है? ये 15 से 19 स्प्रिंग कप प्लेसमेंट्स आई है. तुम लोग को इसका पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग वगैरह विकिपीडिया पर दिखेगा, वहां से देख सकते हो. टॉप 3 आना है आज. यस, आज टॉप 3 आना है. वेंजी अलीशा की चैट देखो जरा, क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग चैट में उसके. भाई उनके चैट में तो मैंने इनको देखा था, पटेल भाई को. पटेल भाई चैट 1000 लाइक, लेट्स गो एंड हिट दैट सब्सक्राइब बटन. देखो आप लोग अगर वॉच पार्टी पे प्यार दिखाएंगे तो हम लोग रेगुलर वॉच पार्टी करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे. भले हम BMPS में कास्टिंग कर रहे हैं पर मैं पूरी कोशिश करूंगा कि हम वॉच पार्टीज पर थोड़ा ज्यादा फोकस कर पाएं क्योंकि हमें भी थोड़ा ग्रो करना है, समझ रहे आप? तो वैसा ये भी बोल दो जोन नहीं मिलेगा एक बार भी, वो तो कभी नहीं मिलता भाई. जोन तो कभी नहीं मिलता. वो है क्या बोलते हैं उसको,
almost for a lot of these teams as well, maybe even a completely different game
coming in
to this playoffs compared to what we saw last playoffs around. As we take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday, PGG looked fantastic.
क्या बोलते हैं उसको, क्या है वो?
I think it's when you look at how the playoffs played out last time, Mark, it makes me wonder, would Vuctrox have been able to have advanced on if there'd been the pickaxe, if there'd have been all these craters that they could have placed on down here, considering what they were able
PUBG
to do.
का नियम है.
We'll see how those teams have adapted to the, in inverted commas, new meta.
कार्ड्स नहीं नियम कानून वैसा. वो शक्तिमान है, भाई देखने में मजा आता है यार. शिल्ला. अच्छा इनमें कई सारी ऐसी भी टीम है मतलब जो काफी टाइम से मैं देख रहा हूँ. आज जैसे कि रोहित शर्मा. कौन रोहित शर्मा रिटायर हो गया?
Just on the outside edge, nearly getting to the finals, a couple of points away. This might be the update that changed it for him.
भाई क्या मारते हैं भाई.
We're still watching exactly how
ये वाली जो ग्रेनेड ट्रेसिंग होती है ना इनकी, यार एक तो इनकी स्पेक्टेटिंग में ये जो ग्रेनेड ट्रेसिंग होती है ना, क्या खूबसूरत लगता है भाई. मजा आ जाता है देखकर.
Missing out on that first final, Yo being able to make it on through after missing out on that first final as well.
नहीं ट्विटर पे सारे यही लिख रहे हैं भाई पिकैक्स को बैन कर दो यार.
As you said, we talked a bit about it yesterday, but yeah,
आज ऑफिशियल हिंदी कास्टिंग हो रही है. ये भी ठीक बात. रोहित शर्मा भी आपकी तरह बोलते बोलते भूल जाता है क्या बोल रहा है. अच्छा समझा. मोर्टार से मुझे PNC वाला एक गेम याद आया जहां पर डी जेवियर्स ने पूरी टीम उड़ा दी थी. मैं वेट करूंगा यार, कास्टिंग होगी हिंदी तो मजा आएगा. मेरे को बड़ा मजा आया था, मैं सच बता रहा हूँ. मेरे को सच्ची में बहुत मजा आया था. आज टॉप कितने में आना होगा? टॉप 3. आज टॉप 3 में आना है. कौन सी टीम थी वो? बंडनी, नो टैग टीम और नेमेसिस. ये 3 को टॉप 3 में आना है क्वालिफाई करने के लिए. चलो भाई 1000 लाइक्स, वी आर क्लोज.
It just makes you so happy to watch it, but when you know it's just such a pain to play and it's so difficult and so stressful.
इसके पास 76 points हैं.
Yeah, we have ourselves the PGC points at the moment for all of these teams, as now S2G's been able to put themselves on the board just with the cheeky 5, but it's enough to get you on the board, and we're okay with that. And I think you saw the final moments there, Mark, of yesterday as we watched as Yo was able to advance on and get themselves some PGC points.
PGC points से कितने जाने EWC में
really
directly?
Down to the wire for those boys. I was a little bit concerned when they were having to make.
आप और गेम्स की भी वॉच पार्टी करोगे या सिर्फ PUBG PC? भाई अगर सपोर्ट मिलेगा, प्यार मिलेगा तो हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे और भी गेम्स की वॉच पार्टी करें, आपको और एंटरटेन कर पाएं. टॉप 2 अबे एक लिख लो. टॉप 2, टॉप 5, टॉप 9. टॉप 2 तो वोटर्स प्रो इंटरेस्टेड माइंड तो फिर हो ही गए.
it was quite easy for them to, I don't want to pick on Cappy, but it can be quite aggressive. Can be
तीन
quite
और अच्छा हाँ इसमें तो तीन क्वालिफाइड थे ना शायद तीन मेरे हिसाब से ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड थे
But Michael, you could hear his comments.
हाँ VP TM नावी ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है बाकी नेमेसिस और इन लोग को होना है
It was just 1 point and it was done. I just fear come next
Jack
week.
Mania और fighting की कर दो वहाँ आपकी नीड है fighting कौन सी
ability to get good point averages, but they just need to increase that slightly. So where can they maximize?
ये क्या म्यूजिक है बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक पीछे
कितनी
बार दिखाओगे यही सेम चीज
In my experiences living here for as long as I am, I'll tell you.
करंट पोजीशन अभी आज तो 0 से शुरू हुआ ना
Mr. Cappy, of course, no different.
5 मैच में टॉप 3
But yeah, let's take a look at them as well.
टेकन स्ट्रीट फाइटर टेकन तो खत्म हो गया टेकन का अगला जो मैच है वो है 15 को ड्रीम हैक अटलांटा यार मैं PS5 लेने का सोच रहा हूँ PS5 लेके टेकन खेलूंगा तो सही में टेकन गॉड ऑफ वॉर ये हमारे साथ भी होता है गलत टाइम पे कैमरा सेट कर दो बेचारा पानी पी रहा था
but let's turn our attention really to the teams that are going to be playing today. Of course, we'll get to talk about those teams a little later on in that final there.
EWC के लिए सिर्फ ट्विस्टेड माइंड क्वालिफाइड है नहीं
cup teams that are going to be coming today here to try and challenge is going to be playing out across 5 games. Who have you got your attention on here, Mark? Who are you going to be looking at to be able to try and strike it big alongside what we assume?
लेकिन टेकन कितना फास्ट वो लोग खत्म कर दिए भाई
You tag those two and then you argue
कितना जल्दी उन लोगों ने खत्म किया था मैं देख रहा था कि एक मैच खत्म हो रहा है तुरंत दूसरा मैच देन उसके बाद तीसरा मैच और बूम बूम खत्म पूरा एकदम काफी फास्ट मैच किया उन्होंने भाई हेलो यश भाई क्या हाल है
qualified last week. They're like centralized spots. I've got a big question mark. Are they going to be given the centralized spots? Are they going to be able to take some of these prior compounds away because we have such a stack lobby? I'm beg to differ. And then my real outside.
तो जाएंगे क्योंकि उनका PGC सर्किट पॉइंट ज्यादा है so इधर से हमें अभी चांसेस है but we should be in finals चेस की कास्टिंग है चेस मैंने सीखा था मैं भूल गया
Yeah, I think what's interesting about
बड़े मुझे बताएं बस दुआएं हैं पास तो वो काट के चली गई मतलब ठीक है
that was taking some of those spots, right? So we'll see.
देखो वो
उसका
कुछ नहीं कर सकते आप
where that might go.
उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते
I don't really see how moving from their usual spots west of Picard. I actually didn't check what their backup was, what the contest was. So I'm not sure about that actually. Not sure about where they're going. I'll keep that as an exciting thing that's going to be happening in the first games on each map, obviously.
Yeah, we'll definitely know straight away. That's for sure. So
again, it's not
hello, Lovingstone, welcome.
I'm not sure who's gonna.
We've been Navi and team already qualified. वही तो मैं भी बोल रहा हूँ.
Today here,
they've moved. Yeah, Everlong have moved.
Right.
So they've moved south. They've taken an old Navi split on Orang or Miramar.
Enjoy कराया जाए खाना खा रहे हैं. Enjoy कराए जरा. अरे यश भाई क्या
which is not great.
No.
कैसी गंदी बातें कर रहे हो?
But they won't give up Palace, but neither will TMO.
Hello, बुलबुल भाई क्या हाल है? Welcome. स्वागत है.
It is a best of 5 and one drop.
ये किस चीज का कोड है भाई? Find the rest of the code on our social media channel.
Maybe.
Code green.
You guys can qualify for potential G-Coin if you go on a scavenger hunt over on social medias and complete the code green here for today. Now, of course, yes, we could talk about Nemesis and SAUL.
ये पीछे का जो background music है.
They should be two of the teams to actually go through today, considering the caliber. But another team, Martin, that struck me as interesting, considering our previous playoffs, is
Good evening, मुझे भाई कैसे हो? बढ़िया आप
here in day 3, and I don't feel like it's as if they've been playing bad PUBG or anything like that. Things just
इससे आपकी टीम पर जोन बनता है. वो तो नहीं बनेगा.
Yesterday was worse.
5 में से एक भी नहीं बनेगा. लिख के दे दूंगा आपको.
21 points day 1. It's 12 yesterday. So what happened? I don't know. In a weaker lobby, they should be doing better. Was it a fluke?
बस शुरू हो रहा है. Next 2 minutes, I guess.
Day 1 last playoffs potentially.
Next 2 minutes में शुरू
They're
होगा.
gonna have to prove themselves today, and that's their only chance again to come in and get those PGC points. So for me, I don't see this through. I don't see TMO through compared to what
Shimada.
Mr.
Shimada.
TMO, right? And they obviously got one of the spots day 3 in the last playoffs.
32 पे है. 32 पे क्यों स्टार्ट होगा भाई? 30 पे स्टार्ट होगा ना?
We actually with the
हेलो माना, वेलकम. मेजी भाई आप ही बचा सकते हो. हाँ ना,
kind
मैं
of
3 को बचा रहा हूँ बाबा, 3
prospects,
को बचा रहा हूँ.
for what's happening in the coming ones. And I also
पीछे
think
का
he said
background
something
music,
along the lines of the
background का
same, like, he
background
didn't really
music.
see, this
Catch
until
पकड़,
through
catch
Starry
पकड़.
Sky. He didn't see through again in the next playoffs, right? So
यही तो करते हैं ना हम लोग.
interesting talk, obviously, with Scav and the guys, but still.
क्या बीजमाई वाला पावर यहाँ चल रहा है
think
क्या?
they're gonna have a
कौन सा
difficult
पावर
time
मुदुल
today
भाई?
because
सबको पता है कि
the
ऐसा
best
कुछ नहीं है.
teams, they
आपने
are
मेरी
the best
prediction
and
सुनी?
better because they prepare better and they have more info. They have better heat maps. They have better preparation.
भाई
in
ये
terms of the
PGC वाला
maps
इसका
and
शर्ट
kind
बढ़िया है.
of are better and faster at adapting, and that's where you fall down on. You can say that it's a BO5 and everything, but over the course of few games, over the course of few days,
पावर तो
that's
सिर्फ
proven
पटेल
that
पावर
should happen.
है,
That's why
हाँ
I'm
ना?
saying, like, I don't see a world where SZUL doesn't come in today and absolutely
मिजी भाई
dominate.
पतले हो गए हो क्या? हाँ ना, बहुत
But
पतला हो
that
गया हूँ.
could be,
थोड़ा
it could also
उस
be
पे
a
हूँ मैं.
mental thing that's holding them back a
Dieting
little
पर
bit,
हूँ.
saying, like, we need to qualify today, guys, otherwise we are screwed.
Look, let me add a little bit to that. Like, and this is going to sound harsh, because I actually really like this, and I think they're a good team. But I think on day
भाई
number 1
बहुत
last week,
serious
obviously we
बातचीत
took the
हो
top
रही है
8,
यार.
right? And I'd put them in a kind of a top 8 team. But
भाई ये
coming into day
बहुत
number
सीरियस
3, they didn't
बातचीत हो रही है.
perform
मतलब
yesterday.
इतना
It's
सीरियस
hard to
कॉन्वर्सेशन.
get the top 3, and we got Team Nemesis, and we got SAUL.
आज मैं सुन रहा था
Obviously,
इनका
question mark around those two
टेकन
teams.
का
I know that
इंग्लिश
they are
कमेंट्री
the big
सुन रहा था.
houses,
मेरे को बड़ा
yeah,
मजा आया.
but they haven't performed. And when I spoke to Sophie again, as I said,
भाई जो
felt
जो
like it was pressure.
उसमें
He's
एक था
putting pressure on
स्टीव
himself,
और
and he's
दूसरा
going,
एक कोई और लौंडा
"You're
था.
not taking off fights, and it's not going our way."
इंग्लिश
It's like, you've got to find
कमेंट्री
a
सुन रहा था
way
मैं टेकन
to
की.
play this new patch, and they are
Crazy
not
भाई.
comfortable in any way, shape, or form.
I think that actually, as
बिल्कुल
much as yes, we think that these two
natural
teams are
language,
teams that should be able to advance on.
बातचीत
I
मजे
think, as you said, that pressure
ऐसा.
might mount.
अगर
even
तो
in a
कभी हम
lobby
लोग
that
को भी ऐसा
technically is
मौका मिले,
not
हम लोग भी
as
ऐसे करें तो
strong as
थोड़ा
what
और
the
अच्छा
finals
लगेगा.
lobby would
बट
be, or what day number 1 of the
हो नहीं
playoffs
सकता.
will be, to the point where they may not advance at all. And that's the dangerous, scary thing with meta shift and the fact that there is significant pressure on them, because these are two organizations as well
Effort,
that
नहीं,
want their
ऐसे ही.
teams to have a purchase, a grip on what
गाली
ETUC
गलौच
could
नहीं,
be
पर
as well,
ऐसे
Martin.
नॉर्मल
So,
जो
I think
कमेंट्री
there's
होती
gonna
है
be a lot
वैसा.
riding on their shoulders here to try and get some more PGC points on the line.
कैसा है तैयारी बीएमपीस की बिजी भाई? बढ़िया.
Yeah,
कल
and,
थोड़ा जाके वापस से ये
Sure,
क्लीशे वगैरह
that's
करना
the
है. दाढ़ी जो
manager's
हमने रखी
job,
थी उस
the
तरीके से
pressure
रखना
coming
है.
for the organization
इस बार
to
हमारा
follow
लुक
that,
वैसा ही
so
रहेगा.
not really pass it on, right? But
और
with the social
थोड़ा
media
सेट वगैरह
presence
करेंगे,
from the
पैकिंग
fans,
करेंगे.
like, it's positive right now,
ट्रैवल करना
but
है.
it could be rough if they don't.
ये हम
find
लोग पीछे
themselves
तो
in
नहीं है
another
chat?
final here for sure. And I agree. Esport World Cup is the biggest goal for organizations, just due to the fact from a financial perspective, right? There's so much millions on the line for organizations and for players. It's career changing and defining. So I think they come through today and absolutely dominate. That's my idea about it. Because
True.
a doozy always comes in the later stages. It's always the like kind of PC fall or the fall tournaments. He comes in, dominates.
जादू दिखा दो.
shots,
तुम
and
लोग लाइक और
this is
सब्सक्राइब
the
बटन
last chance
दबाते
to dance
चलो.
here for
तुम लोगों को
spring.
मैं
So,
दिखाता
and for
हूँ.
Esports World Cup, it's
ठीक है,
been there a
तुम
few
लोग को
times. I
दिखाता
wanna
हूँ
go
मैं.
there again, of course.
Yeah, quite a few teams, obviously, in
तुम लोग लाइक और सब्सक्राइब बटन दबाओ. हम
our previous final, but not there so
करते
far.
हैं.
Boz is
प्रबंध
another
करते हैं.
one who had an
Sure.
explosive, I think, first playoffs mark, but so far not quite materialized in the same way
ये
that they
जेम्स
would
के
hope
पीछे
for. I
वो
feel like
सीडीज
they're
रखी
very
है क्या?
good
वो
on
जो
Aaron Gell,
गेम
but
की
beyond
सीडीज
that,
आती हैं
it's
वैसे
not
वाले
really
शिप
shown
वाली.
that Wolfie had its presence just yet.
No, look,
आदू भाई आज फोर्स पे क्वालिफाई करेंगे. मैं किसी को नहीं जानता भाई. मैं केवल जानता हूँ बांदिनी, नो टैग टीम और नेमेसिस. 3 को जानता हूँ मैं. इसके अलावा नहीं जानता.
Singing the same song here. I think they are another team that hasn't been able to deal with this update. The 41.1 for them, it is they're not playing the pickaxes all the time. They're not playing the positions. Yes, they're able to rotate, but they're quite an aggressive team. They want to take fights. They want to go head to head, like as I said before with Team Nemesis. I don't think Boars have been
हमने
quite
चुनाव कर लिया है.
to deal with actually some of these other teams are using the new tools in their chest to their advantage. Maybe it comes out today because they are a team we know if they do get a win, they can get pretty.
सबको पता है आपके
They
पास
can
पावर
contest
नहीं है
it. So
except
it will be one to watch, but they need to find
3,517
that balance
people.
across the other maps.
Yeah. I was watching.
ये मेरा
PWS
टेबल
earlier.
हील
People are
कैसे रहा
digging
भाई?
Some trenches for sure. GK in particular.
पीछे कोई गाना होना चला रहा है क्या?
Towards circles slowly towards the very late game.
हेलो
I feel
शिवांग,
like- I still
वेलकम.
feel like to a
क्या
degree,
सोलह की 16 टीम
That
सेलेक्ट होंगी
technique is
हैं?
kind of still a little
15 मिनट स्टार्ट होगा।
underutilized. I
ये
feel
9:30
like,
बजे
Martin,
मैच
that
स्टार्ट
could
होता था ना,
still be
आज क्या हो गया? आज क्यों
used,
डिले हो रहा है
even
भाई?
PC, where we've seen a lot of
आज
pickups
हम
so
लोग
far.
वॉच पार्टी करने आए तो आज डिले हो रहा है
Again,
यार, रोज ऐसे ही
I
होता
said
है।
it in the start when we had it on Friday. I was like, this is gonna be min-max to such an extreme degree. We're gonna be bored with it, and I agree. I don't think we're there yet, but yesterday
पता नहीं
there
क्यों
are some
डिले है।
cool
आज हम
moments,
आए
like
ना
also
इसके
with
लिए।
the mortars, with the C4s, like
शुरुआत
all these
हमने
things,
बढ़िया
like
करी
the
है, chat.
explosive part, that
Good
even
start.
creates bigger and deeper holes. Obviously, there's a limit. You cannot dig down further than, like, I think it's something like 60 centimeters or something ish. But still, if you do it at the right spot, especially like when the teams are scouting kind of
SATL
driving,
वैसे अभी तक
and
कितने
you're doing it, you're digging a hole on top of the
EWC
hill,
गेम्स में
and you don't have a
क्वालिफाई
card or anything,
हो
the way
चुकी
you
है,
can just
ये
kind of
लगभग
peekaboo out of,
पूरे
like,
चांसेस
straight
है कि
cover
वो
with
हो
people
जाएंगे।
driving.
किसी को पता
I
है?
think we're gonna see some absolutely insane gatekeeps and setups where people are digging, 2 or 3 holes, and they're setting up a camp where you have absolutely no idea that's going to be a guy peeking out
Only
of 2 or
one.
3 holes.
कौन
And
सा?
they just
Chess?
absolutely demolish teams. So
Fortnite and
as
chess.
much as it's kind of more targeted
Epics?
warfare against some of the teams here
Only
in the
one
playoffs,
confirmed
maybe not as
Fortnite.
much more so in the finals where
Chess
you're
का
maybe
पता है
directly
100%?
targeting one or two
Okay,
teams
Fortnite.
that you're trying to
नहीं,
either
वत्सल
catch
भाई,
or
आपका
to make sure that
membership
they
ठीक है भाई।
don't get more points, obviously.
I think with that, like, I'm with
Chess
you. I don't think
and
we've seen enough of
Fortnite.
it just yet. I think from day number 1 we saw Ascend on that last game of Wrangle. They're on sort of top of the hill.
Taken का तो
Using the
15 को पता
grass
चल ही
to their
जाएगा
advantage. Michael
कि
spoke about it, right, in his stream.
उसकी
He's like,
टाइमिंग
when
क्या
we
होगी
dig
चैट? किसी को
down
पता है?
using the train,
ड्रीम
I'm
हैक
really
अटलांटा
interested
का
to see
चलो
the other,
मैच
maps,
स्टार्ट हो रहा है।
bushes.
फर्स्ट
Alright,
मैच
gentlemen, it's
नेमेसिस
time.
फॉर
It's
द
our final day for the
विन।
playoffs. Only 3 teams will
Let's
survive
go.
by the end of it. I'm giving it up to
नेमेसिस
Gold M&M, Martin
फॉर
and
द
Mark.
विन चिकन डिनर।
Thank you very much, James. Yes, it is.
Prediction
match number 1.
करेंगे
and
हम
it is our
लोग
final
first
day,
match
though,
की।
of PEC Playoffs 2. Flight path though here, Martin, is a southeast up towards
Let's
a
go.
northwest. It couldn't get much fairer than this one.
Chat.
Right through the heart.
W's दबाएं चैट में, हैट
Yeah,
स्पैम
and
करें।
luckily we're not starting over that military island where we have a
थोड़ा और
chance tonight
support
to
की
get
जरूरत
one
पड़ेगी।
more spicy
चलो।
circle, right? But yeah, it looks good. Looks like a fair and easy start here. A lot of big names in this lobby here for day 3. 3 teams that we've said a few times is going through today here after 5 matches have been played. In our last playoffs on day 3, that top cutoff was 38 points, and the second place was 39 points. First was
क्या मैंने इसलिए यहाँ पर रखा है क्योंकि इधर शायद वो आता है पूरा
if someone though, Mark,
टीम
like
आता
an
है
SCU
ऊपर
or like a
वो
Nemesis,
आता
they
है,
get
यही एक
the
एरिया जो
ball
खाली
rolling
रहता
kind of
है।
early on here.
तो
That's
इसके
going
लिए
to be
मैंने
the
यहाँ
same
पर रखा
story
है
where
क्या?
we're like, okay, they're just playing with everyone else, like they're playing with your food. But let's say where we go with the first circle back.
Oh,
First game. And hey,
It's
if
the
you ask the
Nemesis.
Nemesis, they couldn't
See?
get
Told
much
you.
more of a better
Nemesis
circle,
chicken
right?
dinner.
For those that don't know, Nemesis will go always drop and go to their prior drop spot, which is Severny. Doesn't matter where the plane path is, they always get in the car and drive that way. So they are the only team, I'd argue, to say have the pick of the litter here. They can choose where they want to go, where they want to try and hold up. We see them historically sort of pitch up with this kind of 2-2 split here. I wouldn't be too surprised for them not to fully extend now towards that Severny, get looted. But for Sociedad and Melman, I think it might be more about locking down these central compounds.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. And with
क्या
how we
prediction
are
है
and
मेरी?
how the kind of the lay of the land is, the question
मतलब-
is, do they get too greedy or do they go for a 2-2 split?
उन्हों
right?
रिवर्स हो गया।
Because
अरे तुम ही लोग हो, गलत
there's
समझते हो मेरे
a
बारे
lot
में।
of high prio spots. It's
मैं तो
easy
अच्छा
to
ही
get
बोलता
into
हूँ।
shooting range later. Sure,
मैंने
you don't
टॉप
really
3
have
टीम्स
the-
की
the
प्रेडिक्शन
top
करी
part
है,
of it or
बाल
the
की
better
करी
part
है,
of the bunker,
नेमेसिस
but
की
still,
करी है और नो
there's
टैक की
like-
करी है,
there's 2 winning
जिसमें से
areas
2 टीम है जो जोन के
where
अंदर
one of
ऑलरेडी
them is,
मौजूद है।
is kind of
No
far
tag
west
की
of
जो टीम है
Severny,
वो
the
थोड़ा
God
देखना पड़ेगा
compound,
कहाँ
like if it ends up there,
बाकी 2 तो
and
ऑलरेडी
you
जोन
have
के
an easy
अंदर हैं।
approach towards the
तक
plane
भाई आ रहे
crash.
हैं, थैंक यू फॉर
And then
सर्विस देने
there's
आपको।
the
मैंने क्या बोला?
garage building west of Twins
Pom
where
pom.
Melman is right now. So they have that lockdown already. And if we go
Power
north, I
expired.
don't really see anyone being up there already. But if
ऐसे नहीं होता
Baldini,
रे।
they stumble upon the God compound west of Severny, north of the plane crash, and it ends close to that, and they get like a 20-point game, they're going to be absolutely stacked because you get like 10, 15 kills from that compound plus to win easily. So let's see where we end up and where we kind of go out to. But obviously, everyone is starting off the same foot here, Mark. Everyone is just based on the decisions throughout. And now, with how things are lining up for TMO, the 3-4 teams that have like the highest prior to this circle is TMO, it's Nemesis, it's Ghetto Gang.
हाँ,
and it's
इसमें
Baldini.
अलग से आता है
Everyone
बिल्कुल
else
फॉलो
is
स्पेक्टेट
not going to be as moving as
ऐसे
fast
ही
as
चेंज
these
हो
teams
जाता
are.
है।
Maybe we see an Everlong pushing through here,
ऊपर
but
दिख
otherwise
रहा होगा
those
तुम
4
लोगों
teams
को
is already in a good spot. Nemesis obviously.
इसमें हमारे वाले early rotation नहीं करते.
Justice is already in the no-lean compound east or northwest of Yasnaya. Baldini is already moving
तुम
towards the
लोगों
God
को
compound.
past याद करना कितना अच्छा लगता है?
Locking down the plane crash. So
Actually मैं अभी rotate नहीं कर रहे.
positions
पूरा
in
loot
a
करेंगे,
terrain that
edge
has
gameplay खेलेंगे.
such sparse
Looks like.
amount of hard copper.
पनौती लगाना चालू करो. ऐसे करो यार. तुम लोग को मैं कह रहा हूँ. Nemesis.
Some other teams throughout the years have picked Severny because
First match.
on
25 points.
Northern
Good to
compounds
go.
because there's not that many of
ऐसा.
them. So let's see where these guys end up. Also, another team we talked a little bit about, Mark, is Starish guys. They also made it to the final last time. Did somewhat decent on that last day. Obviously, they went through on day 2 as 5th place, 30 points. But they did somewhat decent on the last day of finals. But otherwise, it didn't really come to fruition.
क्या ग्राफिक दिखता है भाई इसका?
Kind of bottom pack.
कट ऑफ क्या लग रहा है यार? अगर कट ऑफ 5 मैचेस में देखा जाए,
Nemesis obviously did go more towards that north.
45 प्लस तो मेरे हिसाब से रहना चाहिए.
If it goes up towards that
45 plus तो
back to kind of TMO,
मतलब normal है.
towards kind of where Nemesis have now.
अगर कल का ही देखा जाए तो भी 40 तो क्रॉस हो ही जाएगा.
They played out 3 minutes 30. They already got moving as well. So understanding a lot.
वो अलग बात है कि Nemesis लगातार चिकन डिनर निकाल जाए तो कुछ अलग बात हो जाएगा.
Many teams waiting on that south side. Maybe
क्योंकि ये तो है कि अगर इस मैच में Nemesis 25 लेकर जा रही है, फिर नेक्स्ट मैच आ रही है या फिर थर्ड या फोर्थ एक और चिकन, तो वैसा है कि Nemesis अगर बहुत बढ़िया खेल गई, अकेले वो डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं तो 35 40 के बीच में, अदरवाइज 40 क्रॉस कर सकता है.
Get gang here, as we talked about before, on the plane crash Everlong. Hoping for a southern shift here with the 2-2 split on the 2 southern compounds with the 3 stack coming in here too. Obviously Everlong being that third place.
Playoffs 1 day 3 में 38 था.
Coming in last time, and they had a great start
तो
on
शुरू हुआ है.
Wrangle and then also finished somewhat decent on Wrangle. Again, the majority of the points did come from Wrangle, so.
Yeah, इतनी छोटी जगह में इनको इतनी सारी लूट कहाँ से मिल रही है?
Qualified, Mark. What do you think?
हमारे लॉन्डो को नहीं मिलती. 4 पोस्टर लेके घूम रहा है. 3 ग्रेनेड भी उठा लिए. भाई AWM भी उठा ली उसने.
Imagine this though, Mark. Imagine, and if all 15 teams just agree that they just give 1 spot to Nemesis, then they're out. You know, then they're not playing for the rest of the day. So like, okay, they win the first game with 20 kills. Like, okay, guys, you qualified. We're playing the rest of the games as 15 teams.
आपने तो घर में ही रावण है. अरे विदेशण होता है बे.
I think SAU will have something to say about that, mate, because we can't drop the ball on them as well. Like, as much as I got a great conversation with Sosadid, I have to be completely transparent. I tried to get a conversation out of a
चैट लाइक बटन दबाएं, hit that subscribe button. अगर आप इसी तरीके से प्यार दिखाते रहेंगे, I promise EMPS के दौरान भी हम लोग watch parties करेंगे. आप लोग को मजा आएगा.
I'm going to use it lightly, but he's not happy with the performance they've had and with the expectations of them going through on day number 1, and it's kind of applied pressure. It's not worked out how they want to.
भाई इधर स्नाइपर बहुत ज्यादा चलता है, ये तो मानना पड़ेगा. Bolt action DMR.
Find the opening. They do get the first knock. Boars do find Starry's guys as they go down. A story though has backed up. And funny enough, the 2 teams we were talking about where they were going to land and who was going to hot drop who, they actually end up running into each other straight away.
बहुत दूर है.
For Everlong, they had the player down.
Actually,
they had
काफी ज़्यादा दूर है Nemesis वाले, वो तो नहीं आएंगे.
Relax. Can you lock this one in here and get some points onto Hal here? It's Hal in this Twins building, in this Twins compound. I need to make something happen.
Construction workers.
Great setup here. Nalo finds one. Quintex goes down to B-Brew.
मेरे को लगा इसने 2 टैप से डाउन किया.
Quintex already flushed here, Mark, and it's looking a little bit rough for them. I don't think they get one more here, construction workers, but 1 point is enough to get by.
Been away for that last car. They are now. Here's the Bolty. Doesn't quite get
भाई लग गया होता ना.
He does find the connection with that as he did find himself on top of the roof, but construction workers, they're eager to get points. They're already in the car there, Martin. They are hunting down a team that's already bleeding.
उसने रेज नहीं किया अपने प्लेयर को इतने टाइम से.
Fight here with Everlong. Can they
अब हुआ
a
रेज.
little bit of an opening on it. It's a utility game at this point here. Nobody's. Oh my God, Saint though. Oh, he opens up, but that's a misplay. That's a blunder, Mark. Flores here, and Exile has lost one player now. Balls in the distance also kind of lurking.
तुम लोगों ने अभी तक
Oh my God! Sing finds another one on the mat.
तुम लोगों ने अभी तक
I
देखा
feel
है
like
फैंसर से
it's
बीआरडीएम
an
के
example, but now
चारों
it's an
प्लेयर्स को कोई
example.
गिरा दे
The Saints is an
ये इसी में
opportunity
देखा
for the
था
Saints to start rolling in. He sees the shot, he turns the other way. Odin does go round and gets a call. Ferris Domino going to be caught, has to flush the bodies because he can't get over and cause the damage. And now they have the opportunity, if they're quick, to try and get their res here, but forever long, they can't wait that long to close the fight out.
They gotta try. Renek goes for a stun grenade. That's a good stun grenade. Does push out to
बंदा हुआ भाई इसका भी बंदा हो
Oh my
गया
God, he thought he was the knock. He thought he was laying down. More shots coming in. It's Exile that actually gets all the kills here, Mark. A full wipe here for Exile. And our balls have seen this. They know they're just down to one knock and one standing player.
चिकन
They
मारा
can
तो मैं
push
कह
in
रहा हूँ
and
तो भाई
completely
गुड
wipe this compound if they wanted to.
Oh, that flash.
Wow,
that flash
I-
did not go in the favour. Ever
खुद
long
ही
did
के
not
बंदे
last that long. They're already out. 16th place for them. Boars, though,
गलत कर दिया
with the
भाई
smell
इसने
of blood in the
गलत
air.
टाइम पे
They
बेचारा
are
बाहर आ
looking
गया
to try and capitalise. They've already been able, as we've
कोई
seen
बात नहीं
multiple
होता है
times,
होता है
in the
गलतियां
kill
हो
feed.
जाती हैं
Go Next Esports,
अच्छी
though,
शुरुआत थी
backspin in Team Nemesis, so they did go for that northern
दो
migration.
फिनिशेस निकाले 2 पॉइंट्स
Boars
मिले
might be
कोई
thinking
दिक्कत
it's
की बात
clear.
नहीं है
They do turn back in, though. Pedros, though, gets the initial shots. Doesn't quite get the connection. And Hello Sampai, whee, gets sent it away as he goes back towards that northeast corner.
All right. Going X here, locking this one down. 20 more seconds on this next zone pop here, Mark.
मिसेस वाले कहाँ गए भाई
Also moving in slowly. They're actually the last team to come in here, coming in and actually going to be rotating quite close to construction, so they might be able to
डैमेज पड़ रहा है भाई ब्लू जोन का
get some points out of this one here. But next zone pop,
ब्लू
Mark,
जोन का
let's
डैमेज
see
भी
where
पड़
we're gonna
रहा
be
है
ending up.
Sure, it's going to migrate northeast. Come
थोड़ा
on.
सा ज्यादा ही पड़ रहा है बट ठीक है
Too bad. Let's go obviously.
कहाँ है बे?
Lose obviously all the water early on. I think for Team
अभी
Nemesis,
तक निकले ही नहीं क्या
they're going to have to hope and pray that it pulls back. And with the water, the lake on that south side, you would expect
नहीं है
it. That high ground in the
काफी
south is
ज्यादा
pretty
ऊपर
deadly.
है
We're not going to be able to have so many
पर ठीक
teams
है
survive in there.
ठीक है
Nah, that's
नेमेसिस
the
का स्प्लिट अच्छा है
problem, though. I kind of want to see
बीच
Nemesis
में
already take
एक
the
प्लेयर
compounds
बैठा
out of
है
them, Mark.
वो कुछ करेगा नहीं पर
That's
नेमेसिस
the
को एक
next
एक्स्ट्रा
step
फिनिश दे
from-
जरूर देगा
from where they are already with a 2-2 split potentially. Let's see where they go there. I think they seemed already. We talked about a little bit. Vart finds Dino here. A bit unfortunate for Redline. That's 2 points though for construction workers. More set up here.
ये तुम लोग के साथ भी ऐसा होता है कि हार्ट रेट ऊपर जाता है
Tries to get one more. Oh my
मेरा
God,
जाता
it's
है
smoking and one tire is popped. They can actually do another drive-by here. They got a full working
गैस नए वाले
cars.
ले सकते हैं
Oh, what is that? It's a flying car in the distance, Mark.
I feel like construction workers have opted to be aggressive.
यार सर्कल को
Second team,
देखते
they're now
हुए
starting to chase
और
down. They've not been
प्लेयर
able to
पोजीशनिंग को
keep
देखते
the
हुए
grasp on
नेमेसिस
one.
के पास
They
मिनिमम
are
25
still
तो जानी
zone,
चाहिए
though, so as they do
Oh,
encroaching on that
25 के
south
साथ
side,
चिकन तो आना
lift
चाहिए
off, have been in back-to-back. S8UL Morodot does go down. There he's swings round. He's got the Panzer. Does go for the shot over the other side. Not as explosive as the Saints for Everlongs, but it does do a little bit more splash damage.
Micah finds pistol lock as well. This is a big fight between TMO. Phil first finds Ares. Now it's Micah and Justice trying to make something happen here. Molotov is flushed. Pistol lock is flushed.
Engaged. Look, you can see him in the
Unfortunate here
distance.
for Hazard Yule, Mark.
Yeah, and Aduzi's given up. Has he given up? He's coming back. Yeah, he's coming back. He's done a huge lap though. He's now coming back in on the other side. Oh, it's 'cause he's in the
अरे!
corner. That's why Aduzi. It's
भाई
different.
साहब,
it's
glider!
Aduzi that gets the connection. Miko will fall down, and S8.
आलू भाई लेट्स गो नहीं don't let's go
Oh, that's huge. Massive there for Phil first to get another one. And now it's down to Micah. And what's the Doozy gonna do? He's just gonna take another round, Mark. Gonna leave Phil first to it. See if he can
और
get
भी
this
लौंडे
fight
हैं वैसे यार
concluded quickly. Oh, Nailop finds
God.
Ivers as well. Construction is just chasing for kills straight up here for the drive-bys. Yoink.
What have they had for breakfast? Cheese. They are on it at the moment.
Jeez.
They
I don't think
they
they
wanted
only
it
had
last
cheese.
day. They wanted though. They wanted the best of three, mate. That was it. For TMO, Human is down. He hasn't got much, but he has the opportunity to get back on towards his crate. So he gets stacked and loaded. And Vis coming in that sort of north side from him. S8UL dispatching the team. And he finds himself, though, the fashion god all by himself.
भाई
Packing up his
नेमेसिस
gold
वाले
car where he
बिल्कुल
left it.
एकदम सर्वाइवल पर
Mark,
नेमेसिस
it's
वाले
not
जा
a story
चुके
of
हैं
if you can get the
उनको मतलब ही
maximum
नहीं है
amount of
भाई
reps in, you play all 3 days on purpose, and then
बिल्कुल उनको मतलब ही नहीं है
Don't give us that. Jeez.
nah,
देखा
the best of 5s is rough here, but a top 3 is
अभी भी split
it's gonna
बना कर
be
रखा
hard,
है।
but Let's
हाँ
see
अभी
where
भी
we
बना
end
कर
up
रखा है
going here
रिकॉल
with
पर ही
the
बैठे हैं
southeast shift here. It
अभी
still
ये
has
लोग
some
रिकॉल
load
पे
on
खाली
play,
अच्छा
which
ऐसे
makes
ही
it a
बैठे
little
कोई
bit
आएगा
easier
तो
for teams to
बताएंगे उनको
predict
ऐसा
where this next circle goes. If we get a southern shift where it still has a lot of water,
दो
in,
इन्होंने यहाँ छोड़
that's
रखे हैं
effectively
दो
gonna
वो जो
already tell where fourth circle goes. April goes down to red zone. That's
एरिया
so
है
unfortunate.
शूटिंग
Now
रेंज
everyone's
का
kind of
वहां पर
looking
वो
to
दो
see if they
प्लेयर
get
हैं
that flush.
अच्छा शूटिंग रेंज वाला एरिया उन्होंने छोड़ दिया अभी कंपाउंड में आ गए
Being hunted now. The red zone might create some craters, but
अरे
it looks like it's now
सर्कल
creating
नीचे गया
drains.
भाई
Team Nemesis have to get moving.
वो
as
जो
they
लौंडे
did
सबसे
take
लेट में
the
आए थे
role of the
सबसे
dice
लास्ट
to go
रोटेट
towards
करके आए
that
थे
north, and the zone
अभी
does
उनको
go
फायदा हो जाएगा
south and southeast
Oh.
again, so we still hold on to that river
सबसे
bed.
लेट में ये लोग आए थे ना
I've seen a
आरएल
few of
वाले
these,
और
these
ये
can be
कंस्ट्रक्शन
horrific
वर्कर्स
zone
ये
endings.
नो टैग टीम और
No
नेमेसिस
tag
लेट्स
on
गो
the outside, but they won't be here for long, so they might be looking and scouting to see if they can take any more of this off as they put the car safe just for now.
Let's be real here, though, Mark. This next circle goes northwest.
अभी टाइम है
and
ना
Starry Skies,
अभी
and
टाइम है
Boss
ना
is
इतना
looking
हड़बड़ी करने की
extremely
जरूरत
poised for
नहीं
a lot
है
of points here. P. Bruin
आगे आगे
already
आगे
in
आगे
now.
आगे
Red line is
Nemesis
losing
वाले
more
आगे
players. So unfortunate. Now it's
नेमेसिस
just
वाले
down to
आगे
Cox. And the teams on the
EMO
northern
का वो
side
एक
there
लौंडा
are
बाकी है
gonna try to
He-Man
get in. Filfer's got a
उसकी
really good
पोजीशनिंग
rest
पता
timing
होगी
off
क्या
this
लगता
one,
है
yeah. And that means that
आई गेस पता तो
SAQL
होनी
might be able to
चाहिए
get all four
ये
guys,
बाल की भी तो हमने
standing into this
प्रेडिक्शन
one.
करी
It
थी
makes
ना
them
बाल
fast
वाले
and
भी तो
blitz
रोटेट करके आ
flush.
रहे हैं
That's
उधर ही से
unfortunate. Now go next, and Boss is going to have some fights here with this. McIntosh goes in for a flush onto Fine. That's
चैट
so
लाइक बटन
lucky
दबाते
for
रहे
him to,
and hit
be
that
found this
subscribe
way.
button. Thank you so much everyone for joining.
This is subject to this, though, no, right? Yes, a lot of these teams now fighting for what's left of the terrain that's defaulted before you get creative and make your own. The No Tags team, a strong team. 3 kills already at the moment, and
कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स के पास एक्चुअली में बढ़िया पोजीशन है सबसे अच्छा चीज है कि उन्होंने वो जो दूसरी टीम आ रही थी ना पीछे से कौन सी वाली टीम थी आरएल वाली उनके प्लेयर्स तो वैसे भी 3 गए और उनको उन्होंने देखा भी था तो सदर्न एजेस वो तो क्लियर कर ही सकते हैं
Construction workers just going for the kills today, Mark. Placement points not going to matter. They're going to get enough points just by the kills alone, it looks like. The no tag team.
We've seen it happen, though. That was Jocko Benito's game plan 101.
Yes,
it was just kills, kills, kills. The construction workers maybe leaving it a little bit to the last day. They're like, actually, guys, we're pro players. We shouldn't be contending like this. So let's just go make it happen. And I've got to give them benefit of the doubt. They're looking strong already.
Yeah, looking good. Also be able to chase some of the teams that they know is going to come in slow and maybe play a little
ग्लाइडर
bit
पे
more
मोटार
scared.
देखिए नो बेबी
So punishing that's good here. Ghetto Gang now trying to clean this up with the X-Howl still having Odom and Vasey inside. Do they know his
यहाँ
exact
तो सबसे
location?
पहले लड़ाई हुई थी
He's just going to get found. It's easy peasy. And now with X-Howl.
आज पूरी बिंग्स जनता आई है इधर सही में जरा W's दबाओगे चलो तुम लोग मोटार की बात कर रहे थे मोटार आ गया
But now Boss with a mortar, Mark. Where are we going? Where are we heading?
Ad बहुत आ रहे सही में
Towards
You're going to a garage, isn't he?
नॉर्मल सेटिंग है जैसे
gas station potentially.
नॉर्मल सेटिंग होता है वैसे ही है
Yeah, gas station, garage.
Yeah. Or
ये
it's
लो
open.
Right.
Oh,
तुम्हारे लिए मैं बिल्कुल
okay.
बंद कर देता हूँ एड्स
wow, that's actually
जैसा आप
really
कहें
good.
भाई जैसा आप लोग कहें
So
नहीं कमाएंगे
that's one or
पैसे
two ticks further. So
ठीक
the
है
rest actually did come off. Now he
चलो,
just needs
बंदी
to
कर
survive a
दिया।
little longer. And this next phase, as we talked about, is going to pop away from the water side to that northwest side here. It's straight north, basically, keeping everyone in that's already looking down some of these hardcover compounds. The teams that's still inside Rorschach west side is going to have to make moves here. SAQL actually has tons of space on the northern
हमने
side.
वार्ड को देखा था ना
So they
मारते
might
हुए
be able to fill the backfield
नेमेसिस
for Baldini
अगेन
and
इन द
keep out
जोन
teams like
बेबी
Nemesis, but I think Nemesis plays this
हाउस
rich
वाला
line from the west side, Mark.
नेमेसिस के ऊपर कूद जाए
Look at this,
सीधा
TMO and SAUL
देगा
going
क्या
back to a
वो
4-4
आरएल वाला
so
लोंडा जो अकेला
they
बचा
were
था
just
वो
in it
गया
for
रिकॉल
farming some
करने
points and they had a bit of a
क्या
reset.
खुद ही
Lucky
डाउन हो
enough
गया
for
क्या
them, they are back full bodies.
इसमें
Construction
ये
workers
रिवाइव
now
वाला
migrate towards
ये
that northeast, be looking to try and
नहीं,
do the
sorry.
same as I suppose everyone else is going to go for that loot. Looks to know in the
उसने
water.
किया recall.
An aquatic on us to see we're now sort of
ऑन कर दो हम
beats
सेलेंगे
himself
नहीं
on the
ठीक है
south, but I worry that construction workers have got his
मैच
number
देखना
and they're
ज्यादा
gonna be looking
जरूरी
to
है
try and
पैसे
close
तो
them out. And now
आते
they get the
रहेंगे
opportunity, but more cars are coming their way, so hunger for some more kills.
BB found a headshot, 73 damage straight down. Pickaxe is out in the distance already on this. The fix finds Sancho.
अरे
Damage done
नेमेसिस
here for
वाले
Nemesis,
चालू हो
and
गए
a lot of teams are sitting
AWM.
on control here. Sosis finds I am fine.
फिनिश
but
भी
now
कंफर्म
Nemesis is
ये
starting their
इसी
usual
पिकैक्स की
killing
लोग बात
spree.
कर रहे थे कह रहे थे भाई पिकैक्स पहले खत्म करो यार लौंडे गड्ढा बना देते हैं किधर भी एक्चुअली मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई
At the moment, for Team Nemesis has
बहुत
lost
गलत है
the
ये
zone,
गड्ढा
but
बनाने
it's a
वाली
difficult
चीज।
circle, especially on this sort of west side, as there's full
ये
open
नेमेसिस ने
terrain.
ये
They've got the
फ्रैग
level 3
कंफर्म
gear.
किया था ना, वो फिनिश इनको
The
क्यों नहीं
helmet
मिला?
and armors, not
अच्छा,
just
ये
the
किसी
one.
और ने चोरी किया
So
क्या?
he does find another one as he gets confirmation on
आप पैसे
R5
हमसे ले लो,
and
but
Sancho,
सेंटी
so that
नहीं
gives
हो
him
ना।
the opening to sort of climb the mountain
नहीं बेबी,
towards
ऐसा
the
नहीं है।
west. Love that Melbourne has
व्यूअर्स पर्सपेक्टिव का भी ध्यान रखना होता है ना। Thank you so much, Arsonist, for the 100. Love you.
Contain this northwest side here. Hal's been found here. Melman's gonna get the flush
3
too.
हो गए
That's
बे।
more points and kills coming in for Nemesis here. 3, that's good.
मेरे को लगा था
And if they
द
don't
मैड
get
आके
absolutely
नेमेसिस के
hardship
प्लेयर
away
को
from
कुछ
the
करेगा,
middle,
वो
they
खुद ही
might
निपट
have a
गया।
decent game. Now shots on the other side here. Duffy and McIntosh finds some shots on to go next, and they're out in 15th place here. No tech team on 6 kills. This is not the usual no tech team. They
मेरी
don't start
प्रेडिक्शन
breaking
देख रहे हो
out
तुम
this early.
लोग?
No, they
No
went
time
from
on
game
top.
3 onwards. Looking strong, looking strong. Definitely worth a shout out. Diffix actually hit that Exhale player on the move with an
Maybe zone catch
AWM as well. So GG's on the shot. Gonna go having to suppose go around the other way.
आप लोग एक चीज कर सकते हैं, सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हैं।
Find the Baldini
GTG वाले दो तरफ से फंस गए। नेमेसिस मार रही है, SATL के players मार रहे हैं।
some shots earlier and they actually received a knock, so they had to kind of
Finish
put a pause into
confirmed.
it. Baldini now they've got to try and hold out. We go back to this south side where a lot of the solos are, a lot of these teams are working in and mixing,
Short
just
trigger
about
thoda.
getting a med back on. The grenade does the damage though, but look at that, unfortunately is going to fall down, and yet again it's construction workers in the kill feed.
Yeah, Habibi also found a low senpai here. Mixon gets
Mixon
the
still.
confirmation onto Nail Cup, and that's WATCHPARTY getting some points.
अरे आरएल वाले बेचारे अभी तो रिकॉल किया था उनको।
Mark, that's rough now. Now we see
ये सबसे खराब होता है भाई, एकदम हवा में कुछ पता नहीं होता कहाँ जाना है कहाँ नहीं जाना है, जहाँ जगह मिल जाए लैंड कर जाओ बस। बेचारे हवा में ही मर जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है वो यहाँ पर ना, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि टीम कई सारी ऐसी होती है ना जो जानबूझ के बस रिकॉल कर देती है। उनको भी पता है कि सर्वाइवल का मौका है नहीं, बट एक रिस्क लेते हैं कि चलो कर देते हैं। हुआ तो हुआ, नहीं हुआ तो नहीं हुआ। दो प्लेयर निपट गए, एक और निपट गया, जिसने रिकॉल किया था वही बचा है।
On a big 2-2 split, S8UL on that north side, Team Nemesis on the north side. They've got to fight for some space.
नेमेसिस के पे 4 फिनिशेस है भाई।
Past that kind of
Let's go Nemesis, do something.
go into the banks, and now the
You
banks
need
are gonna
this
be
chicken
playing
dinner,
up towards
Nemesis,
that
let's
gas
go.
station. So we've got to have to start losing teams now. Phase 5, still with 12 teams, still with 37 players.
6 kills now for construction workers with 37 alive. They're fragging out. No tag team 2 and SATUL as well. It's looking good for a great start for consistency in the points here. Molotok's been found now, Baldini. They actually did crash a little bit closer towards that gas station compound. And now they're losing a little bit of players here. They do have an uphill kind of battle, but it's not in a bad spot. So I actually see them being able to take some more fights and maybe get some more points here.
Yeah, I like that position. They could have gone the other way around. They could have gone a bit more aggressive with the exposed side, but then you got the pickaxes, right? You can dig your own trenches. So as long as they hold this side, they're okay. They don't need to play into kind of Starry Sky. They just need to keep them at bay, but you'd also help and I suppose respect some of the other teams, maybe on that south side, like we've got TMO, etc., because they can potentially hold them out a little bit easier.
Mixon's been found. WATCHPARTY out in 12th place. A bit unfortunate for them, the way that they kind of got in, they got absolutely shot down early on.
थोड़ा और आगे आना पड़ेगा। वो पिकैक्स लेके उसने ऑलरेडी गड्ढा बना दिया है पूरा घुस गया है अंदर गड्ढा बना के।
For to have a little bit of a dip to be in, didn't connect just enough. Oh, that's going to be great though. Phil first, 125 damage. And now there's a lot of cover here, and Baldini, if they decide to kind of sweep in and get this done, then it's going to be good for SATUL to kind of continue that fight towards
वाले मार रहे हैं भाई। 5 हो गए नेमेसिस के पास।
Anybody's.
Love that, like, it feels like the leaderboard at the moment.
Let's go Nemesis, let's go Nemesis.
And love to see that we've got no
पूरा
tag
zone है
in
नेमेसिस
here
के पास।
as well.
मैं मान रहा हूँ
Just
मिनिमम
now,
25 सच्ची में आना चाहिए।
Find any additional players though, so
सच्ची बता रहा
going to
हूँ।
lose his tire now.
मिनिमम 25 तो आना चाहिए नेमेसिस के पास।
TMO need to breach their way in, and that's a good find from them. Not just one, but two. But Justice does go down as SAUL get an opening. Now they have maybe an opportunity, but there's only 2 bodies remaining. It's best lock and feel first.
It's going to really depend on what circle we get here on Omark. They have to have something. If it goes away from them, it's going to be rough. Gas station is still in, so that means that they can have this fight with TMO and then attack the gas station where Stars Guys is holding on to. 7 kills for SAUL. This is not a bad game, but
अब तो नेमेसिस का चिकन है भाई। अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
start things off with. That's what they're going for.
अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता भाई।
Yeah, it's not a bad start. And again,
अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
how many points can we now match?
अब नेमेसिस का चिकन है, अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता ना। मान
मान
लो मेरी बात,
आएगी
बारात
और
और नेमेसिस का चिकन डिनर उसमें लिखा होगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ आप लोगों से।
Team Nemesis out on that west. No
Nah.
one's really pushing their position.
Nah.
To kind of erupt. It's no tag team, so it has to try and take on Boars. Boars on that split, as we mentioned before, but they have to try and collapse back their way.
Good molly.
Will come over. O'Connell though does go down. The molly has
छह
got
मारती
the
है रे
good
नेमेसिस
position,
वालों ने।
and it is despite driving away.
छह मारे।
Evacuation. It's not going to be there. And
अरे
on the defensive line, but gets an opening.
Yeah, I got both picks nailed up here now. It's rough for Fix to see if he can get some more points here. Aris gets found as
ऐसा हो
well.
गया लोंडा।
Flushes here on construction workers to get Stratus some points for this. We're almost into placement points as well, Mark. It's huge. Best luck.
चैट हमारी पूरी निगाहें बनी हुई हैं।
I said UL
ठीक है,
is
हमारी पूरी निगाहें बनी हुई हैं।
Almost on double digits just by kills.
No. Just by kills, man. I can't believe we just made placement points. It is insane.
भाई सबसे बड़ी बात है, कोई जा भी नहीं रहा है उनकी तरफ ना। प्रॉब्लम ये है,
Before the storm,
कोई जा भी नहीं रहा है।
As I said before, it's windy. Doesn't quite find the opening that he wanted to.
अब यहाँ से placement point मिलना चालू होगा।
And that is a good start, let alone for the construction workers might be going a bit earlier.
Hey, construction workers गए, इतने सारे finishes निकाले पर।
They might be an aggressive
Let's
team
go
today.
Nemesis! Yes, you can do it. Let's go.
But this C4
Raise हो जाएगा, raise हो जाएगा।
beautiful setup for it. Might be stolen by Habibi actually from the side of it, but Stead now also finds O'Connell here. Rafa gets it on to Hickses here. Good game for no tag team. 8 kills. What a start for them. We should see them way more calculated in terms of where they're positioning, but not taking these big fights here. Turn on. I like that. Duffy also finds a Bibi. Big catch as well. 9 kills. Double-digit game for them as well.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them now, they've got open terrain to run the gauntlet. They've got this little hillside. If they pop on one side, they're going to have Team Nemesis potentially. So they're now trying to position themselves to find the bodies coming their way. For Phil first, he's down. Those guys, again, now pushing out of their compound. Not just one, but two. That should be Macintosh.
Nemesis वाले परेशान कर रहे हैं, सबको परेशान कर रहे हैं।
Store in, they fought a corner. They have to hold off more.
Huge chance that UL is out in 7th place here, but still decent game for them where they have a really hard circle here. Stars guys might be able to set up shop here from that eastern side, but Nemesis had to take so much control throughout this.
कितना बोला था मैंने? 25.
It's looking good for them. This
25 points
just
for Nemesis.
though, Mike. I don't really see them getting much more out of this game.
पर Nemesis वालों ने एक्चुअली में बढ़िया खेला, मानो या नहीं मानो। उनकी स्प्लिट, हालांकि जोन उनके पास ही था, पर स्प्लिट फिर भी उन्होंने अच्छा मेंटेन किया।
From them, they've come out on that sort of east side. They're trying to deny.
चलो एक स्लॉट तो हो गया पक्का।
Then they use to reach their advantage to come in underneath these teams. Styrius guys might be setting up for all the stars aligned. But they have to stay alive. They have to get the rest of these bodies outside of that garage now, back towards zone. On the south side of things, though, PBRU eventually entering in towards that zone. Now taking on Visk. He goes over the top. Stratus takes
50 पॉइंट में तो इजी क्वालिफिकेशन हो जाएंगे। 50 पॉइंट्स
right underneath their nose.
नेमेसिस अगर 2 चिकन डिनर लेकर जाती है तो 38 40 तक आप लेकर चल सकते हो ऐसा। पोजीशन पॉइंट क्या है? 1 7th पर एलिमिनेट हुए ना।
That's actually not smart. It's going to push them out of the smokes either towards him.
चैट लाइक नहीं हो रहे क्या?
और सब्सक्राइब क्यों नहीं हो रहे? Has to run through. Has to push them away from this here, so that's smart.
वापस सर्कल उन्हीं पे चला गया।
So set up shop here. I think Nabat actually knows exactly where he is with the car that's already there. So with MG3 in hand and the Mini, can he maybe jump out and strike? Oh, that's a good strike there. Gets tons of damage done. Nabat gets Matzo down, and that Starish guy looking
थोड़ा सा रह गया था।
Trying to recover from this here.
लेट गया होता, बच गया होता वो।
So they can try and recover. Still expending more heavy util. Now they're completely out, but you don't need it out when you've got some 5.56. He swings for 1, swings for the second, and we go for a top 4. Nemesis with 4, PBRU with 3. Starius guys on 2, same as Boars.
Piece of steel here for State.
5 और साथ में चिकन डिनर ना हो जाएंगे 25.
Could have gone to Pete Brew, but didn't. Nemesis, 4 guys alive, controlling the circle perfectly. Boss has 2 guys inside the house. Not too many kills on their side, but still placement points abound.
सिर्फ 5 मैचेस में? Yep.
This is looking like a 15, 16, 17 kill win for Nemesis if it's anything that I read in the script lately, that's for sure.
See what I can do. Team Nemesis, they had to fight for this space. They had the pride at the beginning, but the zone shifted away from them. 10 kills. You can hear the big boy guns singing their song. Starry Skies, they had to get across here, but they pushed themselves out now towards that east. So that means Nemesis have the freedom to kind of control.
क्या बढ़िया स्ट्रेटेजी है भाई. पहले जोन डालो फिर ग्रेनेड डालो. 2 दिन बाद अब बेजी भाई को ही आना पड़ा खेलने. सोलंकी भाई फिनिश चोरी कर लिया उसने.
Yeah, Mummy couldn't play or something like the lines of that. So Norkis is playing. Obviously, Norkis has a high-level experience here, so good to see him coming in as well. But he's usually their 5th player. And
yeah.
Wow. Might have been another knock here. 6 more bullets. Can do some damage. 11 kills now for Nemesis. Where do they end up? 15, 16, Mark? What do you think?
I'm saying there's 6 more bodies left.
15, exactly.
Right. So, where can it end up? What, they're on 15 points at the moment.
हमने पहले ही बोला था भाई.
They're going to get a handful.
25 points. और 4 में से एक और चिकन डिनर जो नेमेसिस का होगा. और फिर कट ऑफ 35 to 40 के बीच में हो सकता है थर्ड के लिए.
I think Boars might get a couple of them as well, so they miss out a few kills. Starry Sky will go up. This is a Team Nemesis game now.
Yeah, easily. I do not expect PBRU to get that much on Boars. Maybe we'll see. Those smokes are pretty good from them.
अभी आपस में लड़ लेंगे. वो आराम से चिल करेंगे.
Now forced to fight each other. Luik finds one. Now Nemesis is about to come in and commit a little bit of utility maybe to get some of this cleaned up.
उनको तो वैसे भी पता है बढ़िया चिकन आ रहा है हमारा.
This is the time to commit a little bit of just get those more points.
बच गया.
That's a good one here. Marshall does find that bat here. That's good for Boss to maximize.
डाल दे भाई डाल दे. पता चला नेमेसिस वाले ले जा रहे हैं वो भी.
What's going to happen, right? I think for Nemesis they want the points where they can, but it's not going to be the case. They go around the other side. Boss does get the opening. Good play from them. Well, they're going to fall. It's going to be 4th place for them.
कैसे बच रहा?
Team Nemesis. The barrage of fire comes in. Diffix knows there's going to be a danger coming from that south side that he has to reposition. Marshall does get one. But
अरे कैसे बच रहा है?
Before the car hits the deck though, Starry Skies get extinguished.
Just covered towards the guy on the roof. I like that. Marshall's obviously already knocked there. So Louis
can finishes
maybe maximize and get one more point out of this one here. One great Molotov flush here, but still 13 kills, maybe 14.
क्या लिख रहे हो वैभव भाई ये क्या है?
Start things off. We said it from the beginning, Mark. There's no way Nemesis doesn't make it today.
3 में से 1 slot गया chat.
Game, that's beautiful. Nice. And to sweep this one in and get the P90. 14 kills for Team Nemesis to take the first chicken dinner.
24-point game. There's nothing to shy away from. Yes, they had the zone, but the zone shifted away.
जहाँ prediction नहीं सही होनी होती है, वहाँ prediction सही होती है.
And on top.
Oh boy, they woke up angry, didn't they? That was them looking fantastic on the northwest side and not
क्या कहते हो chat फिर 25 बोला था 24 आ गए. क्या कहते हो chat?
I thought Everlong was going to be able to
फिर चालू कर दे फिर support करना चालू कर दे.
Martin, but they didn't. That flash really came back to bite them.
Yeah,
support करना चालू कर दे या क्या करें बताओ?
Maybe he thought that it was a guy, proning or
क्या करना है?
And then he went for the shot with the Saiga instead of then he was on the other side too.
क्या करना है बताओ?
Unfortunate, but to be honest, all this chasing, all the cast that's kind of going along with trying
एक ही मैच हुआ है. नेक्स्ट मैच में तो मैं चलो मैप देखकर फिर प्रेडिक्शन करेंगे ठीक है? मैप देखकर फिर प्रेडिक्शन करेंगे.
Ended up being more kind of evened out fights.
एक और मैच हाँ नेमेसिस ठीक है एक मैच में कर गए एक मैच में निकाल दिया 24. But I feel कि वो मतलब फर्स्ट मैच में 24 पॉइंट निकालने के बाद कोई इतना भी नहीं है कि वो थ्रो कर दे और वो 40 का मार्क ना क्रॉस करे अगले 4 मैच में. मतलब 24 निकालने के बाद अभी उनको कितना चाहिए 40 तक पहुंचने के लिए? 16 पॉइंट चाहिए. 4 मैचेस में वो 16 नहीं निकाल सकते, ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है. तो चलो 3 में से 1 स्लॉट गया नेमेसिस का. नेमेसिस ले गई, अब बचे 2. कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर 1 हो गई और
well, that was successful. Let's just do that again.
ये उल्टी दुनिया है, यहाँ सब उल्टा ही होता है, हाँ ना?
Please.
कल हमारे 5 में 11 थे.
आज 1 में 10 है. But for Nemesis, it's 24 points that stick up against it. No tag team with a good bundle of points as well. 11 going their way. Balls with 10.
ये बताओ ये X कैसे मिलता है? X कौन सा X भाई?
So everyone's chosen violence for the first game, and if this is how the rest of the day is going to be, I'm okay with that. I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't be on the receiving end of any of these teams. That's was angry. It's looking like
आज
it.
प्रे
and
करो
that's,
नेमेसिस डोमिनेट करेगा और कैसे डोमिनेट करेगी भाई
I really like that
24 तो हो गए
went for. I think they could have gotten
XP,
a little bit more
chat
out
करने
of
से,
it. It
super
wasn't
chat
for them
करने
having
से,
that prolonged fight with
वैसा।
TMO. Fortunate for both of them, they actually ended up getting multiple men back standing here. I said you're getting back to a 4, but that delayed them so long that they couldn't really fight for anything else but the northern side.
And of course, Silas almost hitting the 1K club. I was bedazzled by Luik's picture there for a second. I was like, is that AI? But no, maybe he just looks that good. But Silas almost 1K damage coming on in here from him. And that's interesting for me because Starry Skies, yes, they had the garage. Yes, they were, you know, surviving into the late game. But it feels like they didn't get much for that damage. I feel like you should be getting more points off the back of that.
This will make you laugh.
कितना गैप होता है वैसे एक और दो मैच के बीच में
He said,
इस हिंदी कास्टिंग करो क्या पता काम कर जाए हिंदी कास्टिंग करो ए तुम लोग ऐसा मत करो मजे कर रहे हैं हम लोग वॉच पार्टी में बातचीत चल रही है सब चंगा सी आप लोग देख रहे हो आप लोग को मजा आ रहा है अब तो हमने एड्स भी बंद कर दी है अब क्या दिक्कत है भाई लेकिन क्या ही जोन बनाता है यार ये मतलब जोन भी बना एयर ड्रॉप भी मिला उसको AWM भी मिल गया सारी चीजें रिकॉल को कितनी देर तक उन्होंने गार्ड किया है और दोबारा जो एयर ड्रॉप गिरा वो भी नेमेसिस के पास गिरा वहां से P90 उठा लिया
focus team and then they win the game. We're back with the production blessing here, Martin.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we get for the next one here. That's going to be good, but yeah, Nemesis, obviously, the home turf circle was great for them.
Ads on kar lo bhai, nahi theek hai.
As you said, Mark, they had to chase, like this circle especially, they only had half the team in, they had to kind of make moves, but the way that they approached that ridge line that we see here apart, the way they approached that to set up control, to kind of make sure that that northwest side along the whole ridge line was theirs, and the amount of kills they got from there was the reason that they won this game.
Jersey देखी क्या कौन सी
Definitely
किसकी
smart.
जर्सी
Take a look at some of the final moments
Soul
of
की
this as well. I suppose it doesn't help the rest of the teams around them that they
Soul की
suddenly
नहीं
have
जर्सी
an arm in hand, suddenly have this much room to work with, suddenly have the utility still available to them as they push around.
पोल इस बार के कैसा लगा था बढ़िया एड्स लगा लो गेम्स के टाइम बंद कर देना
and the deployable cover that they throw at balls, they had it all.
I think I said it during the cast.
रियाद जाओगे भाई अगर वापस मौका मिला तो क्यों नहीं जाएंगे भाई
Garage to garage sort of exposing you to a degree, but they kept Starry Sky at bay. Then you have the problem if you don't keep focus on that south side. You've seen kind of a no tag play into their position, maybe not. I think they juggled it well. They lost the zone, and it was a great game in the end.
Beyond all of that, as you can see, Melman so said nail up for construction workers trying to do some things.
Pulse बन के कैसा लगा बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया बता तो रहा हूँ
all of the usual suspects that you would expect to be able to get some of those kills, and it was efficient damage from a lot of those players as well. As you can see here, the top damage dealers in Silas, and then everybody else beyond that.
जूता भाई बस हो गया
What would actually convert to those 4 kills anyway?
Ads लगा लो भाई मैं तो वैसे भी brave use करता हूँ
You think they could have got more from it, or was it
ठीक है यार एक स्ट्रीम से पैसा नहीं कमाएंगे क्या हो गया आप लोग एंजॉय करो भाई आप लोग एंजॉय करो आप लोग लाइक करो सब्सक्राइब करो हम और वॉच पार्टीज करेंगे और मजा आएगा हम भी कंटेंट क्रिएटर बनेंगे भाई क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग है मेरे बैक में पता नहीं क्यों बड़ा पेन हो रहा है हेलो निजी भाई क्या हाल है जीपे देखो निजी भाई आए हैं और साथ में उन्होंने बोला है जीपे
and they could potentially squeeze a few more points. I don't see them winning it over Nemesis. I don't.
Nizi bhai, thank you so much for the 555. Can we have some W's for Nizi bhai? आपका रॉकेट को सपोर्ट करने का ये अंदाज बड़ा अच्छा लगा नहीं किसने कहा मैं रॉकेट सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं नेमेसिस को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ भाई नेमेसिस फॉर द विन नेमेसिस no tag
1 HP
and ball did he
he's running
ऐसे
revive
thank you so much Nizi bhai love you
bro I wanna push
बहुत सारा प्यार thank you so much for the 555 rupees
one HP
nice सो डॉक्यूमेंट्री रिएक्शन करोगे आफ्टर मैचेस देखेंगे अगर समय रहा तो जरूर
I'm taking angles.
Flash. He's still on yellow.
He's still on the right triangle. Right triangle.
Nice.
Full right, one of you. Guys, Silas, go for the right. Nice. Go back.
He's on the bottom side, okay?
Guys, if spokes. One guy.
भाई ये लोग कितने प्यार से बोलते हैं इन गेम कॉल्स
He's speaking about his netting. Is your
हमारे यहाँ के इन गेम कॉल्स तो चला ही नहीं सकते.
shots?
Nice.
Nice. One knocked.
मैंने टेकन में भी देखा भाई कितने शांति से प्लेयर खेल के बस निकल जा रहे हैं.
A little cheeky attempt at a crawl there as the car explodes, but unfortunately for Norkis, it ain't gonna be enough. So some
निजी भाई क्या हाल है आपके, कैसे हैं आप?
comms there coming out, Mark, as well as some
5 1 बजे
eagerness.
खत्म
It
होगा.
seems like Stars guys were very keen to try and make some of those pushes happen, but we were talking about whilst this was going on. Technically, the garage compound is very, very powerful for a lot of that game. It's just like, can you play out of it afterwards?
Yeah, especially with the transition to TPP.
इनमें से आगे रैंक में कौन आ गया?
Cards, you guys said,
किसने सुपर चैट किया होगा वो आ गया होगा.
It was key for them. They had to get rid of the any team on the north before they made the play south. If they did it early, if they tried to do a split, they would have been exposed. So I think that's why we saw.
मेरे हिसाब से फाइनल्स में ब्लैंक ये आते हैं कास्ट
because
करने.
they're more worried about, and this is what I love about PUBG. You're thinking about where the next zone is, thinking about where your next movement's going to be, because it wasn't about that fight at that time. It was always about trying to migrate towards that south side before Team Nemesis closed the door on them.
Yeah.
Is it watch party? Yes, ज़्यादा लोगों को भी
Trent
पता नहीं है कि
challenged
वो watch
the
party
big
कर
dogs
रहे
in
हैं.
their lobby like this,
But
'cause now
I hope
Nemesis
जल्दी
has
लोगों
really
को पता
kind of
चले कि हम
set
watch party
pace,
कर रहे हैं.
for a game like this, and
तो
it really
ठीक है.
didn't look like at any point in this game, Avenger, that they were in much trouble at all, which does cause some concern, I think.
Is it like Raptor में
I said
official
at the
निकासी में
beginning
चाह
of
रही
the
थे?
day,
Yeah.
You know, I said, Nemesis, let's see if they just get 20 kills and a win, and everyone else is just gonna say, guys, you get that one of the 3
आज
spots.
नीट का एग्जाम दे कर रहा है. तुम में से कौन-कौन है नीट का एग्जाम दे कर रहा है
Don't play
भाई?
the rest of the day because you're gonna mess with us, and that's exactly what's happening now, guys. I
Yeah.
can assure you that they're
अच्छा
gonna
खेला
mess
यार.
with a lot of teams, and yeah, as I
Nemesis
said, I don't
के
want to be on the receiving
defects
end
ने,
of Team
obviously.
Nemesis for the rest of the day. That's for sure because they are angry. Look at Defix; he looks angry.
Oh yes, look at him.
Defix.
With his, this is the alternate Defix, of course, out of the 2 versions. Yes, looks very angry indeed. Also, the Phil first.
Ads के बारे में बार-बार बाबू अब तो ads बंद कर दिए मैंने.
UL also getting a
अब
big
तो
game to start things off because they
YouTube भी दे रहा
likewise
होगा.
got
अच्छा
also
जब आप
messed
ad
with
बंद
the
करते
rest
हो
of the
तो भी
lobby.
ad
But
आते हैं
now
उसका
it
पैसा
is time
YouTube लेके
here to
जाता
head
है.
over and over to Miramar. Avenger and Mark. take it away.
चलो इस
I
मैच
wonder,
की
and the big
prediction
question for
करी
me is, will we
जाएगी.
see the level of aggression from some of the teams that we did before? It's coming from the
Constructions
southwest.
worker.
It is going up towards a northeast, but we are
पिछले
favouring the
मैच
sort
में
of
उन्होंने
east side of the map
7
down towards
points
that
निकाले
south.
थे.
So Los Leones, lots of opportunities for
मैच
teams
में
to go for
around
those prior drop spots.
21.
There's a few teams here that have to go for
Yeah.
alternate.
Mark, I'm
Construction
looking at this one and I'm
workers 21
crossing my
points
fingers
minimum.
for Prison or Patona ending here. I would love that so much, but yeah.
Hello
a little
Mogra,
bit struggle
welcome.
bus for
चलो
some of the
chat में
guys
जरा
trying to
hard
get into
spam
Patona.
करो.
We've done a couple years to talk
क्या
about here,
views
but
दबाओ, rockets
what a way
उड़ाओ.
to have with this Miramar here. A good, decent first shift here, but I do really hope we're going to have a fun circle. And also, if that happened, look at Nemesis.
What about
easy
Nemesis?
entry
वो तो हो
into
गए
Patona
qualified.
and Prison.
एक
And also,
slot दिया, बचे
when we
दो.
have these kind of southwest plane paths where it starts like this, we
हो गया
have a
भाई
lot
उनका.
of these tendencies where the first circle pops in the south.
Zone जाएगा बिल्कुल western edges
How
पे.
many teams going there?
North
shared.
western edges पर जाएगा zone.
I suppose Red Line and Go Next Esports want to take Los Leones, who don't have VP here. The rest of the teams, though, they are going to spread out.
जाएगा.
Hold on to that middle zone, and actually, for everyone, they don't go across towards that east. They go up towards that sort of power grid area. And the zone
जी हाँ बिल्कुल
comes
बिल्कुल
way
north
back to the
western edges
start.
पर गया है.
That's a dangerous zone to have.
Nemesis
Yeah,
वाले
it's not
फिर
like,
zone
we
में.
just talked about it. This is just
सही
straight
में
up happening.
domination आ रहा है
I didn't expect it to
single-handedly.
be this far southwest, but look at this. They're happy.
Single-handedly
Nemesis, Mark. This
domination
is,
हो रहा है
This
Nemesis
is
का
a
अब
way
तो.
to kind of qualify
नहीं हो
in
सकता.
game number 2. Red Line go next now. If this fight here, they're gonna have to finish this one off quick here.
Hello, Roshan, welcome. मेरी भाई कुछ करो.
There's a really big,
क्या करें?
great road to get straight into some of the high prior areas from Los Leones, and they want to get
मार
into
दे
that
Panzer
quickly.
मार दे.
Finish.
मार दे मुंह पे.
Finds a little bit of a
खुद पे
damage
ही
on
चला
Zdeno
ली.
and a knock, but also he's down to 29 HP himself. If he gets pushed quickly,
है,
he's going to
posted
get
है.
down quite fast.
He has to try and hold on here. Takes opportunity now to get the meds.
IPC पे आके आपका उल्टा हो रहा है.
Try and help out. Redline have to try and make the
नहीं,
push
नहीं,
here,
ऐसा
but
कुछ
Go
नहीं
Next
है.
Esports backed into a corner and they're starting to collapse.
Fine with a
अरे
shotgun, gets
भाई,
found
ये
by
क्या किया?
Seiko. And now Go Next, they're going to
कोई
have
cover
to
भी नहीं
get
आया,
this
उसके
fight
player
up
भी
and done
बहुत
here. Dino
दूर थे.
gets healed up, and both Cox and Dino up to 75
Max
HP.
तो
quite
देख भी
quickly
नहीं रहा
here
था,
from,
अब देख रहा है.
the first stage, so now
वो लोग
this
दूसरे
fight
को भी
here
पकड़ लिया.
rapidly
Max
evolved.
की भी
Max
positioning
though
पता
finds
चल गई.
Dino for another knock. That's a
चलो,
quick bleed here with
है.
Max also finding the barrel flush.
नहीं जिसको नॉक किया था उसी को फिनिश किया था उन्होंने. चलो एक ट्रेड हो गया.
Galaxy Sports, they collapsed pretty well. Now they're trying to find a position.
विश भाई वेलकम. अरे निजी भाई खाली जीपे करके चले गए क्या? निजी भाई वापस उनका कोई चैट दिखा चैट. दिल्ली कब जा रहे हो?
They want to try and clear this. They're just on the outside edge, so for them or red line, it's about clearing and getting into the zone because they've got a bit of a migration and they know teams will be getting ahead of them right now.
Oh, go next. They're going aggressive for this one here. They're not happy about losing a player this quickly.
हेलो चंदन वेलकम. इसका थोड़ा फॉर्मेट बताओ. कुछ नहीं, टॉप 3 आना है फाइनल्स खेलने के लिए. टॉप 3
going to be scary for the teams on the receiving end. That's a good nade potentially on the corner. Could it bounce correctly? Ah, it hit the box. That's so unfortunate. That would have been an easy knock here for Seko.
भाई क्या एंगल बनाया रे उसने.
Knows exactly where that's coming from.
It's the grenades from the gods.
अरे उसने ग्रेनेड फेंकने के बाद भी उसने एंगल नहीं देखा वहां पे.
Don't think you hit any shots at that, so I like that he's trying to be creative with this one. But go over, you get closer, and lucky enough for him, he doesn't get caught in the animation as he hits the deck.
निकल गया एटलीस्ट, वो पकड़ा गया, गिरा.
Seko gets down.
बच गया.
A lot of damage done here. I was trying to get on the... Oh, it's already
oh भाई.
a bit of a dip here to play with. But no helmet on Cox. That's scary. Oh, damage done 60 straight up here. It's down to 40 HP. With 52 damage coming in already. Seko now trying to push. Oh, Go Next is really trying to enclose this quite quickly.
This is
a setup out. Love high ground.
Sorry,
6x SLR. Look at that. That's potentially some damage done to Seko. He's down to almost half. Can more damage be connected here? That's 28 more. Does not get the knock though. Really good way for Seko to get out of this one here. As all the other teams are already trying to get into high prior positions inside and southwest of Chumacera. Nemesis already in great spots as these two teams fight and duke it out here in Los Leones.
बीच में membership की दीवार.
Yeah. Right.
नेमेसिस वालों को देखो सेंटर पे भाग गए सीधा.
अब
फिर से वो लोग बैठे रहेंगे.
It's going to be about I suppose the race towards the zone. Again, we look at this, Martin. We've got so many teams on the outside,
right? स्प्लिट बना के रखा है. उनको भी पता है कि जहाँ से वो आए हैं वहाँ से और भी जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो आएंगे. तो एक प्लेयर को छोड़ रखा है उन्होंने.
Baldini though again late, but they've also migrated to their pro.
बाकी एक है जो वेस्ट की तरफ देख रहा है, बाकी दो जो सदर्न एजेस को देख रहे हैं.
The advantage for them now, they've got that sort of west wrap. They can come down from.
नेमेसिस वाले अगर इतना अच्छा खेलते हैं तो ये लोग वहाँ से डायरेक्टली क्यों नहीं क्वालीफाई हो गए?
Exhal really trying to lock down some of the high ground spots here. It's crucial for them to get in here. This also taking another. Being on the top hills here is huge. Mixon finds a flush onto O'Connell. That's no tag team losing a crucial member here. As Robtrucks is already locking down this spot.
Hello Ashutosh, welcome to Choda Mitra family. खेलते तो हम भी अच्छा हैं, बुरा दिन.
We've got another 3.5 minutes until the circle pops here, so a lot of teams can already keep scouting and let's see if they can lock this down.
बहुत खुश Ashutosh.
Could potentially get some damage done onto PBRE.
Hello Mr. Opu.
Hey,
construction workers का chicken dinner आ रहा था.
He's hunting, and it has been confirmed out for them. Also,
तीन प्लेयर के साथ
they're obviously on looking towards PUBG. They obviously go for that rotation round, but these teams clashing. They're kind of breaching together.
फंस गया.
Be careful. They're on the side of the mountain. We had an ending here yesterday as well for Hicks though. They can try and get the spray. Spray comes out from the barrel, doesn't get the connection. The grenade comes over, but the grenade does the damage. But at least it gives him the cover that he wants. And the cover will continue to go. He needs to try and hold on.
Balak.
As well.
Welcome to Choda Mitra family.
Gonna try and collapse him. Big Nate comes back, but he doesn't need the grenade. Why? Because the barrel, it stings through. But the RU, the aggressor, now going down. Hedo Senpai, well, he gets that confirmation on the board as well. And for PUBG RU, for a second game running, they are left. Tails between the leg, and they are running. I do think it's the right call though.
Thank you.
Now to reset for construction workers. Obviously they lost one as well. So if it wasn't for that, I'd have to question whether construction workers might have been playing that way. Robtrucks though, on the other side of things, they did rotate past a lot of the commotion around that sort of Los Leones. They are in that middle of the zone now, but as a reward, they find themselves picking up level 3 vest.
मुर्दुल भाई आप तो हैं 11 महीने से तो आप
And they
हैं
do take that kind
अच्छा
of
भाई कितना
high
इग्नोर
ground, the
करोगे
high ground,
राहुल
which I
भाई
think will be
क्या
so
हो गया
key,
भाई
especially
क्या
with
हो
the
गया
zone shift. The only thing that I've got to factor now
ये
is
क्या नज़ारे दिखा रहे हैं क्या मेरा मार
there's
के
so much water
खूबसूरत है
down on that south side that
है तो
actually how hard is that zone going to shift? Does
हेलो
it shift up
Zan
high?
welcome to छोटा
Do we
मित्र
hold on
फैमिली
to the
बीएमपी फिर
water?
शेड्यूल
If
कब
we
आएगा
hold on to the water, obviously we've got the random
विकिपीडिया
zones.
पे है शायद
Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We all know
Zan
that
भाई
it's going to
स्वागत है
potentially give us and contain some of that
Maisie
water.
for
but an
ambassador
early
of
shift
Crafted
towards
India
that north,
Esports
well,
full support
they might have to change
Ambassador?
their tack. They might have to change how they look to try and play this one. And with TMO on the rotation,
Hello
they're becoming that south to south
so
east side.
Naveen
SAUL.
oh
Using the
welcome
nitrous
baby
oxide.
welcome to the
Best of luck.
छोटा मित्र family पे
Got the
membership
BRDM,
दिया
that's pretty good. He's got the weight as it goes downhill.
love
For
you
Monodog though, he's got one job, and that's to get up and over the mountain. But with
चलो चलो चलो चलो चलो चलो नेमेसिस
it can be, but
धुआं धुआं कर दो
for the
लॉबी
boys
में
of
ताकि कट ऑफ कम
SAUL,
हो
they're
जाए
making it work at the moment.
बेचारा बीआरडीएम
Gotta
फंस
boost
गया
that car, you
था
gotta get
उसको
in there
कूप से
and
निकाला
Put some
अच्छा
help
बीआरडीएम
tools
को
in one
धक्का
moment
मार
into
के
the
लेके
circle,
जा रहे हैं
but
ताकि
a
उसकी
lot of the
स्पीड
high ground
तेज हो
spots
जाए
already taken, Mark. Boss is
ठीक है
trying to get in
भाई
through Picado. It could be a door shut straight
बीआरडीएम
in their
चलती
face
भी तो
once they
स्लो
get
है
to
इतने सारे
Chumazera.
रिजेस है किधर भी फंस जाए वो
Yeah, I just worry about the timing now for this game. The best of 5 scenarios, right? You gotta worry.
ये वाला
that
फीचर अच्छा
actually
लगता है सैंडस्टोन
a game loss here might be subject to you going out. We saw it so close last week. We've seen it so close this week in all the phases. Teams a couple of points away from qualification
चो कर
spots.
रहे
Today is even worse. A top 3 only, Martin. Every game can't be a throwaway.
No, you have to put points on the board every single one. Sure, if you win 2 games, you can have a bad one, but still, you gotta have that consistency with you and keep showing up, especially inside the placements where you have a bigger chance of more kills now. Construction workers, first circle's about to pop here. Absolutely no priority for them to get into the circle early, Mark. And especially with how much water's in play and how much unplayable that's in play.
ठीक है
I understand that they are
भाई
not
सोल के
too
मैचेस
fussed
कब
about
है
it. Let's see their approach
चल
though.
तो रहे
They're going
हैं
to be coming in behind
सोल के
Kibru.
मैचेस
They're going to be
बीएमपीएस
coming
में
in behind
बीएमपीएस में तो
potentially
टाइम है
Go Next and Redline. That's also on that northeastern side.
सात
Look
को
at
है
that
शायद
circle. A little bit away from water and
जो
east of
विकिपीडिया पे
Valdemar. We've had a
मेंशन
lot
था
of endings here.
हेलो
Some
राहुल
of these teams,
वेलकम
Nemesis,
टू
big
बड़े
keen catch
भाई
me, they've stayed
स्वागत है
tight. TMO, they're going to try and come
Thank you so
underneath. But then on
और
the other
आने
side
दो
of
इसी
things,
तरीके से
for
फिर
our Voptrox, they've
और
opted
थोड़ा
not to stay
motivation
actually
मिलेगा,
where
let's
they
go.
were before. Super high ground. They've got loads of visualization. They get information. They are
भाई
committing
नेमेसिस
all
वाले
the way to
कितने
Chumacera now. They
ज्यादा
are telling us that it's going to end there, and
Lucky
that's
हैं
where they want to try and hold the compound.
सही में भाई
Yeah,
वापस सर्कल उन्हीं पे गया
Chumacera, there are also a lot of the areas here on this southern side here. There's a lot of unplayable on the
अभी ये
eastern,
लोग दोनों अभी
southeastern
भी
side of
प्ले जोन के
Chumacera,
बाहर बैठे हुए
and
हैं
outside that kind of compound where this is rocking up to. So it's
GN
gonna
वाले
go
2
away from
पॉइंट
that
पे
eventually. And if you have water
रेड लाइन
inside
वाले
the next
1
circle too,
पॉइंट
it's
पर
gonna
हैं
go away from that as well, Mark. So let's see where we end up
क्या
rocking
इन्होंने
about
मान लिया है
here
क्या कि यहाँ
for
से
this
टॉप 3
second
नहीं आ
map, and the
सकते
only map of Miramar in the day 3 of playoffs.
Yep. It's the final map for some of these teams, but it's the first time some of these teams are playing Miramar as well. One of them is Erelon, the Balti action for Ghetto gang. As they are on that migration.
Hey, ये क्या हुआ?
He drowns. So yeah, the sandstorm, I think, took an effect. That's not what they need here for their game, because they are on the outside edge of the cut-off line, but they had such a good start today.
क्या था?
It's unfortunate to
ऑफलाइन था
lose a player like that. I don't know exactly what happened.
मुर्दुल
there, but
भाई
still, might be
वेलकम
able to recover and get a little bit deeper
Thank
into
you
this
so
one here.
much
Just to find
for the
McIntosh
10
meanwhile. And
membership.
Long as we're talking about it, Mark, was
Love
it
you.
that one time? Was it a fluke, or can it do it
Thank you
once
so
again?
much.
Now Pixelic is coming in, and construction workers are trying to get an
कोई
E
recall
pickup
कर
rolling
सकते हैं
in
ना?
from Graveyard. No,
No
Pixelic
recall this
might
time.
get some
क्यों?
information. Tons of information shared to him actually here that Viz is out. And nobody's really in and below where Pixelic is.
मुर्दुल भाई
holding that, so
love
he
you
could get in.
brother
Actually,
बहुत बहुत
get a little
शुक्रिया
bit of a
thank you
safe
so
spot for the other
much
guys.
FK हो गया था
He got in and got sneaky about it. Doesn't look like Viz actually looked towards
No
him
recall?
even once. And look at that. You get a pickaxe, you get an M16.
ये हुआ ना
and
recall?
a vest that's actually
He's good.
super set. Yeah.
I think he was looking ahead as well, not kind of where this is, but the sort of valley over between them and Voptrox. That would be such a good spot for the guys to
अगर
come in.
उसका
But
card
with Pixel's
रहा-
construction workers, he's staying number 3. There's only one thing they've got in their mind.
Card
and that
रहा
is
तो
to
हो
get
जाएगा।
kills. He's making the charge.
Shift
over the top
नहीं
of
रहा
those
तो
behind
अरे
us. So I think he
बेचारा
makes a peek down,
क्या
he's
ही
in front
फायदा
of the
हुआ
pixel.
रिकॉल
He's
होके
flushed
आने
out.
का
don't know that. I mean, you're going to give away
Abdul bhai, thank you
time
so much,
for it.
brother.
Iris finds Max as well.
Means a lot.
Pyros
Love
finds
you.
Seko. I don't know if the timing is right there for Pixel. Maybe it should be when they're already
Card नहीं है,
shooting that
देखते
he could run up and the might.
ये दोनों टीम का तो हो गया जोन के बाहर ही
Probably wasn't perfect here. Seko gets flushed.
पर जीएन वालों के पास मौका है कि ये फाइट को निपटा के निकल जाएं ज्यादा दूर नहीं है चुमासेरा के पास ही तो है
Circle closes now and sure effects
चुमासेरा वहां से ज्यादा दूर नहीं है लॉस लियोन से पहुंच सकते हैं वो ये
Pasha
सीधा
finds
कंस्ट्रक्ट
Archer.
अरे
This is crucial,
ये सीधा
crucial
फ्रैग लेने जा
information.
रहे
They
हैं
see
क्या
the knock even. And Fex is committing 3 nades as well.
पर
Easy
मारेगा
peasy for
कैसे?
these guys. Naleb's been found in the mid-air. And this is
चढ़ना तो पड़ेगा ऊपर
a
फिर
little
भी
bit of bodies here and construction workers already.
Rest of that value he's talking about is so key. There goes the first grenade. Doesn't go out. Just fly over the top. Have to try and hold out.
टाइम पर वो रिवाइव हुआ
and has to try and back away. Strategisto looking to try and reinforce
रहा है
his position, as they have to be
हो रहा है
careful
recall
though,
शायद
because teams will start to push. The zone goes
शायद
down
हो
towards
रहा
the
है
south.
फोर्स
Nemesis
ने
opted
रिकॉल
to
कर
stay
दिया
and
शायद मेरे
they
हिसाब
find
से
themselves in a good
नहीं किया अभी
spot,
तक
but they are really,
यार फिर सर्कल नेमेसिस पे चला गया
16 teams
कर दिया
migrating
रिकॉल कर
south.
दिया
And I can tell you right now, looking at this circle, goes away from water and it goes away from where this is. Nemesis is set for so many points. Mixon finds the confirmation onto Fex here.
क्या कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स का चिकन डिनर आ रहा था बेचारे रिकॉल होने के बाद भी कितना मर रहे हैं टीम एलिमिनेट हो गई क्या नहीं एक बचा हुआ है
Everlong. And they're going to have to move
भाई इस मैच की प्रेडिक्शन तो बढ़िया हो रही है मेरी
through Boldanini and potentially Pibro as well, depending on how deep they
एक
go.
ही बचा है
Nemesis is
कंस्ट्रक्शन
really
वर्कर्स का
poised for this one. Smart from SAUL to come in from that southern side, but let's see how deep they can go. And also Gedogang controlling that southwest side where the water is too. They might have a good game.
PUBG की विजिट पे जवाब आने में नहीं यार तुम लोग समझते नहीं हो मोबाइल में गेम इसलिए है ताकि वो सिंप्लीफाइड रहे इसके लिए वो गेम है
Yeah, Uzi doesn't help out. Justice though will fall for this one because though at arm's length he can't really provide the cover, and I suppose the knocks and flushes that is needed though. Justice does get found. And they quickly see him on that mini map though. He's gonna have a look there. If they do try and charge their way, they might get exposed.
This is not a bad area for them, but let's see on construction workers. Last player here from VAD. They had a strong start in the last one here, but now so far 0 kills, 1 player left standing. VAD's an absolute amazing player, but I don't think he can squeeze more than 1 or 2 points.
और कितने मैचेस हैं इसके बाद 3 और अरे यादू भाई
So Sadiq, I think he's just trying to control his area as the glider swings by.
जोन में नहीं आया ना
You are surprised.
अरे ये नेमेसिस वाले
always airborne. They're not quite in zone though, so let's be cautious. Let's think about what they could do next, because it is going to be kind of a step over.
Nine.
Yeah, they're going to have to get into this southern side here and get
चलो
a little bit of space up and ahead of them here. They could,
but नेमेसिस वालों को क्रॉस तो करना पड़ेगा
a little bit further and get a little bit further south, but they don't think they have the
ये
full
तो मुश्किल हो
information
गया
from the. Let's see what Aduzi and the guys.
अब तो नेमेसिस वाले वहां से हटेंगे नहीं अब वो तो उधर ही बैठे रहेंगे
Nemesis is really greedy with the amount of control that they're having here.
ये तो पक्का हो गया वो उधर ही बैठे रहेंगे वो
with a little bit of a fight here. The backup is coming from Hello My Bad and Louis. Meanwhile, him and also find Quintex here. I do remember Easy finds Marshall.
It's a nice play for them. Really nice play for them. The air burst was perfect though.
वार्ड बैठा है दूसरे साइड पे हाउल को वैसे थर्ड पार्टी कर दे वो
away, and that's coming from our Vopstrox team that moved
उठेगा
over
वो
towards this side.
जोन तो गया जोन सदर्न एजेस पर गया
south here, so for Vopstrox now they're going to be one of these
सदर्न एजेस पर गया चैट
they're
जोन
going to have to do the mass migration. XL getting the knocks but not getting those confirmation. Vorex
उठेगा वार्ड
does get the knock. He looks for the second though. He gets the second now. He might swing though as he goes for the swing of the first. It is a clean sweep. Blist and Vorex though were clear on boards and they will fall 16th place.
That's huge. This is like the game.
सेकंड वाले 16th पर चले गए भाई एक ही मारा केवल
leapfrog straight into P-Brew and have another fight with them because they are so
वार्ड
far
उठ के
outside
थोड़ा
the
बहुत
zone.
दे
They've
दे
got to
तो
make a
भला
move here. 20 seconds until this next zone starts pushing them. And phase 4 chunks quite a bit, 3 damage per second. Next one goes to 5. So they don't have a plan is already set up to get into the next one here. That's going to be rough for them, but a lot of teams outside of that northeast
अरे यार ये जोन
I think they've seen Pyros and they know that there's players out here mixing trying to shut
अरे वो
that
लौंडा
down.
छोड़ ही नहीं रहा मिलमैन
No tech team looking great inside this hangar here. Nemesis
ए मेरे हिसाब से एक सिंगल बीआरडीएम में ये 3 लौंडे निकल रहे हैं
That's very greedy. I don't let's see if it pays off for them.
3 लौंडे निकल रहे हैं 2 लौंडे निकल रहे हैं
They can't hold out though. Biss gonna try and hold out
देखना पड़ेगा.
One of the side spray will go through.
हाउस वाले निकल गए पर वार्ड ने कुछ भी नहीं किया.
Line of sight on. And so now
उसको भी तो जोन में आना ही है. कैसे आएगा वो?
It's enough. And for the guys, I suppose they kept him at bay, but now they're going to try and focus back on the other side as the teams have to try and move their way in.
फंस गए.
Oh, M5 finds Molotov. It's a little
फंस गए.
He's got this on a lockdown. Sancho finds a doozy also. When you have multiple just spraying into a few smokes here, it's inevitable that you don't catch a few strays with those bullets.
भाई हमारा मेरा मार सच में खराब तो
trying to
है.
make the most of it, but 2 knocks and blue zones being hurled at them. Rest is coming out, but yeah, can they survive for long enough here, Mark? That's the question.
Might be a
मेरा मार का कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा.
They've got a bit of space now. They're on that
सेंटर
sort of
ओरिएंट का
south
फायदा
side,
है.
so
बीच में
they will
वाले
be
D2
happy
इधर भेज दो.
as they will now try and hold out, or I suppose keep as many teams.
2
as they
ग्रेनेड है
can
इस पे. मार
at
सकता है.
bay.
ओए
Be careful.
नहीं भैया थोड़ा.
So now try and hold out.
भाई क्या
as well.
गलत हुआ बेचारे के
And so
साथ.
these dips and crevices will try and play
कितना
as best they
clear
can.
angle
Buckshots,
था
they're having a bit
मारने
of a
का.
worry game. They did make the migration. Yes, they did lose the zone, but they are
सारे
maximising
शॉट
out on points, Martin.
वॉल पे लग गए
Here we
भाई.
are. And let's see if Viz and the guys here can get it a little bit deeper and get some more
Ward
kills.
अभी भी है
Bumfuck's
पीछे.
keep
मारो
fucking
भाई
ahead of
उसको.
them, below them, but still they've gotten Vard inside the compound. The sneaky snake is
सुन लिया. आवाज आ गई.
Not sure.
नहीं आई.
Paints
नहीं
out
आई.
exactly where he is. He's at least giving up some
पड़ेगी
space
इसको.
and his back to him. So let's see if
नहीं आई.
Vard
उसको आवाज
strikes
नहीं
here.
आई.
Next circle does kind of contain this upper ground high lip that
भाई
Viz
नॉक
is
एंड फिनिश
working
सीधा
with.
कर सकता है वो.
Fantasia goes down meanwhile for Everlong here. We
कर
still
दे.
have 14
फिर गया
teams,
जोन.
46 alive.
नेमेसिस वाले
Vard is-
घूम रहे हैं.
Vard really wants to get 1 point here. That's 1. Gets 1 knock here. Flush also confirmed. He paints. That's a really rough and annoying time for that to happen to him. And Vard
Yeah,
continues his
Nemesis.
strike onto Viz.
क्या
It's
जोन
quite
है
hard for the
भाई
guys.
ये.
They were trying to reinforce that sort of southeast position, but
चलो.
obviously,
Wow.
the
Good
construction
try,
workers getting
construction
involved,
workers.
He got a point.
मैंने
But
कहा
it
था इनका
wasn't
चिकन डिनर आएगा.
as
पर it's
rewarded
okay.
as game number 1 for
एक
construction
finish के
workers,
साथ
but
eliminate
at
हो
least
गए,
they're
कोई
not
दिक्कत
going
नहीं.
out with 0. Fizz gets focused back on the other side. They have lost the zone.
Chat,
before, and now they have to
5600
sort of
people's
look
watching.
on.
People's
Problem
नहीं
for
होता,
them,
people
they
होता
haven't
है.
really got a stopgap
Make sure
here. They're gonna
to
have to find a
subscribe
position
for
and get
more
off this
watch
high ground.
parties.
And I feel
I
like
hope
where it's
आप लोग
calming
enjoy
down,
कर रहे
there'll be
हैं.
a
Like
number
करें.
of teams focusing on their position.
5000
I
likes
think
तो
they
आप
got
लोग
a
कर ही
little
सकते हैं.
lip to work with,
ये तो
but
रोस्ट
after
का है.
that, it's absolutely done. They're going to have to
पता
get
नहीं
down,
यार.
maybe fight out
नेमेसिस
the
का
trucks or Baldini.
रोटेशन एक्चुअली में काफी बढ़िया था. तुम सोचो वो लोग कहाँ थे.
The warehouse.
वो भी बिल्कुल एज पर थे. उनका एक प्लेयर बिल्कुल ईस्टर्न एजेस पर गया. वहां से एक प्लेयर को उन्होंने गाड़ी लेके जोन के अंदर भेज दिया. बाकी जो 3 प्लेयर थे वो भी जोन के बाहर थे. तो नेमेसिस का रोटेशन काफी फास्ट है.
So that's information given away here. If they're matchlock checking or
रोटेशन फास्ट है. उसकी वजह से उनको जगह भी मिल जाती है. इंफॉर्मेशन भी मिल जाती है.
And it's pretty dead center. So let's see if they turn around or continue kind of for their.
और सबसे बड़ी बात,
उनके
उनके आसपास कोई आता ही नहीं है क्योंकि सारे तो एजेस पे फंसे हुए हैं.
Phil first, a doozy also down. Oh, it's falling completely apart for S8UL with Nemesis striking.
This south side is rough because it's just exposed, and the thing is, they're not getting to the position to be able to dig down and find their own trenches.
भी जा किसको रहे हैं,
Nemesis
को जा
has
रहे
a
हैं.
full line of sight for the guys. So S8UL tried
भाई
to
देखो
extend
नेमेसिस
their
के
way in,
प्लेयर्स
so
को
Steve
देखो
obviously played his way forward,
कहाँ
but he
है
has to be
भाई.
careful here because Go Next Esports is
वो
just in
एक
front of him.
पूरा
No one
ईस्टर्न एजेस
looking for that
रोक कर बैठा हुआ है.
reinforcement. Steed on the other hand though, looking for kills. I think we said in the pre-show, the guys were upset that people weren't coming and taking head-to-head fights. It looks like construction workers, Team Nemesis wants to take the fight to the lobby.
नेमेसिस वालों चिकन निकाल लो एक और.
Now needs to clean this up from P-Brew. Oh, shots come in now, striking on Sosa. That's Arton and Viz. Last player here from Viz here might be able to get another one. That could be a flush coming in.
मैंने क्या बोला? नेमेसिस वालों चिकन निकाल दो.
Too far. Micah finds X-Razor. And now Diffix is going to have to make moves. First, get Arton down, but also get the res up coming in as well. Oh, Everlong losing players as well here, Mark.
They are losing
वो
players.
रिवाइव कर लेंगे.
Losing a vigilant as
की
well.
बात रिवाइव कर लेंगे. वो
बहुत is down.
बहुत हीट लौंडे हैं वो.
Did have the recall, but
कर लेंगे रिवाइव वो.
I don't know how long. Blister's fired one, opening grenade for him. Rest of the guys have to try and wait their way through. The zone is going to shift on as we go from more of a donut approach. A great, actually, for no tag teams. They are in the center. Get again. Maybe the opportunity now to try and get those reses on before the zone starts working its way in 50 seconds.
Oh, I said you all on 12 here. Novus finds Aris. Anybody's also confirmed here. Now TMO with this zone shift here, no tag team still sitting inside this hangar. Someone's gotta realize, someone's gotta say, no tag team's only 2 alive. We can breach this, we can make things happen. Melman finds Nitro on Star Skies. Silas did get the confirmation on to stay it, and obviously got a knock there. I'm not sure Nitro's going to be safe there. Now shots are coming in.
बिना जोन के कुछ नहीं हो सकता भैया. नेमेसिस वाले फिर आ गए जोन में. उन्होंने अपना लॉन्डा रिवाइव कर लिया क्या?
Looks like a good game for WATCHPARTY here if they have read the lobby correct here, because they are the only team in the northern side that could potentially push on the north to get it. Sunflower finds the map, and now TMO trying to make a mad dash.
यार बिना जोन के कुछ नहीं होगा. थोड़ा सा जोन का एडवांटेज चाहिए होगा. भाई कहाँ हम लोग ड्रॉप लेते हैं और जोन कहाँ बनता है? बिल्कुल अपोजिट. बिल्कुल अपोजिट जोन बनता है. नेमेसिस वालों चिकन ले लो यार. 50 पॉइंट कर लो तुम लोग, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. ले लो 50 पॉइंट कंप्लीट कर लो.
Oh man, Nemesis, so many teams encroaching around them. Vorix finds the bat here. Prop Trucks is really jumping placements with this one.
Membership कैसे लूँ? अविनाश भाई already आपके पास क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Tie on 10 points currently. 2 teams on 11. So one big game here if you're a mid-pack team right now would propel you straight into that second place. Bob Truck's already gotten space inside. Look, so many teams on that south side. Baldinini also looking good for controls in the west.
मार दो भाई, सबको मार दो.
सबको
मार दो. 20 finishes में खा के चिकन ले लो. खत्म करो मैच.
Fighting for the same space here now.
खत्म करो भाई. मारो नेमेसिस वालों, मारो.
Exile is also looking to strike.
Yeah, Exile find one as well. So forget a gang. So a little bit of a filler here. There's Exile looking to try and move into this position. Baldini forced him this way to a degree. Does come in front, and unfortunately he's down. Iron Fire pops out the other side of smoke. Does get the knock as he can. Though have to juggle again. Fights on 2 sides. For me, the only winners here are going to be Baldini and potentially Team Nemesis.
अब support करके देखो.
They are fixated on these players that are coming in from the south.
Chat क्या कहते हो?
Great nade there, just pushed it into and behind the shield now.
अब support किया जाए.
Yeah, you said it exactly, Mark. It's like
मैं क्या था उसके सामने कैसे देखेगा वो?
Oh my God!
चलो
Insane
नेमेसिस,
shots
let's
from
go.
Diffix. Just put them absolutely to bed here. Headshots galore from Diffix, Mark. What the?
He just deleted him. He just deleted him. Good.
चलो 50 पॉइंट इसी मैच में कंफर्म करने. Let's go.
Yeah. I didn't even say the last day. I think it comes down to teams who are playing.
50 पॉइंट इसी मैच में करने. चलो.
They have to take the fights of people, and I think
एक मैच ट्राई करो. ठीक है.
This is smart work here for them. Starry Sky.
तो फिर अगला मैच टीम सोल फर्स्ट सर्कल आएगा उनके ऊपर और वो रहेंगे जोन के अंदर.
Potentially holding out. Now you see the
अभी से ही फुल सपोर्ट. SATUL बेबी, लेट्स गो. अगला मैच सर्कल फर्स्ट सर्कल ही उनके पास रहेगा.
Getting a lot of damage done here. This is your time, guys. You need to strike onto no tag team.
SATUL, let's give cheat.
On the other side that you're not going to be having a direct impact with.
Soul नहीं SATUL ही बोला मैंने.
Grinding down some armor and stuff, but they're not going to be the victor of that one because Trucks are going to have to play inside the compound. They have to take on no-tag, right? I think you're right. They've got to clear this south side. They've got to take Ghetto Gang.
Next match.
They've got to find these solo players.
First circle के अंदर ही SATUL रहेगी.
Because they have knocked those teams. So I think it's a judgment, and I think you're right. I think they need to fix.
और इस मैच में नेमेसिस तो 50 क्रॉस कर रही है, ये तो पक्की बात है. और 50 क्रॉस अगर ये कर भी लेते हैं तो अच्छी बात रहेगी कि थर्ड और सेकंड वाली टीम को ज्यादा मेहनत नहीं करनी है. थोड़ा पॉइंट लेके वो लोग हो जाएंगे बोल रहे.
If they read it correctly here, if they lose Bliss from this one, it's going to be a rough game for them. But if they
थोड़ी तो पनौती पावर लॉ इतने दिनों से यूज नहीं किया, भूल तो नहीं गए. भाई मैंने बोला था ना कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स चिकन लेंगे, वो एक सिंगल पॉइंट के साथ एलिमिनेट हो गए. और क्या करूं बताओ. नेमेसिस पे नहीं लग रही है. नेमेसिस वाले खेलना जानते हैं. नेमेसिस वालों की रोटेशन सेक्सी है. देख रहे हो क्या मार रहे भाई वो लोग. क्या मार रहे. 6 मार दिए.
Coming in here, lads. That one's blocked. Take a line up now. Good hold. They had the right swing.
हो गया भाई उनके पास.
They haven't got the right angles to try and hold him down. Team Nemesis does find those guys. They try to sneak underneath them. The ridge line to his advantage. He hasn't got any util. He's got no smoke, no heavy util. The only way to get rid of the players is to stick it to them and go push down.
इसने ये ड्रॉप लूटा है क्या?
finds the
उसके मुंह के सामने बंदा डाल दिया.
Another great game for him. 140 damage from a 1K club game again for Diffix. He's such a machine, this man.
Diffix क्या खेल रहा है भाई?
He's a machine. He's a machine that needs to keep going.
ये देखो पिकैक्स. अरे भैया ये खुदाई चालू कर देते हैं जहाँ देखो वहाँ.
Literally at the moment, Martin.
Yeah, Nick Circle did take out the hanger here, so now WATCHPARTY and No Tech Team, they're going to be having this fight.
Nemesis zone के बाहर.
Points in. Good stun grenade here, gets a little bit. Duffy swings around here. Can he get the? Oh my God! Shimada also joins in, and it's WATCHPARTY completely shut down by No Tech Team, and also Baldinini from the side here. Mr. Shimada helping just a little bit.
Well, let's give WATCHPARTY a benefit of doubt. It's a 9-kill game. That's real GG.
अरे भाई साहब, अब तो 50 हो जाएगा. Chicken dinner के 10.
Looking to try and go strong back-to-back. 8 kills for them. We are now in a top 5 scenario, and there is.
यार मैंने तो ऐसे ही बोला था 2 chicken dinner लेके 50 तो क्रॉस हो ही जाएगा. ये तो सही में क्रॉस हो रहा है. अरे भाई साहब क्या कर रहे हो?
Tags get the opportunity of these teams in the south are fighting each other. They might be able to sneak on, but with the Starry Skies going down, everyone's looking but the way to the north.
तो गलती हो गया है.
Holding on to this northwest side, such well played by them here. Such a good game and strong game sense.
I love his stream was
Diffix gotten a Lynx and 3 gear once again here. Someone's got to stop this man eventually. If he continues to get 3 gear, he's
airdrop लूटाया नीचे से.
The Nemesis now with No Tech Team obviously trying to get in. Exhal is the next thorn on the side.
Lynx
and
से MR भी उठा लिया
उसने.
उसने.
Nemesis and so said that
और
he's
बताओ
right
और क्या
behind
चाहिए?
them. Or are they going to strike onto Baldinini?
एसटीएल को बोलो अगले मैच में पहला सर्कल ही एसटीएल के पास है. टेंशन मत लो. बातचीत हो गई है मेरी. Easy peasy.
Let's see what is coming to hand first, but for Diffix, for the boys of Team Nemesis, yes, they got a 3. They might be down numbers, but their position is so good.
Not वाला लौंडा पहले जाएगा.
Got to also give benefits of doubt where Baldini's over here. They have dug themselves in. They have a little bit of snake in the grass. Sunflower is right underneath here. Team Nemesis next might swing around the other side. What a nade.
Rafa goes down here. He denies. Smart by Rafa. No Tech Team. That's good points to direct competitors. As top 3, everyone is competitors. Sunflower though finds so set. It's a great nade here about Exhal. The way the circle lines up and the terrain, Exhal is going to strike onto Baldinini. They might lose Sunflower or one more player, but Melman and Diffix, they also know when to strike here. They actually got pretty good zone, pretty good ridge to work with. Shots coming in here. 2 shots towards Mr. Shimada, but nothing connects just yet.
No, he's got the ridge, but again,
Team
Nemesis, this is hard. This is an uphill battle. They've got no heavy util. Baldini hasn't really exposed much of theirs. Society gets confirmed out as a grenade in hand. Now they're back to a 2. Diffix trying to be creative. Now using the ridge line, he goes down and around. He has to be careful though. He does have the level 3 vest. He does have the level 3 helmet.
Aul wale kya kar rahe hain?
556.
Sunflower with their 6th sense. Knows that Exhal is trying to strike at his angle. Now shots coming in from KL Duan finds Odom Amazing. Exhal still 3rd place. Good game from them. Just 2 kills in it, but still a top 3 guarantees.
Kitna close match jayega paanchwa?
2v4 here. Nemesis looking so strong, but can they win this? Can they clutch this out? Melman has got plenty of 5-5, but Diffix only has a 9 reload, and that's the problem. He's going to need more than 40 bullets to take down multiple of these members.
Just needs an opportunity.
Stun वाला है और सब साथ में रश करेंगे.
Hasn't got the ammo, right?
Finish देंगे नहीं देंगे.
A little bit of change.
Zoom के बाहर जा रहे. दोनों जोन के बाहर डाउन हो गए. ओए!
Diffix will find one, but it's not enough though. As Baldini will get the win. It's 10 kills for and a 20-point game.
लेटा का लेटा रह गया भाई.
And a strong
Chat मैंने इन्हीं 3 टीम का नाम लिया था और यही 3 टॉप पर है.
All right, what a way
Nemesis,
for them to get this one in.
No tag.
Baldinini, again, the control that they had on this northwest side was absolutely beautiful, James.
ये तीनों ही
and then being 4 guys alive, considering the onslaught that we saw from the south and the west side with Exhal, with
Prediction देख रहे हो आप मेरी.
and even eventually SADUL trying to get in from that side here. They held on to that compound strong and defended it well.
I'm gonna be real. I thought we were
Prediction
gonna be
देख
on
रहे हैं
track
आप?
to just have Nemesis win every game today.
नहीं अगला मैच है सेटिवल के लिए मैं कह रहा हूँ फर्स्ट जोन उनके पास अच्छी रोटेशन अच्छी लूट.
It's really cool to see
Good
Mark
game.
from Boldanini to be able to take this, all things considered, right? With Nemesis looking as insane as they did, and actually fighting from what is technically a little bit of a lower ground position against Nemesis here in some of these final moments, but it really didn't kind of.
पर ये तो मानना पड़ेगा भाई नेमेसिस की रोटेशन
I think
top
it became
tier.
a little bit of a mutual agreement between the two teams. It was all about closing out the teams in the south. We're hold the west.
30 point institute बोलो जल्दी. नहीं अगले मैच में मैं जोन का कह सकता हूँ.
I love that
Zone या
stuck in their position, literally
Zone
dug in their position,
चलेगा.
waiting for sort of team Nemesis to be the traitor. That was an insane crossover there for
पता नहीं मुझे ऐसा फील आता है कि पांचवें मैच में चिकन होगा सेटिवल
It's
का.
all going to come down to the end, and if we look at actually what happened,
पांचवें
with
मैच
Team
में
Nemesis
chicken dinner
next,
होगा
all they
और
needed to do,
फिर
they were down on ammo, and
top 3
obviously
में आ
for
जाएंगे.
Baldini, they was able to keep stock, and that was what made a massive impact closing in the final.
ऐसा बस मेरे अंदर से आवाज आई.
Definitely. As you can see those final moments as well. So for Boldanini, a very important game there for the points coming their way. 20 points overall for them to try and shore up any kind of defense.
No
towards
tag
the top,
साथ
but
के
that
साथ
is
है भाई वो.
a brilliant way to start off a best of 5 series. Nemesis 15. They were almost at 40 points.
but Kallu नहीं आ रहे top 3.
I was a little bit concerned, as I say.
I suggested this solution for everyone. All the other 15 teams just agree, just give Nemesis one.
तेरी
slot
आवाज
to
बहुत
play as
खतरनाक
15
है.
teams for the rest of the
क्या
day.
है ऐसा मेरी आवाज
They
में?
didn't take it now. Obviously, this is
चैट यार
gonna
तुम
be rough.
लोग
We had the
लाइक बटन
idea,
दबाओ यार जरा
once we
सब्सक्राइब
saw
बटन
how
दबाओ.
well they were able to play
5000
both
लाइक्स तो हो जाने
Thursdays,
चाहिए
but
थे.
yeah, as you
पर
see
ठीक है.
here, 39 points.
8 point difference.
The second place in playoff day 3 last time
8
was 39
point
points,
difference.
guys. So are we just giving it to them? They're
भाई
done.
मैंने क्या prediction करी थी रे?
I think, you know, it's
No
so
tag,
funny because what you say,
Boldanini,
like, oh yeah, just agree
Team
Team
Nemesis.
Nemesis gets a spot and everybody else gets to play it out. At this point,
Wow,
yes, everybody
wow,
would benefit
wait.
from them not being on
भाई
the bottom.
बिल्कुल.
Like, that is a harsh reality that we have to realize here. No tag team also getting
खतरनाक भाई.
so far here, Mark, and
Chat खतरनाक.
I think that
बिल्कुल एकदम.
of course, surprise. I thought what Avenger
Pin
said was
point
kind of astute,
precision
right?
के
When
साथ.
you're looking at their position in that warehouse and the fact that they were only 2, I thought maybe it was going to be punished a little bit earlier and be more vulnerable, but it wasn't. In fact, they
0 pointer
held
अच्छा नहीं
when
है.
another team came in to try and deal with them.
ठीक है.
Especially when people came down, there's like cars blocking off a lot of the entry points, right? And the
डेली
whole
सपोर्ट करते हैं
game's like,
STL से
game
प्यार
plan.
करते हैं इसलिए
When we
सपोर्ट
go back
करते
and
हैं
look at
इसलिए
last week,
उम्मीद
don't
रखते
take
हैं
too
बड़ा तो
closely
ऐसा
the
लगे
different 7 points.
भाई
It wasn't
कोशिश
the game.
देखो
This is night and day.
कोशिश ही
You
है
know
जो
it's
लोग
what
कर
expect,
सकते हैं
what
लोग
we've
कर
seen
रहे
from
हैं
these teams. They're really, really strong contenders, and it's good to see they're able.
देखो चैट में
down
इतना
bodies,
कह सकता
hold
हूँ
location,
नेक्स्ट मैच
and kind of farm points
First
up,
zone,
because that's what you need to maximize
STL
the
के
best
पास
of
रहेगा.
And
ये
our
मुझे
team
पता है.
apparently was SAUL,
बाकी आप लोग
unfortunately
देखो.
for them. They
ठीक है.
just got caught in no man's land,
अब
Martin.
चिकन ही
That
चाहिए,
was-
वो पांचवें
that was
मैच में
not
आएगा.
gonna be transitionable for SAUL.
चिकन डिनर
No,
पांचवें
that
मैच में आएगा.
area, like when you have the 2 compounds that Ghetto Gang had on the southwest,
ये
like
वाला थोड़ा
you get
scene हो गया
countered
था.
so easily.
ये
with
गाड़ी
that.
इधर फंस गई उसकी भाई.
Trying to achieve there, but they obviously got the rest in and
Recall में
worked
काफी
out that they
time
made
भी
them
लग
as
गया
well.
था ना.
The PUDM from here, from that southern side,
बिल्कुल
sure
सदर्न
it works.
एजेस से रोटेट किया
And
था
you can
उन्होंने.
kind of,
बट
like,
फिर
get out there,
जोन
but
थोड़ा
PUDM just gets so focused, especially with both
इधर
Ghetto
उधर
Gang
चला
and
गया.
Nemesis kind of locking that out. And I don't know if the timing, the entry of the post
2 घंटे में 2
probably
मैच
not the
नहीं
best
नहीं
for them, but
साढ़े
still,
9:40 पर शुरू
were a
हुआ
little
था.
bit luckier,
10:50
let's
हो
put
रहा
it
है.
that way, with the BRDM timing. They could have gotten quite deep into this.
ये कैसे
And
मरा
it
था?
also made me think about, of course, in inverted
Zone
commas,
के बाहर.
the new meta and the
Sure.
pickaxe
Yeah.
being kind of in play, right? Because the thing is that it feels like the pickaxe is less impactful in some areas on Miramar compared to, say, like Erangel Mark, because there's so much elevation on Miramar
कह
that if
सकते
somebody
हो.
tries to dig down and hunker
Miramar
down,
में तो
they're
already
gonna be
इतने
seen
सारे
from, like,
ridges
high
हैं,
angles
तो
and then probably
चलेगा.
just gunned down in these situations.
Especially if you look at that south side of the zone, right? How much of actually S8UL would have got in? They had to get in. They had to then set up. And yes, with the Miramar, with that incline up towards that sort of north side.
Recall सब map पे
even
क्या?
if they
PC
dug
में
in,
है?
They were never going to be hidden. Especially it was either going to be Goldini on one side or Team Nemesis.
पर यहाँ
on the
रिकॉल
other.
का तरीका
So
अलग
I
है.
think it
यहाँ
comes
पर
down to
आपको
time.
प्लेयर का चिप चाहिए होता
I
है
feel like a
रिकॉल
lot
के
of
लिए.
teams, obviously, because Aaron
जो
Grove's
उसके
the older
backpack से
map,
आपको
they're
उठाना
going to
होता
know
है.
a lot more. I feel like Miramar's
Blue
like
chip,
esports map myself personally, and
precise.
it has everything to offer. It's going to take these teams a little bit more longer just to figure out actually where can we play and where can we maximize digging down.
Yeah, especially for good old Miramar. But anyway, we have our team comms ready from our Miramar, so let's listen in from the desert.
They have to push us.
Yeah, another team already drove main road to more to the south already.
Sandras!
Nice. They're too active, too active.
Hello, big shot. Right.
They're
landing on us.
They're driving left,
west
boys.
now, going west now.
They're left. They're left. They're
Might be
gonna
one guy
confuse
holding.
us.
Don't have anyone holding.
Mirado hit. There's 2 guys on the Mirado. Hit again. Mirado is weak.
One in front of me. I'll be. Knocked him.
Take it so.
Three active. Inside bottom side.
ये कार 98 और ये सारे जो शॉट्स
He's made my take my
चलती गाड़ी से ऐसे लगे ना
pushing.
Open.
Can fire. He's one HP. He's gonna die. He's dead.
क्लिप बन जाए क्लिप
Алло, блядь.
Понимаю, потерпи.
А, тихо.
Хейдую.
За щитом.
Хейдую. Я смотрю,
Ну, сзади чел в голове, блядь.
Хорошо.
कंट्रोल कितना प्यारा है भाई उसका
Он проехал к своему. Там еще один. 20 хотя бы, блядь. У меня 0 в 20 в обойме, блядь.
У меня есть дефис. Я могу дать тебе.
हाँ वेजी भाई कुछ पनौती लगा दो प्लीज अरे पनौती नहीं होता भाई कुछ क्या कर रहे हो आप लोग They never do third parties but हो जाते हैं डायरेक्ट पुश करते हैं नो इन्फॉर्मेशन लेते हैं जो लास्ट वीक से अभी तक फील हो रहा है अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं प्रेशर में मैं तो जोन का ही कहूंगा जोन के अंदर नहीं आ पा रहे हैं सबसे बड़ा इशू वो पड़ रहा है बाकी तो हो जाता है जोन इज मोर जैसे फर्स्ट मैच में जोन था तो उसमें वो लोग बढ़िया फिनिशेस निकाल पाए
It's not quite gone their way in the past. Obviously, they didn't qualify for the last final here to try and make a run for
Battle Royale game भाई जोन का थोड़ा ज़्यादा है मानो या नहीं मानो जोन का बहुत important है
and not get caught in early fights. I think they're pretty good, especially
But hey,
in a late game if it sort of
next
goes
match
their way.
for zone SATL
worry about with Baldini if they can build a momentum
अगर
get rid of the chaos at the beginning they'll be okay.
next match में SATL के पास first zone आता है
to avoid them.
तो हमारे पास 5 नए members हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे Promise.
You cannot go near them.
Gunpowder है हमारे पास तो zone साथ दे दे
मैंने
जुगाड़ कर दिया टेंशन मत लो
and then all of a sudden Team Nemesis gets a double drop
also इनके drops भी बहुत edges वाले हैं
on so much pressure across this. I'm a little bit scared now.
I mean, if I'm Team Nemesis in this game, I'm chasing all the crates just for the fun of it, right? Because if you can get full free here, you get like 2 P90s, a Lynx, you get an arm like.
जिम जा रहे हो ये कि नहीं? I will donate 10 member.
That'd be great. No, but
5 individual and 10 मृदुल भाई की तरफ से. Let's go. Total 15 chat.
32 points total. In their other games, but a win here.
Players का crash हो गया था Discord game sub.
They might be within that kind of striking distance.
इनके साथ भी होता है ऐसा.
Good last game. They're gonna make it.
True enough. No tag team keeping themselves in it as well, though, thanks to the hold over on that warehouse. Very important hold indeed to try and keep them in the running, considering it's just a 2-man as well. Very valiant an effort here as they're going up against some big names. Diffex, I don't think anybody's going to be knocking Diffex off this #1 spot here for today, Mark, but thank you for joining us, Mark. We'll let you go for the moment. Me and Avenger are going to round things out as it is time to Tago for all of these teams to tango alongside one another, Mr. Martin.
Let's go!
Chat
W दबाएं थोड़ा positivity दिखाएं
that's angry apparently and he says
थोड़ी
that I'm
positivity दिखाएं थोड़ी चीजें करें थोड़ा सा
or two kills that he had
थोड़ा सा करें
was insane. Never seen anything like
क्या गो है चलो करो W's hearts positivity pray सारी चीजें करो
obviously a little bit on the older
Shroud भी
side,
SATL
30
में
plus,
हाँ
but still able to do things in this. Yeah, I know, right? He's an unk status for sure. But he's a great player. He actually dominates quite a lot and plays so well still. So it's cool to see him be able to come in.
ये कौन सा मैप है नूसा अरे त्यागो है बाबू ये तो बहुत टाइम से है
Yeah, see Duffy a lot in those morning lobbies when I'm perusing through my streams of drinking my coffee, doing what I can.
आप लोग PUBG PC के e-sports matches देखना शुरू करो मजा आएगा आपको
Boars heads towards the twisted mind split of all
भाई एक्चुअली में बहुत कॉर्नर
Still got a
ड्रॉप
bit of
लोकेशन है
work that they
भाई
need to be doing here. And
बहुत ज्यादा कॉर्नर ड्रॉप लोकेशन है
it bears repeating, my attention turns towards construction workers who I feel like technically, names-wise, it's such a great team. I just don't see them making it, Martin. I really don't. With how kind of eager a lot of this lobby is a big South circle for this one, I feel like they're not going to make it.
Sure, but you can have one bad game and I'll still give you the chance to log in here. Buxons, obviously, they have top 3, top 4 prior to some of the greater compounds down here.
5 individual.
If I am anyone in this lobby,
ऐसे ट्यूबल on top baby. अब तो यही support होगा. प्रतिभा बोल दो अपन लोग
I've seen so many games.
अरे डीडी भाई तुम देखो.
Your entry to more circles in that direction. If we end up kind of close to the southern side here, you have a really good entry approach from it.
यही करेंगे. Nemesis वाली zone के बाहर है ना. बस.
And kind of jumping up in the roofs and still have cover
behind. बस अब 5 इंडिविजुअल आने चाहिए. मृदुल भाई तो गिफ्ट कर ही देंगे आप लोगों को.
But Nemesis, yeah.
But
I mean, again, I'm looking at the drops that they have and looking at their
कितनी तेजी में ये लोग रोटेट कर रहे हैं भाई. Nemesis वालों को देखो.
Gonna be absolutely fully aware of what's going on around because these guys are gonna pull up, drive by,
Mardul bhai, ye
they are confident now because 39 points, as I said, was second place last day 3 playoffs.
अब 5 इंडिविजुअल की जरूरत है. कौन है वो 5?
It's going to be hard.
Thank you so much, Mardul bhai. Love you. Chat subscribe करके रखें and hit that like button. 5,000 likes. We are close. मर्दुल भाई के लिए जरा W's and साथ में रॉकेट. मर्दुल भाई कुछ मिस नहीं करते. मैं आप लोगों को बताऊं. मर्दुल भाई हो गए, नमन भाई हो गए.
But yeah, let's see what happens with this one for sure.
ये वो हैं जो कभी नहीं मिस करते कुछ भी.
This is a chance for Viz. It's a chance for P-Brew and Ghetto Gang.
आज तेजू भाई दिखाई नहीं दिए भाई. तेजू भाई या तो नोटिफिकेशन नहीं गई होगी उनको. ये लो मेरी तरफ से शुरुआत कर दी गोल की. लव यू. थैंक यू सो मच. और सो मिस्ड. थैंक यू फॉर द 200.
Make a move on in for this team. I feel like they should absolutely be in Nemesis's position. They should be dominating this lobby. But now
अरे भाई Hyundai की ये आ गई.
Back with only 10 points on the board after this. That doesn't mean that they're down and out by any stretch of the imagination. And they have come alive at later stages of days, Mr. Martin, as we've seen them win out.
Zone तो फिर मेरे हिसाब से और Southern Edges ही जाएगा.
Yeah, I have high hopes for this team, man.
या फिर जैसे मिरामार में बना था.
Wrecking for a team that has been so dominant, so consistent.
Ekon Veer, welcome to Choda Mitra family. Thank you so much.
They're gonna have a good one. They're gonna have a double-digit game. They're gonna be in there. And then the consistency comes through.
आगे prediction चालू करो. मेरे हिसाब से zone maximum chances मुझे तो यही लग रहा है कि Southern Edges का ही है. जो अभी तक हमने 2 मैच देखे हैं, 2 मैप देखे हैं. Triangle मिरामार. उसके हिसाब से लगता है कि Southern Edges जाना चाहिए. एक साइड मैप स्ट्रीम लगा लो. ज़्यादा हो जाएगा ये.
They came out, they were aggressive, they used util, they cleared it quite nicely. So yeah, well deserved to Starish guys to be
यहाँ भी रशिया और से यूक्रेन होता है. रशिया की टीम पीएनसी में नहीं है शायद इस बार.
I do think as well.
भाई मेंबरशिप मिल गई. थैंक यू बोलो.
There's a big
मृदुल भाई को थैंक यू बोलो.
Before that they got picked up, and that was EWC hopes. If you don't make it into the final, that looks all the more scary, all the more deadly. After such a great recovery in the last final as well, right? Like the first day terrible, but then being able to get themselves back on the board days 2 and 3. So they're really hoping. So are all the S8UL fans as well watching around.
ओके तेजू रशर की स्ट्रीम पे है भाई.
I was about to say around the world.
नोटिफिकेशन नहीं गई क्या?
In India. There's a lot in India.
Hello Devesh bhai, welcome to Mitra family.
It's a lot of backup.
Love you.
You can see it on the social media exposure. These guys are all getting. Marshall finds Sunflower and Baldini might be going from 0 to 0 at this point if they are not able to recover here. But yeah, that's so unfortunate for them. 21 points still, looking good.
ठीक है भाई, जब तक ये लोग एलिमिनेट होते रहेंगे तब तक फायदा तो होगा. टॉप वाली टीम लड़ती रहे, खाली नेमेसिस जिंदा रहे और वो मारती रहे. वैसा.
It's such a curse we get in these games, in these tournaments, where you've done so well in the previous game, then you lose one. Even you go out in 16th. That's what we see a lot. That is what we see a lot. All of these teams looking center up at the moment. Nemesis in no rush, apparently. These guys also in no rush. I won't be surprised if any of those teams actually go for an emergency pickup. But Ghetto Gang now at the moment is looking to try and stave off some aggression coming in from construction workers.
अरे लेट हो गया, reload भी नहीं कर पाया बेचारा.
absolutely obliterated.
ना
by
reload
Varda's
हुआ,
Wolf's
ना
Specs.
पैंजर चला,
That
कुछ
was a
नहीं
brilliant
हुआ.
little pull up here from construction workers. Just keep doing this, boys. Just
Yeah.
keep rolling
इतनी
from fight
सारी
to fight.
स्ट्रेटजी
The
बेचारे ने
pickaxe
बना कर
flushes
रखी
roll
थी.
the throw.
ये करूंगा, ये
That's
करूंगा, ये
disgusting.
करूंगा,
This is
कुछ
like,
नहीं
yeah,
हुआ.
I don't have pants anymore, so let's just
कट ऑफ प्रेडिक्ट
finish
करो.
this one off.
नेमेसिस इस मैच में अगर
And
10
now
प्लस
Exile
पॉइंट लेकर जा रही है तो मैं
running
मान रहा हूँ
distance
36
here.
38 मोर देन
Congested
इनफ रहेगा.
towards the center side here, James. Obviously, some water and play, some areas still in
उसने
play.
पिकल
here.
से मार
There's a
दिया
lot of
उसको.
space. It's being hard covered here. Karks whips out the mini.
पिकल कह रहा हूँ,
before
पिकैक्स
Exile.
से मार
Maybe
दिया.
Get some more connections on some L cup. And now more shots comes out as well towards that Exile, trying to rotate through. So heavily congested towards that center side. A lot of players are playing either deep compounds with hard cover. I like that. This is also a great spot for this here, but it's a little bit harder.
मुझे लग रहा है नेमेसिस वाले काफी लेट रोटेट करेंगे इस बार. लुक्स लाइक इस बार उनका जो मोटिव है वो एज गेम प्ले का है, क्योंकि शायद उन्हें भी पता चल गया है कि मैक्सिमम टीम सेंटर पे गई होंगी. तो वो अगर एज गेम प्ले खेलते हैं तो भी उनका फायदा है. ओनली टॉप 3 विल क्वालिफाई फॉर EWC. अभी टॉप 3 फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई होंगे. EWC तो दूर की बात है, पहले फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई करना है.
They're going to have to be a little bit cautious about their movements here.
Zone closing in, James and Sturridge guys trying to get in here. They are the last team potentially to get into the circle here. I don't really see them having any prior. They need a northern shift to have a chance to getting anywhere good. Go next on that western side.
I would Tirri लेके जा रहा है.
Tirri. A little bit surprised with their approach. Maybe they're
उस्ताद
crate fishing or
Tirri.
crate scouting to see.
Gyani Vishwalai, welcome to Chudamitra family. Thank you so much.
Still playing smart, I like it.
3 more individuals.
Obviously, they got
Let's
a smart
go.
coach to help them as well. So let's see here with Go Next. Circle closing in 1 minute 30 so far for them. 3 points only. And with Redline and Everlong, big turnaround for Everlong compared to what we saw them in our playoff 1 games. They obviously went through, but they had great wrangle performance. They were actually looking pretty decent already from the start of the day.
Oh.
Yeah, only these one-day opportunities for Everlong, for Redline, for Go Next, for Voptrox as well. It is very, very scary to have to come in against the likes of the teams in this lobby with only 1 day, 1 opportunity, 1 best of 5. And Everlong was able to convert on the previous one.
ये फटेगा रेड जोन से चैट.
Twice though.
ये फटेगा रेड जोन से लिख के देता हूँ.
I've got my concerns about that because I think that with teams like Nemesis and stuff like that, it has like ripple effects through the lobby that really do cause some issues.
ये फटेगा.
They're not actually coming in near them.
ये ऊपर देख रहा है.
All the way around on that south side. But normally on a circle like this, I would have expected them to have to take a more direct route on the west, and Everlong's concerned, right? So on that west side, so they're just trying to scout
भाई
out
वो
anybody
ऊपर
that's
देख रहा है
coming
कि
their
गिर रहा है कि नहीं गिर रहा है.
Smart push here from Nemesis, but they might run into SADUL.
नहीं
That
फटा.
might be
Oh no.
it might be good for SADUL if they get the points and kind of shut it down.
Oh,
but,
Nemesis
it might
SADUL
be
फिर से.
scary because Nemesis is firing
Tirri.
all cylinders. Now pre-drive coming in here. We're
Zone
going a
बन
little
गया
bit
क्या?
deeper.
अच्छा जोन
They
बनने वाला
actually
है.
have a pretty good send here from this spot. So let's see where the circle goes.
जोन
James.
बन गया.
I feel like
जोन है. अरे भाई क्या बकवास है.
That is a hard shift here towards Nemesis of all teams.
बोला था ना सदन एजेस पे जाएगा पूरा.
It's a feature now.
भाई तुम लोग मेरी prediction देख रहे हो चैट आज की.
The gas station that Best Luck is close to is the one I'm talking about. In this,
वो
especially
एक
in
को
this
उन्होंने
circle
भेज
here,
दिया.
that
फॉरएवर
gets
वाले आ रहे
so
मार दे.
much control. And
नहीं नहीं नहीं
we have
नहीं
an
नेमेसिस
entry
वालों को
to
मत मारो
basically
भाई.
over in the
नेमेसिस
circle
वाले
here,
डोमिनेट
because
करेंगे
how
तो ही
the
तो
terrain
फायदा
works.
होगा लोगों को.
They might be going for a 2-2 split though. Let's see if it's greedy. Let's see if it works out. Everlong also
भाई
takes
क्या
choose
prediction
Nemesis.
है.
A team that's running away from it right now.
बिल्कुल.
But if you get too close to it, they're gonna strike back. That's for sure.
Yeah, Everlong just took in tail,
निकल गए
getting back
Nemesis
to
वाले.
the compound here now after a little bit of driving around. I mean, they've got
Damage पड़ा पर
themselves an
down
okay
नहीं हुआ वो.
spot, considering where our circles are likely to start shifting in just a few moments, as all of these teams try and justify position at the moment. Hobage trying to take a few shots against it, but Balls is quickly and rapidly leaving that scenario. Goldenini here, though, is now embroiled with them. What can Mr. Shimada do? Can he post the nade? Going to be going up against the Pandas. Faust if he's not careful. Maybe a 1-4.
बच
No,
गया.
Hicks does get found. And on the other side of things here, PBRU are doing some damage against Redline, so eventually these fights are just all kicking off.
So much damage happening across the board here, especially all the teams that had to go with this Western hard shift here was difficult to work with. And now Balls jousting for position here with Boldanini. And if Boldanini falls, down to 2 men now, obviously got 1 kill. But if Boldanini falls, that's the opportunity for all the other teams in our mid pack that's chasing here, James. That would be massive. Kittle and Mr. Shimada. Oh, that might be a good nade here. That might be a double knock. Even. Oh, that rolls a little bit out here. Marshall does go down to Kittle. He did find it. Molotov comes in. Shots being committed. More utility being committed this place here. Hicks has found some damage. Kittle down to 29 HP. Gotta get some help. Oh, hello, Senpai finds it.
Yeah, good off angle. Without a longer cook on that nade, I would have tried to bounce it off the vehicle and see what he could have done from there, but doesn't quite hit the mark, as you mentioned. Hello, Senpai. Still trying to do a bit more here. It's Boldanini. I don't know, man. It looks like the curse of being able to get yourself a win is rearing its ugly head here for Boldanini.
Yeah, I get another curse for Nemesis though. Second place, obviously, but still. Boldanini. In this one, now Exile. Vex finds another one here. The early
मुझे ऐसा लगता है लास्ट मैच तक जाएगा. लास्ट मैच तक पता नहीं चलेगा कौन जा रहा है. एक तो नेमेसिस का पता रहेगा, पर बाकी दो का लास्ट मैच में डिसाइड होगा.
Came straight out of the rabbit
इसमें
hole.
reload भी auto नहीं होता, तो reload करना पड़ता है. हाँ, hardcore तो होता है.
40 seconds. Let's see if we go on the west
ये तो पूरा ही hardcore है ना.
Because there's still a lot of water in play here, James, and that has
अरे यार ये pickaxe.
Once we get to phase 4.
Yeah, all the crates are out in the ocean as well, actually. So that means it's
Nemesis वाले बिल्कुल पीछे पड़ गए
on this lobby, right? Teams are going to be less kitted out. Not too often to get crates that deep into the water here on Tego.
Are they?
No, man, and the boys are just trying to dislodge anything that Redline wants to do, but there's also going to be teams rotating alongside them.
Hello,
The Redline and PBRU were already in a fight with one another.
Chat like with the 5,000 likes, let's go.
A bit of a dash forwards, and maybe a leapfrog on the other side of the road there to where S8UL is.
Oh, next circle pop here. Some water in play still, but it's going to go away from water. And as I say here, with this gas station where Adusi has had so many games on this southern side, east of Suriname, where this gas station just absolutely farms. We had a few games from it too.
Prediction on top चल रही है.
Some really competitive rank games where this is, these guys, they have to leave at one point, and once they
have prediction,
if they don't have cars and they kind of don't have an exit point, the gas station just completely shuts it down. But Adusi stays there solo, and the other guys try to shut that eastern side down to make sure nobody backfills them. I actually kind of like it. It's a little bit greedy. Let's see if it works out.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, with the previous shift, you'd expect a lot of teams to be trying to sneak
on
on the east side, and maybe trying to go
GTG
for what
they
consider to be a bit of a wider wrap on the far south of that east side. So it could be a perfect spot.
मारो भाई, कोई नहीं देख रहा है इनको. STS वाले देख रहे हैं, और कौन है? नीचे और भी हैं जो देख रहे हैं.
I think they're going to have to dip into the blue a little bit if they do.
अरे यार, एक लौंडे के ऊपर पुश आने के चांसेस थोड़े ज़्यादा हैं. और वो कहीं नेमेसिस वाले ही ना हो, क्योंकि देखा तो था उन्होंने.
Running into a fight here with Paul's trying to lead. Senpai, the guys are trying to have an entry on the southeast side. People is already there. There's so many teams on the eastern side here, James. It might prove difficult to get in. Redline, Starry Sky, Ghetto Gang, P-Brew, Balls, and kind of on the southeast side inside the circle. SZUL is going to deny it. Redline fighting with P-Brew right now. Cox finds a headshot on Nabat, and Nabat also finds Seko here. So a little bit of a delay with the fight. A third party coming in from the offside.
हारिल वालों को तो अलग ही स्प्लिट चल रहा है. एक लौंडा यहाँ है, बाकी को देखो मिनी मैप में कहाँ है.
Here, as Redline a little bit disjointed,
अलग ही लड़ रहे हैं.
From one another. That means Starry Skies might actually have a
bottom
bit of an
पर वैसे भी
impact
4
on
points के साथ हैं.
And there's not a whole lot his teammates can do about it. They take a nade. They're trying to retreat away from this position at the moment. I think that maybe they want to get back together in some form, some capacity, or both sides actually disengage.
Oh, Cox gets found here by Nitro. That's a great strike from Starry Skies, actually. The control
अब GTG वाले पकड़े गए, सोचो. लैंड हो गए, लैंड होने के बाद शायद लूट भी कर रहे थे. इतने टाइम बाद पकड़े गए.
A lot of these fights on the kind of eastern sides happening right now. And once we see Song Am out, we're going to have some damage done to that as well. Nemesis might be the punisher of the teams trying to get out of
last है क्या? नहीं, अभी तो 2 और मैच है.
Western side.
Yeah, and they're so divided up to the point where anybody trying to backfill on that southwest side as well isn't going to be able to get a look in, right? Like they've created such a barrier of Nemesis that they're just saying, okay, well, this is our territory now. I think that technically their spot that they currently have doesn't lend itself amazingly to a next circle shift, but I don't think they care.
I agree. Completely agree. And now
सर के ऊपर आ गया player.
Vatso, can he get it done? I'm5 finds Vatso. That's huge. And now the backup is coming in, and Nitro tried to get help in, and trying to strike here. M16 in hand. Gets the flush onto Vatso. That's a great nade. Oh my god, if he didn't back off at the perfect time, that would have been really crucial for it.
That was awesome. Loved that. He's like, okay, reverse, get out of there. And then we do have our circle shift going down. S8UL, this has to be your shot. You've got to do something here.
अदु भाई मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ कि अगर वो 3 प्लेयर के पास अगर आ जाते दिमाग से मेरा सुनो टेलीपैथी सुनो मेरी आप आ जाओ अरे लेट हो गए आप
Yeah, Odin finds it.
Late हो गए telepathy.
Yeah, maybe they should have reinforced earlier. This is again
पहुंच रहा था.
This gas station here. You need to reinforce.
पहुंच रहा था. Telepathy पहुंच रही थी मेरी. थोड़ा सा late हो गया.
But now also this opens up the door that Nemesis has the info. SADUL is a direct contender for PGC points. If SADUL goes out early here, that could be Nemesis' chance to really leap ahead once they get to the finals.
Yeah, both teams not straight invited to these tournaments upcoming, right? So actually, if you're Nemesis, it would probably be in your favor to try and start shutting down what SAU actually wants to do here. Iverson shuts down Hicks as continue on here. Boar's still in a little bit of jeopardy at the moment. They've got 6 kills on the board, so they're not doing too badly here on the southeast side.
Both fast है पुशाना.
With smokes, with the car positioning, as well as Redline still ahead of them, technically having circle advantage. And they do see them in the distance, does Marshall. When is he going to be able to
वो AFK वगैरह था क्या? क्योंकि वो हिला भी नहीं उधर से.
Marshall with a good nade here. That's going to go straight. Actually goes for a nade and then the sweep. Gets Ivers down though. Marshall's down to 43, 25 HP. And now Seiko is trying to make a push for it here. Can he sweep around? Can he get damage on Yamota? Marshall finds him though here, James. That's huge.
A double.
Shot पड़ा था SADUL
lovely
का.
indeed. Lubick will shut down Zico completely now as well. As for Redline, it's going from bad to worse. Boars, he's currently on the cusp. 7 kills and on the cusp, a double here.
इससे पहले भी तो एक फाइनल हुआ था. यप, 2 है ना. 2 split है.
Position of no tag team. The only problem is though, I think that is going to be short-lived. Unfortunately, I'd say will maybe be short-lived as well for Nailup, who goes down to an 8.
Boards के 2 हैं.
Just as the Mythov
Boards ने 8 मार दिए रे.
What can they actually get done?
2 लौंडे बचे हैं फिर भी 8.
That is not with this fight at the moment. I feel like you need all your bodies here to shut down the Mythov.
Yeah, you should for sure. Bart's trying to
ने 8 मार दिए
get into the circle when the opportunity is open here. You're just going to try to make a run for it here. Actually,
is disconnected maybe?
I kind of feel like he's disconnected. He wouldn't be running around without the information to try to look around and look for it. Yeah, I think he's disconnected here. Let's see if he gets back in.
कितने सारे disconnect हैं? मुझे लग रहा था आदू भी उधर disconnected ही था. वो हिला भी नहीं उधर से. वो गाड़ी आई फिर खड़ा ही था. जितना मुझे दिखाई दिया.
Yeah, gotta make the most of it.
Almost certainly disconnected because nobody at this level at this point is actually running just in a straight line through the middle of a field like that. Like it's
हाँ ना ये तो गया ये तो disconnect हो गया ये तो भाग रहा बिल्कुल.
Duck walking, you know, looking around, everything.
Up down हो गया.
So that's really unfortunate. It's sad that I had to, you know, I stumbled upon the idea of he's not with the team and now I mean that might have actually just cost them unfortunately.
यार boards को मारो भाई 8 मार दिए उन्होंने. पकड़ो इनको.
Yeah. Stay defines balls here, Marshall, and the guys are getting locked out here. Nemesis has moved on to the other side of where SADUL is, and by giving up the information that they are now striking onto balls, means that SADUL might be getting and pushing into Nemesis here.
Oh, भाई साहब, क्या मारा उसने?
So much damage down to 26, and now Millman finds that balls is absolutely
back
to the lobby.
How did Nemesis end up on the south or east side of all places? They've just decided, you know what, we're going to wrap around that south side and just start killing over here as well. That's a problem. Definitely a problem for O'Connell as well. Also a problem as the Mythov is going absolutely bulldozer on some of these locations. 3 men just charging into this dip to get rid of you. Nothing
finish नहीं आ रहे.
Oh my god.
Oh, Arton finds multiple. Oh, Everlong coming in. Arton finds all of it. It's Everlong out in 10th place, and Viss and Arton has done all of it.
Huge stuff from Arton here to be able to greet that the way he did. What
और चले गए.
coming in from him, and that might have just saved Viss's bacon here. There are still 4 alive. They're still in an okay spot to be able to play this in, but what a hold.
That's a 3-way tie and 19 points and
भाई
the 4
नेमेसिस
points from
वाले
that
कहाँ
one was
ऐसे
huge
12
for
के
Viz to
पीछे
jump
थे
up into 19 points
उधर
as well.
बिल्कुल वेस्टर्न एजेस
Circle's
पर
gonna
थे
be really crucial for this
वहां
one.
से
This is
वो लोग
exactly the
ईस्टर्न
circle
एजेस
I'm
पर
talking
पहुंच
about
गए और
with the
वहां उन्होंने
approach that you
फ्रैग्स
have
भी
from
निकाले
Howl. If SAUL's compound is not in and Howl is in, they're going to be able to hold them out so
Crazy भाई
easily by peeking over the walls with being safe behind the car. So yeah, that's going to be crucial. Let's see what
ओ
happens.
एयर
They
ड्रॉप
do
का
have
पूरा
a lot of
काफिला आ
crates
गया
ahead of them, so a smoke line straight north from the
एयर ड्रॉप का
compound to
काफिला आ
make
गया
that
भाई
work,
बढ़िया
that could
कवर
be
बन सकता
crucial.
है
But Nemesis, if they're smart, James, surely they have to think about it. If they
10
could deny
19 9 पॉइंट
SAUL
अभी भी
spot,
है
meanwhile also qualifying
नो
themselves, that would
टैग
be perfect for
का
them for their
3
campaign in
प्लेयर
the
है
finals and to get the PGC
वेस्ट
points
वाले
to
लड़ाई
get to
कर रहे
Esports World Cup,
हैं
to
एक
get to
डाउन है
PGSs.
ये
Yeah,
गए
it
चलो
sounds
पहला
awful,
फ्रैग आ गया है
but,
लेट्स गो
you know, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
एक प्लेसमेंट
All's fair
पॉइंट
in
भी
love
है
and war, and for teams that are
वेस्ट का एक
looking
प्लेयर
to try
डाउन
and
है रिवाइवल हो
advance on,
सकता है
yeah, technically taking out
एक तो
SAUL,
पीछे
who's
है
a legitimate
नहीं
threat
रिवाइवल तो नहीं होगा
for those kinds of things, could be very smart indeed. Starry Skies on this northeast
गया
side, what
भी
are they going to be doing now? Because they're going to have to move through what is effectively a bit of that quarry yard here, and there's quite a few teams ahead of them.
जोन के अंदर जाया जा
Circle
सकता
shifts
है
away
एयर
from
ड्रॉप
their
का बढ़िया
building.
कवर है
Oof.
अगर स्मोक्स हुआ पर वो
Seen the
नेमेसिस का
circle
एक
so
लोंडा
many
बैठा
times.
हुआ है
Every
मिलमैन
time we have this
उसको
circle,
पता है उधर से वो लोग
the gas
निकलेंगे
station is always in, and they always hold
आदू
on
भाई
SAUL's
उधर ही थे
compound. And again,
यहाँ
this
पे
lines
हाउल
up
ने
perfectly.
रश
But
किया
with the
था
crates that we talked about pointed out here, with a
गाड़ियां
smoke line
हैं
towards that, they might be able to get up to the rock that you
टिर्री
see
है
right
भाई
here. But
साहब
Nemesis, man, they are setting up shop for an
अरे यार वो
absolutely denial
मेलमैन उधर
of
बैठा हुआ है
SAUL's campaign to get into this one.
नहीं
Yeah.
निकलने देगा वो
Agreed. Yeah, this is going to be a
भाई
bloodbath
साहब देख रहा
unless
है
they have a
उसको पता है
massive
वो एयर
trick up
ड्रॉप के
their
पास ही
sleeve
चार्ज
somehow,
करेंगे
but I
सीधा
don't know what
उधर ही
SAUL
देख रहा है
actually
वो
has. I think that, you know,
उसको
we're
पता
losing a
है
doozy
जो
where they
भी
lost
टीम
in.
कंपाउंड पे है
Unfortunately,
निकलेगी वो
everything's
सीधा
really
एयर
come back
ड्रॉप
to
की
bite
तरफ
them here.
जाएगी वहां वो
And
कवर
now,
बनाएंगे
all
वो
eyes
एयर
are
ड्रॉप की
on
तरफ ही देख रहा है
SAUL, not only on the stream,
read
but I
right.
also think from X-Howl, I think from Nemesis as well, a team that has to move eventually, but look at the gauntlet that they're going to have to run.
Yeah, how much
पता है
smokes do
उसको
they have SAUL here? They might have like 12 or so, 10, 12
Use
for
them
the
all.
compound as well. You gotta use them all. You have
हाँ
to
भाई
commit
बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया
straight
चला जा
smoke
चला जा
line
चला
to
जा
the
चला जा
crates to
बढ़िया
get
बढ़िया
inside
बढ़िया
and get cover. Nemesis and X-Howl is looking straight at you too. Just
got
get as
कितने
much
स्मोक्स है
out.
भाई
They got
दो
4, James. That's not
एक
enough.
एक चार स्मोक्स है बस
They've got 4, they've got 1 deployable cover, they've got the milk flow. Hopefully it bugs out a little bit. And we'll see what they can actually
अरे
get
दो
done.
टिर्री
Actually,
लेके जा
they
रहे
might have some more in the
अरे ये
trunk,
कैसे
but
चला रहे हो
I don't-
टिर्री
I don't know. I
उसके
don't
पहले ही वो आ गया
Oh, it's already been shot at.
Yeah. Well, Nemesis is just gonna say you
खत्म
guys are not getting in. Sorry.
बहुत
That's a
लेट हो गया
great leapfrog, James. The way that they swept on the southern side
भाई
along
नेमेसिस
the
वाले
ridges and the
क्या
beach
भाई
to get into
कोई
the eastern
फील्डिंग सेट
side to
करके
take
बैठे
on a
हैं
team where they then knew that this ridge that they have right now and the rocks that they kind of work with, the
नेमेसिस वाले एक्चुअली में बहुत तगड़ा खेल
what
रहे
a
हैं भाई
way, what an execution to deny
अब तो
a
फंस
team
गए अब
that
तो वो
you're a
निकलने भी
ranked
नहीं देंगे
competitor for Esports World Cup, for PGC, and for PGS.
Yep, this is... We might
Chat,
be watching the slow
ऐसे मत
demise of
करो
SAUL here.
दे आर
Of
ट्राइंग
course,
भाई
yes, there
वो
are
लोग
2
खेल
games in
रहे हैं ना
hand,
उधर
But this compound where they previously had with a doozy as well, and
ऐसे
now this
डिमोटिवेट
hold
नहीं
down,
होते भाई स्टे पॉजिटिव
gosh, it is tough
Stay
times
positive.
here for SAUL. And
ऐसे
then
नहीं
they
होता
are
बेबी
basically the next casualty. I don't see anybody else being the next casualty unless Starry Sky somehow goes really crazy over on that other side. X-Howl is taking some damage though. That actually might turn the attention of one of the teams that was looking to hold them
चैट
out.
ऐसे नहीं करो भाई ऐसे
Against
नहीं करो
Fizz,
भाई
who's just positioned themselves north of here. Odin still
कोशिशें
watching.
चल रही हैं अभी भी 3 मैच हैं अभी भी 3 मैच हैं भाई
Positions are quite well, and as X-Howl was
3 मैच कर रहा हूँ 2
moving on,
मैच हैं इसके बाद
only
2
being
मैच हैं
3 there, you kind of need multiple eyes
3
on
4
stadium.
अच्छा वो जोन के बाहर ही
Going
नहीं दे रहे
out,
फ्रैग
yeah, they gotta deny, man.
नेमेसिस को दे
Again,
सकते हैं
like,
नेमेसिस वाले तो वैसे भी
we don't want to
डोमिनेट
give
कर
points
रहे
to
हैं
Nemesis. Like, oh,
नेमेसिस
circle for
को ही
Nemesis too.
होगा
That's another podium for them. A first, a second, and let's say what is it, a first or a third here, James? They also have the crates. They have the
Yeah.
beardy.
भाई
And
क्या
surely this is
कर
another
रहे
win.
हैं
Well, it's such a this is well. I sort of wish they'd won game 2 now as well, so we could
Oh
just be
my
like, are they
God.
just going to win everything? Like I'd mentioned.
नेमेसिस
SAU
वाले
organised
कहाँ से
completely.
कहाँ
I understand
पहुंच रहे हैं
considering
भाई
where they weren't going to be able to make anything happen. He's got an MG3. Okay, so this is
12.
actually a legit problem for the rest of the lobby because now the
Yes.
cutoff point is going to be so tight on that top 3 with Nemesis soaking up as many points as they are.
अगर 38 चाहिए
The top three, like the other two spots, could go any direction now, Martin, in these next couple of games.
Yeah, as we said, like the second and
दो
third
मैच
place
में
was
26 पॉइंट
39
चाहिए
and 38 in last playoffs. Here, it might go even lower.
दो मैच में 26
You
पॉइंट
only
चाहिए
one
होंगे
good game, one win with some kills and a decent game here to put yourself into that mid-20s, and then everything's on the board here, James, as you say. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. This is making
दो मैच में
an
26
absolute
तब
name
होगा
for themselves
38
to make sure that they can get into another finals here. 8 kills, Arten
Not bad.
with the full squad vibe here. And them having this western side here, if they get Howl out, they might be able to get in and kind of dig their way through and get an edge of this next circle.
A squad for wipe like that against Everlong might be the difference maker for this, and so far they're looking spectacular with it.
Drone to Mila is Mazy predicted. Baba, मैं prediction अच्छी करता हूँ.
Of the circle. Yes, you were able to hold out anything that was going on the south here, Exhal, but now it's your turn. As lots
अरे
of
Nemesis वालों क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
through the smokes as well. Exhal here is getting pummeled left, right, and center.
Nemesis
Allah
just
की खेल
absolutely
रहे हैं
destroying
और
everything on this south and southwest side. This is trying to get
MG3 उतने दूर से मार रहा है वो भी स्प्रे मार रहा है.
Everything here. Picks out the MK instead. Good shots in and actually manages to get all the kills onto the remaining players. And Howl here, 7 kills for Nemesis, and now they're on to strike onto the next team. That's gonna be punished.
अब तो पूरा खुल के खेल रहे हैं. अब तो उनको पता चल गया. अब तो पता चल गया कि अब तो हो गए वो qualifier.
Absolutely destroying people. The rest of the teams now, either you go towards Nemesis or you get crowded to everyone else. They're shooting at everything. Martin, avert your eyes.
Oh my god, 11 kills, and we're down to top 4 now. It's TMO Justice gets found as well from Soset. They have all the guns and all the bullets that they need here. It's an absolute onslaught here.
दो मैच में 26 पॉइंट चाहिए. 28 मेरे हिसाब से more than enough रहेगा. 28 कह रहा हूँ 38.
It's just, it's mean. It's unfair. Like, we know that this team should have advanced in the previous 2 days, considering the way they're playing PUBG right now. They were like, you know what? Let's turn up in style. 1,000,000 RPM on that MG3. Never mind 990. Let's just blast everything out of existence.
Melman also says, I also got a big boy gun with a lot of bullets too. Let me shoot that.
बस भैया बस chat क्या हो गया?
Some more shots in. Nate's come in too here. That might be perfect. Nah, it's a, it is perfect. Diffix finds Justice.
Stop!
बस भैया बस बाबू बस. तो भाई तबाही मचा दी इन्होंने. अरे लास्ट ही बचा है. ले लो भाई. 4 के चारों प्लेयर के साथ 16 मार दिए.
eye-wateringly painful for the rest of the lobby. There's no other way I could have cast that, Martin. I was lost in the sauce.
Yeah, that's crazy,
Next game में minimum
a second place and another win here. There's no denying.
26 पॉइंट तो दो मैच में चाहिए होंगे. 38 बहुत है. 38 बहुत रहेगा.
60 total points and all the kills that they had so far, James. That's more than 21.5 point average per game in just 3 games. Everyone is saying, oh, best of 5s are hard. No. Nemesis is
38 पॉइंट एक्चुअली में बहुत है, बट वो है कि उस तरीके से खेलना पड़ेगा. पहले मैच में जो 10 मारे थे, 9 मारे थे. पहले मैच में जब 9 मारे तो ऐसा लगा कि भाई कुछ हो रहा है, कुछ बढ़िया हो रहा है. बट सेकंड वाला जो 0 आया ना, वो थोड़ा बीटी दे गया.
They've done more points in those 3 games than they've done over the 2 days. So, if all you need to do is
Chat, क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
is make Diffix
ये तो भाई एक तो चैट बिल्कुल एकदम वो हो जाती है, क्या बोलते हैं उसको?
found something that's working.
I oftentimes, I must admit, crazy hole by Artem, fantastic stuff from this. I oftentimes find it a bit ridiculous to kind of laugh at situations in casting and stuff like that.
Chat out of control हो जाती है.
Not because it's a funny scenario, just because of how much dominance.
Take it easy, brother. Take it easy.
There, Martin, and to the point where there was, if you'd have given me odds on any other team, any odds whatsoever, there's no way I would have taken it. Nemesis had that 100% in the bag, despite there being 6 teams alive, it felt like.
अभी भी 2 मैच बचे हैं भैया, 2 मैच बचे हैं बाबू, अभी से क्यों होप खो रहे हो अपना? अभी भी 2 मैचेस बचे हैं बेबी, 2 मैचेस हैं अभी भी।
You could be part of the bet here, but you're not winning anything because there's a absolute certainty that Nemesis is going through here on playoffs day 3.
Relax.
Oh dear me. I imagine their organization is going to farm this commentary for clips as well. Stop, they're already dead. But it's 26 points going the way of Team Nemesis. 12 very important points for this. And again, you know, Mark
Yeah,
when you look
Hearts
at how that
and
hold was going down there for them,
Rocket
just
spam किया
brilliant
जाए।
stuff. This is that
अभी
is
भी
the
2 मैच हैं
potential
यार,
for them
2
to be
मैच हैं
able to
बाबू
make
अभी
top
भी,
3 with
क्यों
that kind
क्या
of hold
दिक्कत हो
against
गई?
Devil.
Yeah, it's going to give him some confidence, right?
अभी भी 2 मैच है भैया, 2 मैच है बाबा, रुक जाओ यार, क्या दिक्कत है? इतने जल्दी तुम लोग उम्मीद कैसे खो देते हो? 12 और अभी है 13 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है। 13 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है भाई, स्टे पॉजिटिव।
It's going to force a
टेंशन नहीं
conversation
है।
around this kind of the final 2 teams because we have to tick off first place now.
Well, that last game is going to be mental. Because
एक मैच में हो जाएगा कवर। हाँ, 13 पॉइंट तो
barrier
एक
into
सिंगल
top
मैच
3 is going
में
to
इतना
be
मुश्किल नहीं है
so
निकालना।
I wouldn't be surprised
Positive
if it ends up
रहें,
being a
positive
tie,
रहें,
Martin,
positive
considering
रहें।
how close it's going to
भाई
be.
लेकिन चैट
Nemesis
बहुत
is
जल्दी
still
रिएक्ट
got
करते हो
2
यार तुम
games
लोग,
to
मानो
exert
या ना
themselves in
मानो,
this lobby as well.
तुम लोग बहुत जल्दी रिएक्ट करते हो। मैं देख रहा हूँ,
Just one good game and you're in top 3.
जैसे ही थोड़ा सा कुछ होता है, तुम लोग कितना तेजी में रिएक्ट करते हो
How
भाई
many-
कि ये क्या टीम है,
I'm
ऐसे
trying to
कैसे
think
खेल
if
रहे
there's
हैं,
ever been
ऐसे
a
कैसे
moment where we've
होगा,
had, like, multiple
ये ऐसे
incapable
कैसे
in
होगा,
a row
वो
from
वैसे
one
कैसे
player,
होगा,
some of them.
बहुत
Admittedly,
जल्दी
this isn't
रिएक्ट करते हो बे
quite
तुम
your
लोग।
international level lobby anymore,
सामने
right?
वाले
Day
की
3 of
फट
the
फुटा के
playoffs
5-6 हो
here.
जाए,
Definitely one of the
इतना
weaker
तेज
ones
रिएक्ट करते हो
relative
तुम
to
लोग।
that, even though these teams are very good, very fantastic indeed.
तुम लोग बहुत
But
प्रेशर
yeah,
में डाल
if you-
देते हो,
if
मैं
you can
मजाक
just
नहीं
keep
कर रहा हूँ
doing
भाई।
this defects, then, you know, fair play
अगर
to
मैं
you.
एक थर्ड
But
पर्सन
definitely,
पर्सपेक्टिव हो
Mark,
के
when
तुम
you
लोग
look
के
at how this game
ओपिनियन से
played
खुद
on
को
things out
प्रेशर में
as well,
महसूस
like,
कर
very
सकता हूँ,
difficult to come in from that east
तो
side.
तुम सोचो
Balls
कि
was one
जो
of the big
प्लेयर्स
casualties
हैं,
from that.
जो
Even though they got a lot of
मैनेजमेंट है,
kills
जो
themselves, I think
ओनर्स
it was
हैं,
like 8 kills or
वो
something.
कितना प्रेशर में आ
So they
जाते
did all
होंगे
right for themselves,
भाई।
but
तुम
it was
लोग
just
प्यार
too hard to
बरसाते
get.
हो,
Yeah, it was
उसमें
difficult. It was
कोई
very difficult.
दो राहें नहीं है,
Especially with that south shift. with lots
पर
more
जितनी
swings, somehow
तेजी से
becomes
तुम
a lot
लोग
more
पलटी
difficult.
मारते हो ना,
Those other positions out on the east are
भाई
critical as well. And a lot of teams
खतरनाक
that
सीन
had
है।
them. For Ball's location, it was so
पर
key.
ठीक है,
They
मैं
were in
इसको
the middle
गलत
and they
नहीं
kind of
मानता,
played
क्योंकि
a trench
आप
style
लोग
of
उतना
warfare
प्यार
like
भी
Sea from
बरसाते हो,
Mantac.
आप उतने
And it was
व्यूअरशिप
like
प्रोवाइड
where
भी
to find
करते
the
हो, आप
position.
उतना
I felt like for
देखते
their
भी
game
हो।
halfway through, it was about
जैसे
getting
मैं आज
forward,
सुबह देख रहा था
trying to
टेकन
sweep
का,
our way through,
भाई
and
सुबह
obviously
6
they were
साढ़े
just
6
trying to
बजे उठ के
team up the
लॉन्डे
team
टेकन का
and
मैच
just
देख रहे हैं एसएटीएल की वजह
Of
से,
course, we talked about the strengths and
तो
weaknesses
तुम लोग
of
प्यार
the
तो
garage
देते हो,
compound and the other compounds on that south
बट
side, Martin.
रिएक्ट
What do you
बहुत
think about
जल्दी
the,
करते हो।
like,
थोड़ा
quarry
सा
area?
रुको,
Does
2
it
मैच
have
हैं अभी
some
भी।
weaknesses to it? What do you think about kind of taking up residency here?
अब क्या सीधा बाहर होने के बाद रिएक्ट करें? हाँ, तब कर लेना, अभी तो 2 मैच है ना।
That one team that takes control on all these side, and then you push in, right? Because you have the teams that's on the ridges that has plenty of cover, and those is they're always gonna hail downhill on you with all the bullets coming in there. But the way that No-Tech team
Because
played
of
and
SCT
Teemo
वाला स्टार्ट
eventually
चेस,
was
हाँ मुझे
controlling
मैंने भी
that
यही देखा है
entire
भाई।
north side,
टेकन
that's
का मैच
actually the way
कितने
to
टाइम
push.
बाद
But
मैंने
it's
देखा,
always
जस्ट
like a
बिकॉज
sim-
एसएटीएल का
it's
प्लेयर
a
खेल रहा था,
semi-urban ending
इसके लिए मैंने
ish
वो
because you have so much cover, so many
सुबह
houses
7:30
that
बजे से मैंने
even if
देखना
you're
शुरू
full
किया था।
format team trying to
मैंने तो
control
शुरू के
it,
सारे मैचेस
it's
देख
always
लिए
gonna be a
स्टार्ट से
fight
एंड
with
तक।
teams trying to set it in. So that's why I said during the
डूबने से
cast as
पहले
well,
रिएक्ट
like,
करना अच्छा होता है।
when
नहीं
you take
बाबू,
that gas
ऐसे नहीं
station
होता।
compound, and if you're full format strong and you can deny
अभी
the
भी
western
2
side,
मैच हैं भैया, 2
coming
मैच
in,
हैं, चिल
it's like a
मारो।
pizza slice, right? You're coming in and you're
ये कौन
locking
है?
down the top side of
ये
the
किसको
pizza
बिठा दिया?
from the western side.
अच्छा,
Mark, you might be the top purchaser of merchandise in esports I may have ever met. How many jerseys? A Nemesis plushie of all things. What is this?
I was gifted this. They sent this to me. It just showed up randomly on a day, and yeah, it came with a little plushie, which I thought.
यार हमको भी दो यार ऐसे कुछ है,
Now, I have quite a lot of jerseys. I have a lot
हमको
of,
भी भेजो।
any event I go to, I tend to buy the stock where I can.
यार मुझे कुछ बोलना है 2
You know,
मैच
it's funny,
बाद या
again,
डीएम में
because I've
बोलूंगा।
told the story
हाँ ठीक है,
before,
डीएम में
but
बोलना
I
आप मेरे
remember
को।
interviewing Twisted Minds, and then they put their little like mascot, their plushie on the side, and they were like, "Isn't he cute?" And it's like this small little guy with his brain out. I'm like, "No, it's horrific. Don't show me that at all." So, that one's all right with its little side eye. It's basically their logo. It's okay. It's all right.
इनके जैसे इंग्लिश बोलो मुझे भाई।
I'm getting word
Yo
that the
man,
team
you
comps
know,
are ready, so let's
Nemish,
listen to what might be
बस
some scared teams.
Running to the forest. 2 cast.
Shoot them together, just shoot them. They might hit you guys. Might hit you on orange.
Full format.
Green line.
it's the second team. One team pull up yellow line on me. There's a second team coming orange line. So as long as we apply decent pressure to green.
भाई मैंने थोड़ा ठंडा पानी पी लिया था एयरपोर्ट पे.
Yeah, and they're gonna fight.
क्योंकि नॉर्मल पानी नहीं था.
Just hold slow. One going into smoke. One going into smoke on the right side. They're in the smokes.
One going green. What's that?
Full util dump in front
मेजी
of
भाई
me.
पर हमें देख के ऐसा लगता है कि हम फाइट लेने से डरते हैं. अरे यार आपको देखकर लगता है वो अलग चीज है. वहाँ वो खेल रहे हैं वो अलग चीज है. वो भी तो कुछ सोच के ही खेल रहे होंगे ना. कुछ तो प्लानिंग होगी. कुछ तो सोच रहे होंगे. फर्स्ट मैच में 9 मारे थे तब तो आप बड़े खुश थे कि वो 10 मारा. अरे तो फर्स्ट मैच में 9 मार सकते हैं तो बाकी में भी मार सकते होंगे ना. बट क्या पता थोड़ी स्ट्रैटेजी वगैरह हो कुछ. आदू भाई वगैरह अकेले पकड़े गए वो थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो गया. पर ठीक है.
It doesn't matter. But the ADM right side. Just try. There's no reason to deny. It's fine.
क्या बोला उसने? There is no reason to deny. Finishes.
Yes, as they were thinking about what they needed to do towards the end there against Nemesis, and they realized it doesn't matter because Nemesis is already going through anyway. So even if you deny, it's
true,
the Nemesis. It doesn't. There's going to be no impact there, Martin, here for the Mythos, but they did survive towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, again, sure, it doesn't matter.
आपको बोला तो भी ठीक है. मैनेजर लड़की है उसको भर रहे हैं. अरे यार चैट तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो भाई? क्या करते हो बे तुम लोग? ऐसे आप यूपीआई पे नहीं करोगे ना. बाबा किया तो है. ऐसे तुम लोग भारत का नाम आगे लेके चलोगे हैं? ऐसे करोगे? ऐसे करोगे तुम लोग? ये सभ्य समाज के लोग हो आप हैं. ये सीखा आप लोगों ने.
All right, break time. When we return, we come back after just 3 games. We'll have 2 more to see if Nemesis can get more podiums and see who gets the top 3. So
आप लोग ऐसे करोगे चैट? आप लोग ये करोगे? कितने मिनट का ब्रेक होता भाई? कितने मिनट का ब्रेक होता है? ये टाइम कैसे देखूं? 20:18 सॉरी 20:15. यूपीआई पिन कर दो. अरे है तो तरुण भाई यूपीआई पिन है. तरुण भाई काफी टाइम बाद आए हो हैं. आपसे ही सीखा वैसे भाई. बाबा आप लोग गंदे हो यार. आप लोग गंदे हो सही में. आप लोग बहुत गंदे हो. ऐसे नहीं करना होता है. सच्ची. अच्छा लिखा है ब्रेक टाइम. नहीं सच्ची बता रहा हूँ मैं तुम लोगों से. देखो मैं इतना समझता हूँ नहीं शो रहा है. अरे तो आपको तो मेरा यूपीआई पता है. मैं बता रहा हूँ आप लोग मतलब इतना तो मैं समझ चुका हूँ कि भाई कोई हारने के लिए तो नहीं खेल रहा है. ठीक है. सब चाहते हैं कि अपना बेस्ट दे. ईडब्ल्यूसी में इतने सारे पैसे हैं जीतने के लिए. सब अपना बेस्ट देना चाहते हैं. नहीं हो रहा है. नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. अभी भी 2 मैचेस हैं. 2 मैचेस के बाद देखते हैं. बट ऐसे मत करो यार कि दूसरों के चैट में जाकर आप गलत चीजें लिखो. ऐसे करो वैसे करो. नहीं करो ये सब. थोड़ा. डॉक्टर देवेश भाई कह रहे हैं ब्रो हम इनको 6 डेज से देख रहे हैं. हमें सेटुअल से बहुत प्यार करते हैं. हम टॉप पर देखना चाहते हैं सेटुअल को. इतने डे से नहीं हो रहा. 2 मैचेस कैसे? देवेश भाई देखो अंत तक साथ नहीं छोड़ना. हाथ नहीं छोड़ना. अब उसमें और क्या कर सकते हैं? It is not over until it is over. ठीक है. तो वैसा सीन है भाई. मैं लिख के दे सकता हूं. अभी जो सिचुएशन चल रहा है ना. अभी जो हमारी बीजेएमआई की टीम है. बीएमपीएस के 1-2 मैचेस खराब गए तो मुझे पता है तुम लोग का रिएक्शन क्या है. तुम लोग जब अभी थर्ड पार्टी इवेंट के बेसिस पर जब तुम लोग इतने भरते हो तो जब ऑफिशियल में 1-2 मैच खराब हो जाएगा तो अब तुम लोग कितना भरना शुरू करोगे. जब पॉडकास्ट वगैरह करने जाता हूँ ना तो प्लेयर्स जब मिलते हैं तो बड़ा बुरा लगता है जब वो लोग बताते हैं कि भाई ऐसी ऐसी गालियाँ लिखी होती हैं चैट में, डीएम्स में, कमेंट्स में. बट उन लोग को अब फर्क नहीं पड़ता क्योंकि उनको भी पता है कि ये ज़रूरी नहीं है देखना. वैसा है जैसे जली बोल रहा था। जली कहता है मेरी भाई अब सच में फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि इतना ज़्यादा हेट और इतनी ज़्यादा चीज़ें देख ली है ना, कि अब अगर कोई गाली लिखता भी है तो कहता है हाँ ठीक है ये तो पहले भी था। फर्क तो पड़ता है बट कई सारे अब बिल्कुल मोटी चमड़ी के हो गए तो उनको नहीं पड़ता। वो लोग को हारने में मजा थोड़ी आता है यार, बी सेंसिबल, वही तो मैं भी कह रहा हूँ। अमेश भाई क्या लगता है होगा? अमेश बताओ, 2 मैच में 26 पॉइंट्स आएंगे? 2 मैच में 26 पॉइंट्स आएंगे? अरे जी पे देखो हैं तरुण भाई, क्या भेजा है आपने जी पे पर। निजी भाई आते हैं जी पे करके चले जाते हैं, फिर चैट नहीं लिखते हैं। तरुण भाई ने हमें 250 रुपए ऑन जी पे भेजा है चैट। कैन वी हैव सम डब्ल्यूज फॉर तरुण भाई? लेट्स गो, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 250। कुछ लिखा नहीं आपने उसमें, थैंक यू, बहुत सारा प्यार। डब्ल्यूज यस तरुण भाई, थैंक यू। शायद तुम लोग सब्सक्राइब नहीं कर रहे हो, मैं देख रहा हूँ। मुझे लगा था आज 3,04,000 सब्सक्राइबर्स तो हो भी जाएंगे। 2 बार किया है? नहीं, एक ही बार आया है। मैं जैसा आया देखने फर्स्ट मैच देखूंगा। ओह, एक ही आया मेरे हिसाब से। ओ 2 बार किया है। ओ शिट, सॉरी, आपने कुछ लिखा नहीं उस पे। तरुण भाई ने 500 ऑन जीपे किया है चैट। कैन वी हैव सम तरुण भाई इन द चैट? तरुण भाई के लिए रॉकेट्स दबाओ। तरुण भाई अभी भी होप में है। तरुण भाई आपको होप है ना पूरा? मेरे साथ रहो आप। 2 मैच में 26 पॉइंट। स्टे पॉजिटिव, स्टे एक्टिव। टीम का गेम प्ले देख के नींद आ रही है, सो जाऊं क्या? अरे केशव भाई, लिखूंगा आपके इंस्टा पे। ठीक है भाई। नॉट कुकिंग में लगा था, हो चुके होंगे, फिर आपकी वॉच पार्टी का नोटिफिकेशन आया तो देखा सीन। ठीक है, चिकन बोल दो इस रिट्यूल का, वो लास्ट मैच में आएगा। टीपीपी एंड ट्रिक्स हैं?
Herkese selamlar arkadaşlar. Bu işte Wildcat'ten kod Marco ben. Bugün sizlere third person'da kullanabileceğiniz güzel bir trickten bahsedeceğim.
क्या ट्रिक है भाई?
Örnek veriyorum. Bir tane smoke açtınız.
ठीक है, स्मोक खोला।
Onu açtınız. Normalde first person'da smoke'un içine girdiğinizde hiçbir şey göremiyorsunuz ama smoke'a girip tıkladığınızda rakip sizi göremiyor ama siz onu görebiliyorsunuz. Bu aslında çok büyük bir avantaj bunu güzel kullanırsanız. Genelde engebeli yerlerde vesaire çok daha verimli oluyor. Örnek veriyorum. Şuraya attım. İçine giriyorum. Her şeyi görebiliyorum ama rakip beni göremiyor. Bu triyi oyunlarınızda falan kullanabilirsiniz. Bayağı işinize yarar umarım. İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyorum. İyi PUBG'ler.
ठीक है, मुझे भाई क्या लगता है? 26 पॉइंट।
All right, 2 games remain here to figure out who is going to be advancing on into that final. There's only 3 spots. Wait, let me check my notes. There's only 2 spots remaining.
26 point.
In order to be able to advance on. Unfortunately, for everyone else, Nemesis might have
PC वालों के लिए TPP new है ना?
Here, Martin.
I can't even believe that there's actually other teams that, you know, has double-digit placement points because
मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत टाइम से मैं देख रहा हूँ
TPP. Some consistency, but 26 placement points out of 30 possible in 3 games is just unreal here. More than 20 points average is absolutely insane. Almost 22.
Hello, dude. Explicit, what's up?
It's the same points they've done day number 1. That's their total points day number 1 in placements. Like that there's a complete change team.
अबे कर सकते हैं. मैं बोल तो रहा हूँ last match chicken.
Definitely a problem for everybody.
आज मेरी सारी predictions सही गई है. सारी.
Step up to the plate, and one of those teams that has to step up to the plate.
इनके smoke छोटे होते हैं, screen बड़ा होता है.
SAUL, I think getting caught where they did. Very unfortunate for them, as you guys can go over to social media and potentially you can catch the rest of this code as well and get some G coin on board. But now it's
UC नहीं मिलेंगे, G coin मिलेंगे.
SAUL, Martin, they've got to do something here. Got to.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is their chance. They have to get into the finals to defend the PGC points, right? That's the biggest part of it. You have PGS, Circuit 2 and 3 and 4 up for grabs. You have eSports World Cup up for grabs here, and there's only 2 spots. And right now, Nemesis is in 3rd place overall, but we have Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro ahead of them. That is the defending champion. That's a direct invite. That's Virtus Pro. That's likely to be invited through the PGS systems. But we do have one more circuit to come up, so let's see how that kind of comes to fruition.
Yeah, you're praying, if you don't make it into that final for SAUL, you're praying for some crazy variance in terms of results, right? Where somehow teams that had never really had that many points before are getting a load of them and not really being able to push you off the top here. Stabble for Boldanini doing all right for himself alongside Doffy, who's been able to hold things strong. No tag team once again, Mark.
Got photo क्यों नहीं है?
To be able to get themselves
UPI again and message देखो. Message भी किया है तरुण भाई हैं. Silent भी उनके देख रहा था. Let's go. 2 game बचे हैं.
Coming into day 3 with the amount of depth we have and quality, but for no tag team, they are showing their colours.
Okay.
Really well, and Doffy's
आपको तो कभी भी DM में प्यार दे सकता हूँ मैं. तरुण भाई, thank you so much for another 250 in total 750. Can we have some rockets for Tarun Bhai as well as Team SATL? Let's go, chat!
Bringing you the last 2 games here, Mark.
W's. Tarun Bhai, love you.
Game. What a crazy circle though this one might produce. It is the southeast down towards the southwest. We do favour the south.
Chalo.
Early.
Thank you so much, Tarun Bhai. Love you.
बहुत सारा प्यार, बहुत शुक्रिया. I'm intrigued about this.
आज हमने ads नहीं चलाए थे, तो ads ना चलाने के बदले जो ऐसे
might be too much for a double team.
ठीक है.
Yeah, they're stretching for it, and
zone हमारा हो जाए.
Parachute while they were going for that, but so said, of course, it's just going to be going for the cars, going for the compounds, not really
zone अपने पास है.
Further forwards because Nemesis is way
zone SATL के पास है, chat.
From something like that. I'm trying to keep my eyes on anything else that might get a bit spicy. I thought maybe Hello Senpai was going to try and contest any vehicle or compound that he was going to, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case here. So for the most part, looks like we're steady here. We're steady.
We are steady. The zones will take steady because it holds on the test track. Surprise. A doozy down. M16 in hand. Gets a connection, but not a knock. And lucky enough for them, Phil First is coming for the reinforcements. I was saying this the other week with scrims. Obviously, they normally drop south from here. They normally go to Hongxiang, and that's all where they play.
Patience.
Location a bit more to the north. And
patience, baby, patience.
A doozy on his own sometimes gets overrun from the teams in the south. So I like that we've seen reinforce the position.
Yep, I got to agree. And again, right now for them, you can take no chances, right? Even if there is a slight minor chance somebody's going to be near you and trying to actually knock you, you cannot afford to lose any players anymore. And the thing is that sometimes in the past you'd say, okay, yeah, but it's their IGL that's down. He can lead from the backlines or whatever. Yeah, but in the case of SAUL, if it's a doozy, you're still losing.
यार ये real नहीं हो सकता. नहीं real है भाई. आज मेरा दिन है.
It's not worth it. He was leading some of the frags in some of the days that we had in these playoffs so far for the team.
भाई वो निकल गया लौंडा बताओ.
I suppose the old school IGL where it was just about making the calls, getting the rotation, because we see so many of them now globally actually being top fraggers because they've got to step up, and I like that. And
Chicken bolo na last match.
Remember, he was one of the first, not
last match. Chicken.
One of the first, also adopting things like the glider. So I'm surprised that they're here on a day number 3 because they normally embrace these changes and try and find the ability to expose them and use the tools to their advantage.
I said they come alive at some of those last games, some of these last situations. So let's see if they come alive
अबे
here
वो आ गया
today,
लोंडा वापस ऊपर.
against the rest of this lobby as Ghetto Gang trying to shut down Max.
7 गोली है
Drives
उसके
on the
पास,
way
क्या ही
here
करेगा.
for go next. Unfortunately, a
Dude,
lot of their
explicit
ammo here
भाई.
so far today has
2
genuinely been
2
go
2
next.
2.
Only 11 points on the board.
2 out of 10.
But because
नहीं
of the
बाबू, आज
sponging
की
at the
जितनी
top,
मैंने
there's
prediction
still an
करी है सारी
opportunity
सही है.
to
क्या
get a
बात
win.
कर रहे हो
Suddenly
आप?
you're right on up there. Here for
पहला
the rest
मैच
of the team.
नेमेसिस.
I think it's
फिर
a lot of people to kind
बाल्डिनी.
of take on board,
No
right? 'Cause
tag.
Team Nemesis has taken up so
सारी
many
prediction
points.
सही है भाई
The
आज की.
impact to that. Yeah,
Thank you
obviously
so
we're
much
talking
for
about
the
one place has
222.
already gone,
Love
but
you,
two,
chat.
the impact
थोड़ा
to the rest of the lobby.
थोड़ा
You
प्यार
don't
दिखाएं
wanna
भाई. क्या कर
avoid
रहे हैं
them
आप?
if you're playing against them because you don't want to be
Thank
coming across a team that's so
you.
warm that's on fire. But actually, every point they take now from these
मुझे लगता है
penultimate
कि
games
इस बार
and into the
split
final
तो नहीं
game
होना
is a
चाहिए.
point that we will get
अच्छा
closer
गोल
to
का बोल रहे हैं.
potential
Okay, sorry.
tiebreaker or 1 or 2
My
points.
bad, my
here.
bad. Sorry.
I think when you look at the center
Sorry.
of the circle, I think X-Howl
Sorry,
might want to get a little bit closer
ठीक है.
together. There will be some
गोल हमने
attempts
दो
at
hit किए हैं.
congestion on
ठीक
the
है.
middle positions like
Okay.
this, and I think that X-Howl
PUBG में
obviously
prediction on
not
top हो
safe,
रही है.
14
बोल दो
points at the
2
moment.
में qualify
Don't wanna be
SATL in
losing
chat.
big
Baby,
players
कार्तिक
early
भाई
as
last
well
match
here.
chicken and we are
So,
qualifying.
we'll see. It looks like they're already
ये तो मैंने
rendezvousing.
सबसे
Some
पहले ही बोला
players
था.
on the north
दिन
side
शुरू
coming
होने से
all
पहले
the way
मैंने बोला.
down to them. It
क्या
just hit
बात कर
in
रहे
the
हो
nick of
आप?
time, just in case Everlong was to be one of the ones that was coming in from that east side.
Script मैंने ही लिखी है.
Everlong though, only 2 points so far. They've been unable to keep up with the pace that this lobby has produced at the moment. I'm really interested about that middle pack here. S8UL we've spoken about, but I look at these teams around them. X-Howl, massive potential. TMO, I'd argue to say having a much better day. Are they going to be able to do enough to get over that line? Vis looking good. We spoke about
38 enough है. 38 तो बहुत ज़्यादा
looking
enough है.
really good. And as I said, a little bit of an underdog, but
क्योंकि Nemesis तो
showing their
65
true
पर पहुंच
colours
गई
and
ना.
actually holding on to a spot.
I think it was the myth of as well during Cups, correct me if I'm wrong, that went through quite a few changes roster-wise. So it feels like that they're keen to have, you know, try to strive for the top spot, right? They weren't afraid of making
2 दिन
some
से कहा था
changes,
यार मैं
week
पॉडकास्ट में
to
बिजी
week,
था यार.
to try and find that top spot.
ये कंपाउंड से 27 फिनिशेस की याद आ गई.
To chat away to Justice on the last interview thing, and I actually brought that up because from an outsider looking in, it looks like it could be chaotic. You're making changes.
अरे कितनी सारी टीम्स आ गई.
Obviously the IGL for the team, and they're obviously trying to change things up. And
Hebrew है, Bowls है,
2K, really good player.
No tag है, Howl है ऊपर.
They replaced him out for
Nemesis वाले कहाँ हैं? Nemesis वाले Ever के पास हैं. Ever तो वैसे भी bottom पर है.
A content creator which has transitioned to an esports player for an actual dedicated esports player, so that logically made sense to me, right? And then obviously then they parted.
Is there any other way to qualify for EWC for SATL? यार ये इसके बारे में information नहीं है. मेरे को नहीं है. आपको हो तो बताओ.
To change, so they have to now stick with what they've got. They have to make it work.
Yeah.
इसके बाद और डे होगा? नहीं आज बस आखिरी 2 मैच हैं.
Is that there is Altona good team.
यार भूख लग रही है यार. 12 बजने वाले.
And Baldanini right now is one of the teams above them. After getting themselves that win against Nemesis, there's very few teams so far today that have been able to stand toe-to-toe with Nemesis, but they were definitely one of them.
लोगों को बोलो यूपीआई ही करें बस, क्यों यूआईटी को कट देना आपकी मेहनत का. नहीं ये तो लोगों की अपनी पसंद है. जो वो करना चाहें वो कर सकते हैं.
And those two locations actually are not
अब
too
मैं
bad for a tag team to have
मतलब
those two
अच्छा नहीं
teams.
लगेगा ना ये बोलते हुए कि नहीं नहीं आप यूपीआई, ये ऐसे नहीं होता ना भाई. तरुण भाई आप कर देते हो उसके लिए आपको चुम्मा.
This comes into kind of effect, and no tag team showing their knowledge. Excel, well, they get the knock. And
अरे यार ये pickaxe.
They're going to use the card. They're going to park up just to try and deny any shots coming in from no tag team while they reinforce their position. I love Rondo because there's loads of these little mountains and little areas that you can use to dig down. As I said in the pre-show, this is the one map that I think they can use kind of the foliage, the bushes to imagine start building a trench
UPI please
in behind bushes.
exclamation mark UPI करोगे आ जाएगा.
Especially in a car rotation.
Yeah, it felt like they were making a dip within a dip. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Dipception for this moment, I'll take it.
Again camping fight तो करो. अरे कहाँ अंधे बैलों की तरह घुस जाएं क्या किधर? कहाँ चले जाए फाइट लेने के लिए? जब कोई कुछ बढ़िया बनेगा तो फाइट लेंगे ना. ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है यार. क्या कर रहे हो यार तुम लोग? चैट क्या कर रहे हो भाई? अभी 8 मिनट हुआ है गेम के अंदर.
Especially for this team, so he's the one that's kind of getting closer.
ऐसे थोड़ी ना है कि किधर भी चले जाएंगे. और भी लॉबी के अंदर 60 प्लेयर्स हैं.
So yeah, but they still need to be strong and have mental fortitude, and they're still only 11 points. currently tied with 5
आप
teams
इसको
in that
PUBG
position
मोबाइल से
right
कंपेयर
now.
कर रहे हो.
So need a bit of a jump up, and coming in from the south side of a circle like this
PUBG PC
late
is
doesn't
बहुत ज़्यादा
fill
hard
me
भाई.
with a lot of confidence unless we get a
मैंने
far south
बहुत
shift on a
कम
circle
खेला है
like
PUBG
this, 'cause
PC,
those
पर
middle
जितना भी
spots, once
खेला
they're
है
taken up, man,
पता
they're
चला कि
taken
मेरे
up,
से
and there
नहीं
are some
होगा.
big open fields in between a lot of those positions, which make it hard to play in between them. So for a team like Construction Workers, you might be playing edge,
गाड़ी
you
का
might be
कंट्रोल
playing
भी
it for a
बड़ा
long
अलग
time.
है.
Yeah, especially they're not even moving over to go get the glider, so they are down on the ground, and they will be down in the trenches. I think maybe is there an element
वैसे भाई अगर क्वालिफाई हुए तो ये चार्ट का क्या ट्रीटमेंट करना है ये तो आप लोग
Maybe he's
बताओगे.
checking out the map. He's going to swap over. He's getting swapping the guns from the trunk over. Tactical pickup, tactical swap to ensure he can take more loot into late game.
On with the Pico, yeah, the rest of this coming in as well.
यार ये सारे लौंडे जो हैं एवर वाले रेड लाइन वाले ये तो कोशिश भी नहीं कर रहे भाई. 6-2 ऐसे बैठे हुए हैं ये. एवर वाले तो 2 पर बैठे हैं भाई. 3 मैच खेलने के बाद 2 पर.
Sense now, okay.
Give him a boost.
He's going to need a boost. Where's the Pico when you need it? Wonder how much electric that drains. Habibi though, PRDM, they are coming in at northeast. No, again, as you mentioned, not a lot of people ahead of them because everyone has gone for that centralized spot. As we are just away, 24 seconds away before we see where this zone's going to go.
Construction Workers getting precariously close to Boars. A few shots from the west as well will mean that they'll fall back just a little bit.
चैट 5000 लाइक्स तो हम कंप्लीट कर ही सकते हैं. सब्सक्राइब नहीं कर रहे हो वो तो खैर चलो ठीक है, वो आपकी मर्जी है, पर लाइक तो कर ही सकते हो आप.
I think they heard the singularized shots and the call was to make the crash.
Zone किधर बना? Zone ऊपर गया, zone ऊपर गया, zone ऊपर गया.
The shift we hold on to test tracks. We're going to have to move anyway. But it's the telling side construction.
Nemesis पक्का center में
होगी. You heard in the comms before they were talking about we need to hit the tires, get the tires delayed.
center में
they
नहीं
just
है.
got tired.
चलो चलो चलो early rotation. चलो चलो चलो चलो चलो चलो early rotation. चलो चलो चलो पीब्रू को मारो.
On the east side of that as well. A lot of people driving at the moment, especially a lot of those teams on that south side realizing now.
अरे लड़ाई हो गई, लड़ाई हो गई, लड़ाई हो गई, लड़ाई हो गई, लड़ाई हो गई, लड़ाई हो गई. बच गया.
SAUL also moving in towards this position. Maybe they even got
Foul वाले भी मार रहे हैं, no tag वाले भी मार रहे हैं.
They've not got a bad spot to be able to play this from to get things rolling on game number 4.
I really want to see him do well because the guys deserve it. They work so hard, and I don't know, I said the other day, there's a bit of luck and circle. There's a whistle passed on the shots, and then they overextended. Yesterday was about getting to centre circle, but that didn't work out for them. At what point does the consistency turn to luck for them? Going next to esports, though, T-bone their own car, so they didn't want Max going away. They want to try and keep him in this fortification they're making.
ये rush करने जा रहे हैं क्या?
Looking to see if they can just flick on around this position.
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
Shots off, Apocalyptos, no, not
गार्डन में घूमने निकले
right now, so they're getting out of dodge. Where are we going to go though? Technically, actually, I think that there's a few spots that they could go to just north of the center of this circle.
11 पॉइंट पे यार GN वाले कर सकते हैं.
No, it just yet they don't quite.
ये बताओ भाई, बदले में G भी दे दूंगा, क्वालीफाई कर दो.
SAUL, which isn't in nade range of them per se. They need to fortify this location. A bit of digging, a bit of deployable cover, a bit of car fort maybe if they want to stop here.
Yeah, got to keep these guys active, right? That compound that Exhal's in is going to cause these guys problems. I know SAUL is taking shots there, and anyone that comes over this side as well, they are fully exposed, and we've seen from it, like construction workers.
Oh, MP4 चिपका दी भाई.
To expose a team, that there's a spot that they might stumble across.
देखने में मजा आता.
One knock goes the way of the myth of, but I think just as is Resball there from where he is. It was just quite a long range M24 shot over to the west there from where Starry Skies currently is. Throwing down some smokes. I don't think they need smokes.
अबे यार ये pickaxe.
Considering no one's really looking at them right now. They've got a little bit of time. Actually, there was a few shots coming in from no tag team down on the far south side.
ये वापस से pickaxe चलाना चालू हो गया.
They felt more like probing shots than anything.
गाड़ी रोको, खुदाई करो.
Extreme aggression.
हाँ यही मार रहा है मोटार.
Probing shots might be coming.
GN के ऊपर मार रहा है.
At the moment, I think it might be more of a lineup. You can see that they are bunny hopping.
अबे 180 मीटर पे कौन है? No tag वालों पे मार रहा है क्या?
No tag. I don't think they've got a zero.
I guess no tag वालों पे मार रहा है.
I think. Okay, so it's 181 meters.
Hello, Brahmadev. Welcome. 12
next if
महीने.
they want to actually shoot for that.
Thank you. प्यार.
That's
okay,
about right.
मार दे भाई.
further.
थोड़ा सा और
Turn right.
नहीं चला है.
But they need the bang bang bits.
Wait, did they not have any shells? Am I
No shells in
stupid?
there. No, it's 0, top left.
Okay, well, you know, I didn't even look at it.
He's so 0. He's getting zeroed in. I think it's good. I think he's good.
I think it's not bad
इतनी
now.
देर में तो
Maybe he's waiting for the zone. Maybe he's waiting for them to hold on to the zone. And whoever backfills
Yeah.
that location, or if Go Next Esports remain, we'll have to wait and see.
अरे
There
है
he is.
तो.
He's right next to it. He's ready to go.
अरे
He's
सर्कल बनने
staged.
वाला था, बन गया.
Zone shifts. They're right on top. They're in a prior spot. And
Chat.
arguably, well as zeroing in is a good spot. Teams, especially coming from the south, will always go for this. So well rehearsed,
नो
well
टैग
positioned.
वालों का
Let's see
स्प्लिट
if
तो
XL
बहुत ही
can
सेक्सी
find
है
a
भाई.
kill.
Yeah, I guess
जीएन
there's
को
a
अगर
way where you
एलिमिनेट
hold
करते
on
हैं
to
तो
it
नो
just in
टैग
case,
के पास
you know,
पूरा
if
कंट्रोल होगा
SuperChats
सदर
then you
नेजेस
feel
का.
like you have to move
वो
back,
अलग
I don't
बात है.
think so,
नेमेसिस
considering
से
the
अगर फंस
compound
गए
that
तो
they
फिर तो
had,
कुछ
or,
नहीं हो सकता.
you know, just in case it shifts all the way north and then they suddenly have to move anyway, so you'll be shooting them if they actually roll on past. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if or when they actually want to take those shots. As Ghetto Gang now moving in from this north side has to make a bit of a crash on through. There is technically still some spots on the north side that they can play. PBRU in a bit of a fight as well, though, with construction workers. Good name, but Nabat does knock Vex here. Needs to get some reply to this. Nailup, you've got to get a knock, son.
He has to get a knock. He sort of double backed and then went back again.
अरे
He lay
भैया.
back, disciplined enough not to try and aggress, but the cover for him does remain. Here comes a confirmation. He's down. That secondary nade goes a bit too far. Has to be cautious. Here's the cars coming from behind, and Pixel making the calls. He's on the other side of that ridge. There we go.
Shot रे.
Pixel
और उसने
gets the
ने नॉक किया.
confirmation.
दूसरे ने
Yeah,
नॉक
with the
किया.
M249 from an alternate angle. Not bad at all. Here comes more reinforcements, though, from PBRU. How is this going to actually work on out? April and Ghetto Gang's going to move away from the Mythop, who now had to make it a bit of a dash from that west side, considering that they were locked out a little bit. They knew that there was going to be some confrontations going that way as well, though, because those teams are ahead of them. Vard hits X-Rays on a crazy flick there as they're driving on past here. But Pixelic is down to a FAMAS of all things, so PBRU has some big guns on board.
They have some big guns on boards. Now they're in position. Know that they're going to provide more cover. Oh! Potential opportunity. Smoke comes out. Nailed applying pressure though. He just drive forward. Pixel has to hard cover. Now
stun करके जा
find the
सकता है.
angle. Avoid any heavy utility coming through. Grenade does come out far. Again, now pushes his way forward. Though dodges the grenade.
He's crazy.
Oh, I need to get someone over as he swings by. But he's
zone.
famous though. It needs to start connecting those shots.
वाह.
He tried to push him even through the other side of the smoke here. Nailed was there in waiting, but it wasn't going to be enough.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है
Takes him
कि
down with the
JJ
FAMAS.
GG कर देगा.
This has gone not the way
Revive भी नहीं हुआ और एक के बदले दो चले गए.
Is there another drive-by on the way here? Going up against the FAMAS, though, it's not too easy. Some shots go ahead against him here. PBRU also kind of scrambling. Everybody knocked. There's no way they're really going to be able to get these reses off. They're getting pushed by the blue. And here comes the third party from WATCHPARTY, potentially, if they come in from the north.
Voptrox want the kill.
Oh, finish. दो आए.
Lock with the steal as well. So Pixel goes down and Vard confirmed out. Vard does get a point for his hard justice and best luck though, knowing there's bodies on the ground.
Okay, go right.
So that's a real good pick up there. And look at SAUL. Like Voptrox, they went looking for the kills.
Yeah, good cleanup. Really good. Considering all those fights that went down, that's great kill feed usage as well. Seeing that both teams had 3 knocked, so surely there's great grand opportunity over there, over them hills. But we do shift over towards X-Howl. I mean, they had a great 2-2 split across 2 very important compounds, and now where X-Howl's position is, this is technically a fortress.
पे अगर स्लैम करते भी हैं,
X-Howl should have a game of this.
थोड़े से
I suppose he's just gonna keep
थोड़ा सा फाइट लेना पड़ेगा जीएन के साथ.
Teams might want to come looking this way.
जीएन के साथ थोड़ा सा फिनिश, थोड़ा सा फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी. वो एरिया है तो अच्छा.
Mortars going back to be used
और उन्होंने देखा भी था आते हुए.
So they were trying to be offensive here with Ghetto Gang. Fist moving as
शायद
well.
ले लें फाइट.
They've backed themselves up into a corner. I think they can just about get out here. Team Nemesis post a nice postal package, but the guys are high enough, and with one blue zone, it's not going to be enough. They should be able to med through that.
ग्रेनेड थोड़ा जल्दी आ गया.
Still about. What are you going to do, Nemesis? How much do you need, right? You've had enough. You've had your fill, Nemesis. Just leave. That'd be great. Hybrid scope at the moment, though, for anybody's here. Having a little bit of a look on over. And we'll just fall back to their craters. We love the craters.
Yeah, provided by this, I believe, as well. So, it's Excel. At what point do they start getting a little bit itchy about how many kills they can get? The mortar's going the other way.
कहाँ गया मोटर? ए जीएन की फाइट चालू हो गई.
So
बोला ना जीएन के साथ फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी.
Remember, they were neighbors.
कहाँ डाल रहे हो भाई? क्या spectating है ये?
This was divided by a mortar. Odin finds arm 2, and it's right in the heart of it.
क्या spectating
if that's around 170 or something like that, then that is perfect.
जीएन के साथ फाइट शुरू हो गई है चैट. जीएन के साथ फाइट शुरू हो गई है.
More shots actually come in this way as well, but if the smoke's
एक और आया.
बच गया. Who reversed on out. Well, thank God you're in a BRDM.
That blew up. That would be insane. There's 1-2. He gets pushed forward. Pays down to a one-shot. Habibi refusing to get out. He knows it's safe for the BRDM. Now they get the opportunity to get the res back in. Rest of the team's now going to flood their way in. The zone shift is obviously down and still they've got a huge fortification to hold out. And if there's a way to get rid of TMO, it's a C4.
थर्ड पार्टी आ गई पीछे से.
Massive stuff coming in. It feels like they're having an absolute field day of this one. A lot of
GN वाला revive हो गया.
If you're kind of breaking people with a C4 on that side. Now they're driving all the way down south as
well. Nice.
Towards Soset.
Oh,
The Philverse destroys Vorix here from Voptrox. And mixing down as well. SAUL. Are they finally making a run of it?
They have to. It's a penultimate game here, James.
Okay. GN. और रेस करने जा रहा है. अरे
SAUL ही नहीं है भैया. Up to 4 kills. They got 3 bodies. Molotov is down. Grenade comes through. Does he get the connection? As a doozy, will shimmies himself towards the left.
बाकी players के पास भी नहीं है क्या? अरे फिर zone चला गया.
What he do now is wait because he's got the zone behind him.
अलग ही बीटी है भाई zone की. और अगर इनको मार भी देते हैं ना तो भी
P90. I'm scared, man.
रेज हो गया वो.
on P90 watch, like bird watching, you know, like keeping an eye on exactly where they are.
रेज हो गया. Vipix वाला भी रेज हो जाएगा क्या?
It's always
nice grenade पर BRDM.
Go next.
Nice.
Should be on P90.
Otherwise,
more nades forwards here against the BRDM as well
the
as
nice.
Voptrox. Phil first doing a ton of damage. Oh, they lose him here to the annoyance of this BRDM.
एक तो BRDM.
That car does not move. Jeez Louise.
Handbrake, that's what it was. Handbrake is on.
अभी भी वो एक लौंडा down है उधर.
To be on. But for Voptrox though, they've received a huge amount of damage. They've got to go back and try and get those reses. That gives SAUL opportunity potentially to get a few more kills. Up to 5 here, but 5 is not enough. They need to get more.
बुला रहे rush करने के लिए. वापस rush करने जा रहे.
They for sure need more.
Rest करने जा रहे.
I don't know where they're going to find it though. If they're going to get bogged down in the quagmire of these fights on this western side though.
Nice.
P90 will give them more.
फिर रेस हो गया वो लौंडा.
Aduz is just so annoying here. He's just popping on up, saying P90, P90, P90, and then lying down again. P90, P90, P90.
Max is like, let me go red
shirt.
Okay.
Damage
now you're down. Okay, let me go red shirt. Oh my God, you're down.
That was close.
Another P90 shots.
वापस रेस कर दिया.
Causing the damage. Max playing medic for team.
Otherwise 1v3 कर दोगे मजा ही आ जाएगा बिल्कुल.
Find a little bit of safety in the zone.
5-3-8.
To move in. It's going to force the guys forward though as they get their repair.
आप मेरी भावनाओं को समझे. Nice.
Comes the great run, and it's the great
migration
that can't go that far.
Nice. Nice.
Free, and guess what? A doozy, the IGL. He's back and he's
let's
on 4
go,
kills.
baby.
Yes, he is.
IGL है जो मारते हैं भाई. Let's go.
They're having a P90, 829 damage in 21 minutes in this game. That's insane.
अरे ये फिर से चालू हो गया BRDM लेके.
Here as Voptrox go away.
अरे यार
go away.
Like a stink bug. Get out
Zone
of
के बाहर ही
here, BRDM. Although that being said, you know, for Voptrox, right, having a BRDM
last match में फिर 18 शुरू
like
हुआ.
this is also very important for them to try and get themselves into it, and that is going to be.
अरे यार BRDM.
Okay, that's an easy play enough. Sorry, Aduzi, you've done your most, but it's not going to be enough.
Well tried, I mean. अच्छा try था.
And the guys just split from SAUL. And then this is
अच्छा try था. अभी भी एक लौंडा
to the table, and they've dug themselves a little bit of a foxhole outside. So I like this because they are going to be able to stage and slow down.
शायद थोड़ा अलग थलग पड़ गए. वो Vipix वालों की third party आ गई ना, उसमें बीटी मिल गई. नहीं तो GN के साथ fight तो शुरू अच्छी हुई थी. Fight अच्छी शुरू हुई थी. Third party आया फिर वो खराब. वो down किया एक को.
There's 1, there's 2 though, and another 2 points goes in the way of the same.
Everlong needs a lot more than that though, if they're able to get things going here against this. Nade falls against Redline, and they are donezo by the looks of things, unless they can actually survive some of the onslaught that's going to be coming in from this side here. As Boars, all four of them, I feel like.
अब last match chicken चाहिए भाई.
Boldenini actually did huge damage to Nemesis down on
Last match chicken चाहिए.
Side, even I should say. All of them are on just with this one little hill. One more nade. Who's got the one more nade to remove the Titans?
The one nade to stop them all. Well, there's one for a red line as it goes out to
third party.
35 damage is done, but he's able to sort of dodge back the other way. More grenades come through in him. Boars charging away through the open terrain, though, taking on red line that sits in front of them. They have to get through them. They have to get to zone.
4-5-6 उड़ जाए क्या चीज?
Foldable shield in a crate.
अच्छा 4-5-6 वाली टीम उड़ जाए.
Let's continue that little leapfrog forwards, as you mentioned. Flash forwards. Okay, what are you going to do with the flash though? It looks
last
like
match chicken
not
bhai.
going to be happening just yet.
As I predicted.
You're burning, Hicks. You're burning. Get behind. Run away. Run away. Charred boar. Yum yum.
Here comes more charred boar though. Panzer just falls short. Zico in his foxhole waiting for the boars to come steamrolling his way. So Sleep, let's get the confirmation of Baldini though. As Garaxo peeks up and over, gets the information.
अब खाना आखिरी मैच खत्म करके ही खाता हूँ. भूख लगी हुई है.
Himself though, but he gets huge amounts of damage. I think he knows exactly where to shoot out. But the smoke's causing him more problems than good.
Yeah, actually a big push forwards here from Hello Senpai.
और ये उसके मुंह पर मार रहा है Panzer.
But it's not going to be enough. Balls shut them down. Hello Senpai with a massive
Balls वाले
weight
ऊपर
on
आ
his
गए.
shoulders. That's he lifts them through that. Good stuff by Hello Senpai. That pushes Balls into top 3.
Ever का chicken चाहिए. हाँ, Ever वाले chicken निकालते हैं तो फिर अच्छा रहेगा.
Good hold.
नहीं ऐसा भी नहीं है यार. Ever वाले chicken निकाले और अगले मैच में भी chicken निकालें फिर.
For Team Nemesis, 3 kills for them. Bodini down players. Now the confirmation has been done. Sunflower is there.
70 पहुंच गए वे 4 मैच में.
Try and get one more.
दूसरी टीम 28 पर है.
Them James, but when you can hold a team out, why not?
Yeah. It's been quiet towards the middle of the circle as well, understandably so, right? Nobody
अरे pickaxe हटाओ भाई नहीं देखना मेरे को.
As over on the edges, Team Nemesis still tries to hold out what was a nade going against them, and they were not best pleased by it. It got PUBG there for a second. Some of his shots hit the car in front of him, despite looking a little further on. And Boldenini is gone to the blue zone of all things. So now they've been pushed out of that top 3. Now they're going to need to do something more in this last game here.
जहाँ देखो खुदाई.
Like wild wolves
टफ हो गया. Chicken dinner.
in their actual Chechen is going to be trying to do something against Everlong in the north side.
So unfortunately for them, they've got the blue behind him, so they have to keep this element of
भाई
pressure
no
on,
tag
but
वाले
they're
सही है. No tag और boards वाले अगर end तक गए फिर दिक्कत हो जाएगी.
Using bandages, Hicks got to get
Actually
going.
में.
Smokes on their side of Everlong.
चलो boards वाले तो zone के बाहर हैं. No tag वाले कहाँ हैं? No tag वाले भी zone के बाहर हैं. ठीक है. दोनों ही team zone के बाहर हैं. अगर यहाँ eliminate होते हैं तो एक को एक placement point, दूसरे को 2 placement point. फिर भी चलेगा. But end तक नहीं जाना है. मारो Nemesis वालों, मारो भाई. मारो भाई, मारो. बहुत बढ़िया मारो. बढ़िया.
I'm not surprised that they couldn't really get him from that. I think that they've done enough on that side, considering that I thought they were going to go out earlier.
No tag वाले कहाँ हैं? No tag वाले काफी zone के बाहर हैं. ठीक है ठीक है. मारो मारो मारो मारो.
In this one, they're in second place, 29 points though. As they have cleared their side.
दोनों टीम 4 मैन है. क्या फर्क पड़ता है? एक तो गई, एक बची है. मारो भाई, वो भी zone के बाहर है. मारो.
Down to 2, have an element of zone. They will look to try and reposition.
अंत करो Nemesis वालों. अंत करो. 100 पॉइंट निकाल लो 5 मैच में.
Because as you say, X-House compound just shifted out.
STS को मारो. STS 23 पर है. चिकन डिनर तो नहीं निकाल पाएंगे. तो अगर सेकंड भी आते हैं तो ही 6 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिलेंगे. तो उतना बीटी नहीं है. चिकन डिनर चाहिए लास्ट मैच में.
Will be annoying still. 72
बिना चिकन डिनर के नहीं होगा.
In 3 and 3/4 games, let's call it. So far, as Nitro and Starry Skies.
अबे स्टन गया भी. अरे क्या? स्टन तो गया भी नहीं.
Oh, and the molly gets popped ahead of him. Oh dear.
Yeah, he the money went straight into the line of sight. Some
HP पे बचा भाई वो.
might call it luck, but it works.
मारो मारो मारो मारो. नो टैग को मारो भाई. चलो चलो चलो.
Swing across the other side, spray towards the tree.
2 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट से ज्यादा नहीं मिलना चाहिए. मारो.
Guys have to launch forward. They launch forward ahead of the guys.
मारो मारो मारो मारो मारो मारो मारो. मारो भाई 2 बचे. मारो. नाइस.
Oh, what a leapfrog forwards.
Let's go.
By Basil and the boys shutting down no tag team, who is now in a little bit of jeopardy,
yeah,
right?
Good night,
in that top
bye-bye.
three. Yes, 31 points, but now Starry Skies, that's enough for
placement point
challenging the top 3. Over leaping boars at the moment. So said, well, Nemesis still being annoying.
38 is a good number.
But Mark,
38 जाने के लिए 18 पॉइंट चाहिए भाई.
Like whenever I see people shooting the mollies at the sky, that wasn't quite one of those.
Basically STS not boards तीनों की लगा दी. अरे मैंने तो बोला मारो मारो मारो. तो ये तो मैं कह रहा हूँ. तो आज जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो हो रहा है. उल्टा नहीं हो रहा है. आप नहीं समझ रहे हो भानु साहब.
Again, climb the leaderboard. Difficult when you're in hard cover, right? We see the destruction.
अगर STS top 2 में भी आ जाती है तो भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा.
As a result, teams have kind of come around XL and they've held them at bay.
3 ही एक्स्ट्रा प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिलेंगे ना, वो भी 31 पर पहुंच जाएंगे. हमें 38 का लेके चलना है वैसा.
With 2 points and now up to 12.
तो टॉप 3 में नाम लेना था ना.
More. If they can convert more from this lobby, they could be the victor.
Yeah, imagine if they make a run for it, similar to what we saw day 3 of our playoffs last time around.
Ever chicken निकाल ले बस.
That said, one more death as Vazu. If Vazu goes down, that's another podium finish for Nemesis. So they're just kind of biding their time. They're very clear and keen. And there we go. There it is. That's another top 3 for the boys. First, second, first.
हाउल आ रहा है पीछे से. हाउल का भी अगर चिकन डिनर आया तो भी वो 31 को क्रॉस नहीं करेंगे.
There is a world where Exhowl and Everlong just fight each other.
हाउल अगर चिकन डिनर निकालती भी है तो भी 31 क्रॉस नहीं करेंगे. 5 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट ऑलरेडी एडेड है. 5 और ऐड हो जाएगा. क्यों ऐड होगा? मर गए. लोड हो गया. क्लोज में मार दी.
Yeah, so driving on up here, trying to go against.
रश कर दे, मार दे, मार दे, मार दे, मार दे, रश कर दे. Let's go. मारो मारो.
For Howl, I can't believe it, Mark.
He didn't even wait for the car to stop.
No.
He launched his way forward to getting kills. 8 kills for Sosadin, and now it's a 2
Nemesis वाले बिल्कुल तबाही मचा दिया यार उन्होंने.
They showed up here on day 3.
There's no way. I really wish they'd won that second game now. Oh my god. This is absolutely barbaric. The Mad, actually a fantastic player on the side of XL. Maybe he can make something happen from all of this.
सही में ना सारे finishes भी ले गए.
Aware of exactly where the Nemesis players are either.
100 पार होने वाला है. अब तो वो हो ही गया.
He's going to peek on over, sees him in the distance, and actually goes for a spray. Doesn't quite fully connect. He gets so said. So now just needs to deal with another one. But he knows that the Mad's low, and he gets it. It's 3 wins on the day for Nemesis. It could have been 4.
बोला था ना Nemesis आज stable topper रहेगी.
Play that was the
तुम लोग मानते नहीं हो.
party timing mark here. It was like we saw it in the stars as soon as those two teams moved. Nemesis knew exactly.
मेजी भाई आज parallel universe में चले गए हैं सिटीवेल की तरफ. तुम लोगों को मैंने बोला था ना आज तुम्हारे भाई का दिन था. तुम्हारे भाई ने जो चीजें करी है ना, जो चीजें तुम्हारे भाई ने बोली है सब हो गया. मेरी भाई फेस्टिवल क्वालीफाई हुई तो आपको छूपा.
They keep up the average. Another 21-point game, guys. That's insane.
चलो last match में chicken dinner as I predicted.
Just 5 games. Wouldn't that be something?
मैं जरा सुसु करके आता हूँ.
I mean, I said in the previous cast, stop. They're already dead. But now the lobby is 6 feet under. We've cremated the majority of them. They're all gone to the wind. Nemesis is just riding high right now, and Mark, we thought it was going to be a problem going into the last game, thinking to ourselves, wow, Nemesis has already soaked up 65 points. This is crazy. This is going to be really close. But now it's going to be even closer. This is stupid.
This is a problem. Well, look, we put used to the pickaxe, right? We're burying everyone else. It's Nemesis leading the charge. But you're right. With Nemesis taking another victory, taking those critical placement points that these teams are going to want and need. Like, as a team that's like in that, this is insane. As a team in that mid pack, right? And you have an opportunity, you're in grasping distance to get to a top 3. You've got 2 choices now. You go aggressive, or you go home, or you go passive, or you go home. I can't see a win out of either way. They're going to need a lot of luck involved in whatever game plan they want.
Yeah, and even if you do win the next game and get yourself into top 3, yes, that's a brilliant win for you. But is it a moral victory against the silliness that Nemesis has been able to put up here throughout all of this? It's 21 points going the way of Nemesis. It's not just aggressive side-eye from that logo. It's aggressive everything from Nemesis. 86 points in 4 games. What the is going on here, Martin? It's stupid.
Yeah, just get the 100 just for the funsies. But
Please.
here, I will say this though. In this game here, Exhal being stopped by Nemesis puts them behind. Starry Sky stopped No Tag Team, stopped them from getting more points, and then Starry Sky got stopped as well. So both Exhal, Starry Sky, and No Tag Team could have had 5 to 8 more points in this game if they, as Exhal could have won the game, as No Tag Team survived longer and maybe killed Starry Sky, or Starry Sky didn't get third-partied when they were fighting No Tag Team. So it's actually a really perfect kind of late game with everything lined up, and it holds everything in place. And I would say even down to even a Ghetto Gang could, with 11 points behind third, with a win, you know, and 10 kills, could put themselves at that third place.
Well, Nail Cop did a lot of damage in this one, but they didn't quite get as many kills as I thought they may do from a compound like that. But again, it comes back to the fact that everybody's so good at negating the line of sights from a compound like that. As So Said takes himself 8 kills in this game. Aduzi was doing so much work, Mark, over on that western side with that P90, but in the end, they do get taken down a little earlier than they would like.
So he found 3 with the ejecto seat from the car.
But
difficult. Like it was. He threw the ejecto seat out. It's like James Bond moves. I want to put SAUL because I like their position. I like their play. I like they went aggressive to the south side. They crossed over the road, but they got caught. Once they came over, there was no coming back. And unfortunately for them, it went down to
spam करने से off नहीं होगा बाबू. मेरे साथ तुम लोग ऐसे करोगे.
Could they potentially qualify? Could they
तुम लोग prank करोगे मेरे साथ? इतने बड़े हो गए तुम लोग.
They have to have a win now.
इतने बड़े हो गए हो तुम लोग कि मेरे साथ prank करोगे. मेजी दब्बा के साथ prank करोगे.
Starry Sky. With those two teams remaining in for so long, it might be difficult.
चैट में बताओ कैसा रहा आज की वॉच पार्टी. क्या आप चाहते हैं मैं और गेम्स की वॉच पार्टीज करूं? क्या आप चाहते हैं कि हम और डिफरेंट गेम्स ट्राई करें? टेकन में मेरे को इंटरेस्ट है. चेस में मेरे को इंटरेस्ट है. Battle Royale game में मेरे को इंटरेस्ट है.
We're dropping on the opposite side of the map. We're, you know, doing everything we can to avoid. You can take all the kills as long as we get second.
मैं कोशिश करूँगा टेकन वाला हम लोग करें. टेकन वाला टाइमिंग देखना पड़ेगा वो कितने बजे. अगर दिन में हुआ तो नहीं कर पाऊँगा. But 15 तारीख को वैसे डेट क्या है? एक सेकंड.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And I think right now they are going to
15 को फ्राइडे है.
I think what you said before is correct. I think they're going to go for 100 points.
वो 15 को हमारी छुट्टी है. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 को गैप है. then 11, 12, 13, 14 को गैप है. 15 को हमारी छुट्टी है ना. हाँ, 15 को हमारी छुट्टी है चैट. 15 को छुट्टी है. 15 को
We really should turn our attention to all
अबे
the
साले
teams
15 को डेट क्या है?
trying their very best to get second and third
15 को डे क्या है? पहले
qualify
अरे उसकी टेकन की बात कर रहा हूँ.
X-Howl now in second through fifth were all kind of playing a really good game, but they've all found themselves just a
टेकन की बात कर रहा हूँ यार. 15 तारीख को वो है ना रीमैक अटलांटा. उसमें है ना टेकन का अगला.
No tag team's not safe. They're on 31. We go down and even down to kind of 9th place. Let's go from SAUL. They're on 20. A win, a handful of kills. That's going to put them
chess.
Yes, that lower side you are.
Chess देखोगे तुम लोग?
Some other bits and pieces. Obviously, how the game is going to unfold.
Chess कब है?
But it's the last game.
Chess कब है मेरे को बताओ मैं पूछ लूँगा. वॉच पार्टी के लिए पहले से ही.
Anything could happen.
I've just realized that team comms are ready, so let's actually go and listen to those. Everything's been thrown against.
क्या बात है आप तो रिसर्च करके बैठे हो सारी. मेरे को जो गेम अच्छा लगता है वो मैं देख लेता हूँ. कैसा?
We can nade them. We can kill green. Design pull up. We can kill green from here. We need to smoke our back door. Like top.
Chess कब है वो बताओ.
No, green is peeking me.
I'm nading.
Баги с троном.
Я хилюсь.
एपेक्स लेजेंड यार. एपेक्स मेरे को बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आता. मतलब मैंने 1-2 गेम खेला है उसका और मेरे को कभी समझ नहीं आया. चेस भी है ड्रीमहैक में. ड्रीमहैक अटलांटा में चेस है या किसी और ड्रीमहैक में है?
Делаю. Бегут.
EWC के पेज पर जाओ. रोड टू EWC उधर सब गेम्स का मिल जाएगा. ओके देखता हूँ.
Чел угол сделал, нет.
अटलांटा में ही है. ठीक है देखता हूँ.
Меня нокнул.
К вам прошел один.
К вам прошел, мужики. Блядь, почему вы это не смотрите?
Там чел угол сделал.
ऑफ स्ट्रीम देखो मैच पे भाई प्लीज क्यों बे मैंने क्या किया चैट 5000 लाइक्स तुम लोगों ने कंप्लीट नहीं कराए कितनी गलत बात है भाई
справа 3 Егора.
कितनी गलत बात है तुम लोगों ने 5000 लाइक्स नहीं कंप्लीट कराए
Ты видишь крышу? Нокнул своих. И слева под ангаром. Лав кемп. Цветами под забором.
Я именно?
Под забором в кемпе, под забором в кемпе.
Надо его как-то дернуть за камень, и за камень ХС справа. Через справа вышел. 0 хп справа.
Он лоу хп, надо играть сейчас.
Нулевый, просто нулевый. Хорош.
Ебать.
I'm just gonna sit here and shake my head. Oh dear me, what a day of PUBG so far. It feels like every day has so much variety, be it like 8 great individual performances, 1k clubs, insane plays when it comes to our finals and stuff like that. And even here in
Chess
day
title
3 of the
Tuesday,
playoffs,
every Tuesday
which
from
should
12
technically be
for
the
3-4 week.
hardest lobby, the
12
weakest
बजे
lobby,
दिन
whatever
में
you want to call
फिर
it,
नहीं हो
Mark,
पाएगा
we still get things like what Nemesis is doing, and it's a treat to watch.
You call it variety. There's only one thing in the shop that we're buying today, and it is Team Nemesis.
Epics में अच्छा खेलते हैं इसलिए मजा आता
on the
है
menu here at the moment.
देखता हूँ
Because they have had a
We'll
bit of
try.
loyalty. I think there's a bit of pride though, right? They are seen coming in as a top
12
team,
तारीख को है
they've got
अच्छा मुझे लगा
world-class
12 बजे
players,
अरे
they've got
यार तुम लोग
champions sitting
चैट
in that roster. They're not orgs, they're not regional partner, they're not global partner, but they've been hitting a big punch. Day one
Epics
wasn't
फाइनल
good,
का
day
वॉच पार्टी
two
कर रहा है
wasn't
नेक्स्ट
good,
मैच है
there
मैं
was
पूछता हूँ
question
कब
marks
कब
today
क्या
whether
है
this team was or wasn't going to make it. And obviously, as we said, we had a last
चेस करोगे टाइम देखना
happy
पड़ेगा
to
चेस
shoot
का
people when they weren't going down. At least he's
Eyes
shooting
close
people now
करके
they're
देखो
going down. So it's good to see.
अच्छा लग रहा
I
है
just worry what they're going to do in this last game.
Yeah, just keep
मजा
killing
आ
things,
रहा
I
है
guess. And the thing is that when all the teams are already in the finals, they're kind of watching along this last day, right, Martin?
I can
thinking to
see.
themselves, I wonder which teams are going to be able
I
to
can
advance.
feel it
None of those teams really want Nemesis in that final.
Stay positive.
Like, they're not necessarily. I mean, they weren't necessarily in a position where they could have like won it at the very
और
end.
Epics सुबह होता है
against
mostly
Mexico and
9-10
stuff
बजे
like
फिर नहीं
that.
कर
But they
पाऊंगा
still showed that they're a problem, even in the final.
Casting
Never mind
रहेगी
here in
ना
day 3 of this playoff.
Yeah, for sure. And that's also probably one of the reasons why they're here today. Right? There's some slight, not a full
कल
focus,
सुबह
but slight focus,
11
like
बजे हम
keep
लोग
them
स्ट्रीम
at
करेंगे
distance to
BMPS
make
की
sure, right? But
कि
and we thought
BMPS में क्या चल रहा है
Vitality on day 3 last playoffs was dominating with 64 points in 5 games. Here we are, 86 points, 22 more points in 4 games.
अभी तो यार मेरे को खाना खाना है सोना है सुबह उठूंगा कैसे और कल तो पैकिंग करनी है
performance here for these guys, and I hope they break the 100 because that'll be a story to tell throughout the years. But I'll say this though, if you're smart as Nemesis, you know that your like current closest competitor to PGC points, to Esports World Cup, to PGS, to PGC is S8UL. You are setting up some sort of either a gatekeep or third party or something. That's what I'm really focusing on to see this. This is just me. Sosa doing 17 kills in 4 games is just unreal.
All right, well, yes, Rivals is one way to put it. 1988, a great year. Silas is able to put up that damage, but in the end, you know, 2,368. We'll see if that year is good.
4 मारने पे लगभग 2000 का डैमेज है चलो चिकन डिनर फॉर SHUL
to figure out who is going to be able to
and
get
they are qualifying stay positive let's go
bring you this game.
Oh, here we go, a crazy one. Like birthday for last game is
stay positive.
South Central. If Martin
W's, hearts and rockets in the chat, guys. Let's go.
Military Island could bring.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. And you know what? I'm all for it, considering the fact that Nemesis has done what they've done today. I know that we constantly are beating this dead horse now, but also they're beating the dead horse that is the rest of the lobby.
आपका नाम AJ Galaxy हुआ करता था ना?
As we see all of these teams
हमारी चैट में कभी आया करते थे.
There are so many teams now that have a legitimate shot of getting second
अगर क्वालीफाई नहीं हुए तो क्या दूसरा चांस है PUBG PC का? शायद नहीं है. ये लास्ट है.
Here we go, a quick fire question for you, gents.
Last
turn,
chat
to ask you questions now before that hot drop kicks off, though. Is S8UL going to make it?
हाँ भाई ठीक है भाई कभी आप हमारी चैट में रेगुलर आया करते थे.
I know that is a damning indictment.
But,
I mean, I've not seen it in these past couple of days, right? I really wish I had done, but not just yet. It's going to have to be a big effort from them. I think is fair to say.
और टू
And
स्लॉट
maybe a
कैसे
bit
मिल
of
गया
a hot
अंडरडॉग
drop
को
on
नहीं?
Military Island. Where's our circle? Oh my god, it's straight on S8UL.
मतलब
They need it, but the thing is, they're in the center of the circle. That means they might not.
क्या हुआ? कोई डाउन हुआ क्या?
No.
नहीं कोई डाउन नहीं हुआ.
It's locked in now. It's locked
जॉब
in.
में बिजी बाय. ठीक है
There's a
भाई.
possibility.
मारो भाई मारो.
Farm kills because they're in the center of the zone.
किसको मरना है?
It doesn't mean that points
No
are coming their
tags
way,
को मरना
so
है,
we need to
STS
see
को
what
मरना
they
है,
do on
boards
this
को
one.
मरना है.
Go
इन
next
तीन को तो
esports.
मरना है.
Find the guns. And they find obviously Voptrox here. Voptrox again a team. I just find it a bit difficult now for both these
Prediction.
teams to get through. Obviously go next lower down that leaderboard. They're in 15.
Prediction बोलते छोटे.
They're on
Prediction.
14 points. They need more than just a hot drop. They need to clear a lot of the
ठीक
lobby and
है.
step through, which is a bit of a shame because actually I really like sort of root for Voptrox. I think they're a great team, a great bunch of guys.
Prediction बोलते
just haven't
baby.
quite got the magic that they've been able to produce here, and maybe some of that is because this is farming so many points.
अरे
Now,
ये
I think what's interesting about this circle
कंस्ट्रक्शन
is that
वर्कर्स का
technically,
वार्ड
I
कहाँ
think
जा
if
रहा है
you've
इतना
done your
तेजी में?
homework and if Nemesis sticks to what they normally do,
उसको देखा कि नहीं देखा किसी ने?
on that north side, come in just
भाई
north of
कहाँ
the
चला
buffer
गया?
and probably
पिक्सल
on
कहाँ
the
है?
edge,
वार्ड कहाँ
right?
है?
And if that is
Effects
the
को
case,
देखो.
you don't go anywhere near there. You stay away
Thank you,
from there.
Super Chat
You go
on
elsewhere.
CD.
You go to
सुमित भाई,
Lumberyard Hill.
झूठे?
You go anywhere else but there if Nemesis sticks to their normal game plan from this kind of rotation on this kind of circle.
भाई
What
वार्ड
do
को
you think?
देखा किसी ने कि नहीं देखा?
I think
मुझे
these
नहीं लग
guys
रहा
are well
देखा.
rehearsed. They've got the muscle memory to do that, and I don't think they've changed the game plan. Their coach won't
मेरे
want
भाई
to
लाइटर
change
की
the
साउंड
game
आ रही है.
plan. I know
लाइटर
that
नहीं है
there's
रे, ये
breeding
वो है.
some confidence here. I
Tripod.
think Martin has a valid point, especially around SAUL. If they can kind of stick it to them, I think they will. But for the risk of going all the way through from the top to the south of the zone, I don't think it's worth.
मुझे नहीं लग रहा वार्ड को
wait
देखा है
for
उन्होंने.
mid-game to try and find them.
If there was a world, okay, so if we theorize whilst this hot drop's still going
BT
on,
मिल सकती है.
if there's a world where Nemesis
Great
would
nade.
want to push
Ooh,
SAUL,
nice.
yeah, good nade. I think that they wouldn't do that rotation that I just suggested. I think they would do something crazy. like
कैसे वो अपनी बात कर रहा था
try and get
ग्रेनेड
to
से
the
पटा
heart of
या
this
गुड
circle
नाइट
and see if they could
उसके
actually
बाद
find
वापस
them.
से बात
That's
करना चालू
probably
कर
the
दिया.
only way that they would get close to them.
आपके शर्ट पे
in the
भी
early
तीन
to
है.
mid game, I would think. But this is like super theoretical.
I think the guys are too nice. I just generally do. They're just
Yeah,
so nice
yeah.
guys. Like you met them as well. Like
Yep,
I know they're competitive. I know they want to get a win, but there's a win with a smile on the face half the time. But yeah, we'll see. We'll wait and see. At the moment,
भाई वो फ्रैग कंफर्म करने के लिए कहाँ खोज रहा है बेचारा.
now
Is he
he's
somewhere?
using the smoke to his advantage. Blist has closed the gap slightly. Mixing those moves around as he's more in that sort of now northwest section.
Red line is coming
अभी भी
this way from the
खोज
west
ही रहा है.
bridge, by the way.
And they're coming down as well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think Ivers was doing a little
20
bit
के
of
UPI
stairs.
qualified.
Okay, it's not as deep
Krishna
as I
Jan
thought
भाई,
they would be, but
आप भी
they're
झूठ
coming
बोल रहे
along
हो.
here for the west bridge. I guess maybe they thought that there was going to be some barrier teams, and maybe this was a better way forwards. But this is a little bit unexpected for me. Their route.
That's a
चलो भाई
interesting
साइकिल की
transport as
सवारी.
well. Vorax has been confirmed. I suppose, you know, even if you come up late, you've got
मेरी
the
भाई
vehicle
पावर का
system,
यूज कर
so
दो
I
बाबा.
suppose
मैंने
for
जो
Red
जो
Line,
आज
whoever
बोला
the
है
victory
सब
is,
हुआ है.
don't
आप
need
टेंशन
to
मत लो.
relate
स्टे
to it. They
पॉजिटिव.
know exactly where to go because
Stay
expectations are if they get the kill
पॉजिटिव
right,
और 5000
they might
लाइक्स
suddenly
कंप्लीट
miss
करो.
out.
300 more likes for 5000 likes.
considering
Let's go.
Red line is dead
कंप्लीट करो
last,
तेजी तेजी
I
नाल
kind of
फटाफट.
really like this because the you've if
500
you're,
UPI
if you've got
qualified. चलो
any
भाई आप पे
shot
तो
of being
भरोसा है.
able to advance now,
अरे!
second and third,
No
you've gotta
tag!
go balls
कहाँ
to
जा
it.
रहे
You've
हो?
gotta be hunting
What is
every
this
single
behavior?
team you possibly can, as well as
Maru!
maybe getting the win. So I don't mind them
Maru!
trying for this.
You have to wait and see. Pains is land a couple shots, kind of goes down. Not good though for no tag team.
अच्छा एसोट्यूल वाले
They need
निकल
to
गए
try
उधर
and
से.
hold.
ओके.
You can see them obviously
ठीक है.
progressing through to the final. If they can
But
hold on at the
split तो अभी
moment,
भी है.
31 points definitely is not safe at the moment.
जाने दो ना. किसको?
Not at all. Just hanging around at the moment, still slow.
निकल गए वो लोग.
Here is this
मेरे को
hot
लगा वो
drop.
सीधा
Neither team wants to
सीधा
give
उन्हीं
up
पर जा
stuff.
रहे. ऐसा मुझे फील हुआ.
See what they can get done here. Blist just peeking all around these corners. That's the problem sometimes here. Some of these hot drops can stagnate. And that really will cause both teams problems, right? Because now look what's happened here. The third party, which hasn't really been super aggressive, a third party, but it means that there's a
Arre!
barrier. Oh my god, he sees him.
Just
Mar!
as well. There was nearly a well where he's going to be midway across the road, and they could have been like passing ships in the night. He go in the corner of his eye, picks up Mixer. Now he's got the information. There's one on the wide grab. Now he's trying to piece his puzzle together. A couple of shots come over. Bliss takes some damage though, as he's taken towards the higher grounds, trying to get again the information where he can. Go next esports. Have the kill. Bliss though trying to hold the angle. When he goes back, and Bliss gets a bit of a connection.
I feel like nobody wins from this scenario now.
No, not sure.
Yeah. if you'd have been able to wipe straight away, cool. But right now, I feel like everyone's stuck. Even Redline, I feel like to a degree, right? If you can come and clean up and mop some of this up, great. But you're conceding such what is potentially any circle favor as time goes on.
And I've got the map feed open as well. This one's an
चैट में इस स्ट्रीम का समरी डालूंगा इंस्टाग्राम पे प्लीज रीशेयर कर देना ठीक है
gang have actually gone to the position that Nemesis like to move in on, so that is a real telling sign. It's outside the zone. They know that they might be coming that way.
मारो एक दूसरे को मारो और मरो
100%.
वैसे टीम को लॉन्डा डाउन हो गया
No lean. We still have this fight going on.
ये कब हुआ
And the boys from Redline, I think they got themselves 2 knocks out of all of this so far. I don't know if they got the follow-ups just yet though. They've not been able to really count towards
ये कब डाउन हुआ
position. Actually Fine was one of the ones.
फिनिश फील्ड में आया नहीं है मैंने देखा नहीं
How high up Zico is over on a very synonymous spot with being able to hold out certain locations on military.
Low health. नहीं down है वो.
He's just piecing this puzzle really quickly together, finding where the
yellow
team's
means down.
Getting the knock. They're on 2 kills as well. They know exactly where the remaining bodies are of some of the team. I think they're trying to figure out where kind of
revived
final player
अब revive हो गया.
And again, a team which I would have put a little bit higher up the leaderboard, but
down कैसे हुआ?
As things fall, as PUBG games unfold, WATCHPARTY's been unable to claim those kills that they needed.
I don't know what else to say about the top drop. I feel like anything that's really going to come from it here. As go next, still only just 1 on the board. Redline, okay, another knock. We've got up to 3 kills so far. If we can get a confirm, that'll be great.
Oh, nice shot,
They're actually doing a really good job of getting all of these knocks and maybe some follow-ups on a kill, but they need some of these off angles. I think down towards the bottom, Carx is trying to move into an off angle to try and clean that up.
Yeah, he took the time, then he actually went to the car, he pinged the car. So the guys know exactly where it is. That's why they're full sprinting now to that pinged location.
रिकॉल के साथ भी इतना लो कट ऑफ कैसे क्योंकि रिकॉल का फायदा ही नहीं होता ना
tick off a huge amount of zone
लौंडे उड़ते उड़ते फिर से मर जाते हैं
and close the gap. Nice move from Go Next Esports though. They tried to get away from that one, no the damage, but it doesn't matter.
नाइस रे रेड लाइन वाले ये सारा काम पहले क्यों नहीं कर रहे थे ये आखिरी मैच में आके इनको क्या हो गया है
exactly where he's moved here, but he's going to try and spray around the left hand side of this smoke. Not doing too bad against it.
भाई अगर इतना अग्रेसिव ये लोग खेल सकते थे तो पहले से ही खेलना चाहिए था ना
as quickly as that. I think he took some damage from guns and then took the tick of the blue, but
और बिना लॉस के उन्होंने फाइट जीती है.
Go next, valiant effort in the end. I appreciate the idea of going for your hot drop, but you've been out thunk by Redline, who is just coming in for the cleanup.
Interesting that Bliss for WATCHPARTY hasn't left. He's
bottom team आपस में लड़ रही है भाई. नुकसान होगा जिनको पॉइंट्स चाहिए.
I suppose if he had the meds, he could have got a little bit to ground. Redline.
Might be waiting for the blues.
लगा लिया अबे साले.
If you can sneak him.
Yes, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, that's my logic as well. That's how I would play. But he started taking shots, so I think after Redline clear this section, they're going to now draw their attention back towards the north, and then we see it. Then they're going to now try and make the play, and now we
fight शुरू हो गई. Nemesis.
Oh my God, the zone shift down to the southeast.
Oh my God!
Huge amounts of water in.
Nemesis के 3 down है.
Oh my God! For Nemesis, and they backed themselves too.
That's more water than land, and yes, they predicted exactly where they were going to be moving. We were talking about it much earlier on in this game. So again, studious minds would have been able to punish this defense though with a Panzerfaust. Looks like we won't be getting a 4th win from them as April does go down. Unless they were able to get all the blue chips on and then somehow win, which would be insane. But it looks like here Ghetto Gang was trying their very best.
मारो यार मारो.
Should have
पर
been
Nemesis को मार के क्या करोगे?
Transition.
Yeah, I think that's the problem when you are consistent in the way you approach the
देखो
game.
देखा ना zone देखा.
Game teams that do the VOD reviews get the opportunity to try and.
पर ये मुझे नहीं लगता Defix जाएगा recall पर.
As many VOD reviews as you want, but it's Defix. This guy packs a punch. He now tries to deny the information on 1. There goes for a 1 versus 1. He has the opportunity now to disengage and get SoCD back up.
crazy stuff. I didn't even get a chance to talk about the circle. It's more water than land, Mark. This is, of course, of all things. Now, Construction Workers actually has an amazing compound in that. So maybe
यार ये boards वालों के पास zone का तो बड़ा advantage आ गया.
For as many points as possible. We'll see what actually wants to go down here.
Boards वालों के पास ज़्यादा आ गया, Howl के पास ज़्यादा आ गया. ये वो दो टीम हैं जिनको कम एडवांटेज चाहिए था.
So many teams, so many chances for these teams here to be able to get second or third. Because literally anybody winning this game at this point in that circle could be jumping on in.
Forget a gang.
यार आदू भाई फिर से अकेले हैं उस कंपाउंड में.
Station does he want to go to? Because he's gonna have to try and pick one, and there's many. That team.
चलो चलो हाउल वालों निकलो. दो बचे हैं हाउल वालों के. Let's go, दो बचे हैं. आदू भाई नहीं यार, आदू भाई नहीं. आदू भाई मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ? थोड़ा सा पीछे निकलोगे तो मजा आ जाएगा.
He cuts loose. He's gonna jump out, but no tag might be able to pick him up. He's gonna be careful. He's got a car waiting. It's a James Bond exit and a doozy looking to escape.
I think that is extremely far. You've got to get out of there, but it's not going to be early enough. Mika and He-Man do take him out. That's a disaster for S8UL, who lose their IGL. And again, one of their top fraggers. That is a disaster. There's no way they're going to be able to recover the blue chip. There's no way they're going to be able to get him up from there. Being divided across mini Milter Power and these two compounds feels like in this lobby, in this circle, with all of that water in there, Mark, it's just too much to bear.
Just this game, though. Every game, think about the kill feed. They're always one of them's a bit further out. Anybody's get a gang is
chase kar gaya usko.
It's always one of them out. They've always gone for a flank. They're always trying to hold a bit of train. It's just not working out. And unfortunately for them, they had the exit plan. I like it, but they should have been thinking, should have seen these cars coming in and going, do you know what? Let's not hold this much terrain, especially like what we're saying. I'm going to argue 60% water to a 40% zone, maybe 50-50, give or take.
Zone जा रहा है नदन एजेस पे.
Yeah, this is crazy. Just so you know, Nemesis has got the res off.
So the gods are back.
yeah, that's a problem. That is definitely a problem. Circle shifts. We still have a lot of water in play. Red line's coming over the bridge here now, trying to enter some of the circle as well. This is a terrifying WATCHPARTY. Thank you, Priya. For all of these teams to have to play. Vis now moving along the coastline as well, trying to sneak on in on the shoreline of the cliffs, which actually usually I don't mind playing as much as eventually it's going to go away from water. The cliff side does give you a bit of a reprieve from some of the worst spots in these circles for quite a bit.
Hey, Vivix वालों ने recall कर लिया. Nemesis वालों ने भी recall कर लिया.
Safe for a little while, but God, someone.
दोनों ने recall कर लिया बे.
Rotate in. Bomb shots come back. Guess who's back? They're going to be able to rotate on that water side as well, and that might expose some of the teams, and they get the opportunity. Other side though, it's a danger. Nemesis. Stuck up, they're going towards Powder, uncontended as well, so they're going to have the opportunity now to get all gear and looted.
God, I wonder how much milk power still got left in the tank here. As I say, you first knocked, best lost arena.
दोबारा अकेला पकड़ा गया लौंडा.
I think they're a bit disconnected from one another. They can't even get Phil first back up unless they make a big move for it. You've got to try and make a crash and see what you can actually get done here from this, but because Everlong is in that compound already. I don't know how S8UL does this as two, man.
यार एक knock तो निकाला था उन्होंने.
Crazy things happen, but
true.
एक knock तो निकाला था.
I'm with you. Which is such a shame. I think the expectation for the org, the expectation for the teams, and obviously the individual players. They should be up there, but this is going to have an impact now on the global stage, right? Because the qualification, because the points, this story is going to continue now throughout the whole year.
True that.
I need to check their PGC points and see exactly where they're at already. But again, they were like 5th or something like that in that first final. It's quite a good chunk of PGC points, but yeah, they're going to have to make a really good run of it in the next PEC later on after EWC, after the PGSs have gone down as well.
अब ये लोग खेलेंगे EWC खत्म होने के बाद के बाद.
Incredibly difficult circle here for these teams to try and deal with.
Well, we are phase 3, but we're down to 14 teams at least. 51 players are up on the battlegrounds, and there is still a huge amounts of water.
काफी ज़्यादा split हो गया भाई.
Obviously, he doesn't want to play anymore, so Dino runs them
काफी
over.
ज़्यादा
Red line as they do
काफी
make
ज़्यादा
the
split हो
run
गया.
across the beachfront. You already positioned
एक
up
block
here,
करने के बाद
looking
भी
for the
उन्होंने
swap
rush नहीं
over,
किया.
clicks dry on one, needs to get a connection. The tire's already gone, and he just jumps out at the end, and Nayback gets the final blow.
Yeah, for everybody else now, with it basically being 60+% water.
कोई chance qualification का अब नहीं है. कोई
everyone
chance
knows where
दो
the
players
circle
के
should
साथ
be
chicken
going,
dinner
going, and indeed it does.
next to
It's
impossible है जहाँ
straight
पर
up
Nemesis
on
के चारों
Construction
players
Workers
बचे रहे.
compound. Now, Construction Workers compound
तो
is a fortress. It's really
next
a
to
great
impossible
place to
कह
play
सकते
from. The
हो.
only problem is that again, in
वैसा
lobbies
scene
like
है.
this, a lot of teams know how to negate the lines of sight of that lobby. So you might think, oh yeah, we're dead center. We might be able to get a lot of kills. from
क्योंकि
here.
सारे प्लेयर तो
Oftentimes
जिंदा है ना,
teams will try and
नॉट के
avoid
सारे
those
जिंदा
lines of
हैं,
sight,
बोर्ड्स के
like the
जिंदा
plague.
हैं, STS के जिंदा हैं, तो वो इशू है ना. अगर वो दो सरवाइव करके एंड तक पहुंच भी जाएं, तो भी प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट से कुछ नहीं होने वाला. बाकी तो सारे वैसे भी बहुत ऊपर हैं. EWC out? Yeah.
Go for a swim here, the Mad. So he's going to go for a run up. Maybe he uses physics and goes a little bit more to the left. Go on the back, get up there, lads! Lads!
He's done it! He's done it!
Let's go!
That was good.
Don't go straight up the
Not
hill.
वाले तो वैसे भी मार ही रहे हैं.
Different approach.
अबे!
Duffy's though, he's going for a wiggle
कहाँ
himself.
C4 लगाया उसने?
And forever long. It's not going to be forever long, but they can stay in the compound as he has to get out there. Run!
और उसने C4 वॉल पे लगाया
Okay,
है.
no tag team here trying to secure themselves as
Done.
well. How many Molotovs do you have? Set that entire balcony on fire if you
Oh
want.
my
Duffy
God!
with the C4 as well.
पूरा
Everyone
घर
is
उड़ा
gone
दिया
here. There will be
उन्होंने.
no... Hello? Well...
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'll go back to what I was saying. There will be no repeat finals for Everlong. Hello, here's full force team Nemesis once again. Oh no! Here come the problems.
ऐसे नहीं होता विशाल भाई.
Oh, I feel for anyone.
भाई घर उड़ा दी.
They're on 91 points.
घर उड़ा दिया भाई
Martin is
इसने.
sitting there counting, watching, waiting for them to clear 100.
I mean, and they might, right? They had 2 down,
It's
and now
gonna
they've been
happen.
able to get the res off here once again.
यार हमारे
The fact that
BGMI में
this
तो पता ही नहीं चलता
technically
वो
does have
स्टिकी
3
बॉम्ब
still in
वर्क
this
करता भी है कि नहीं
ahead of
करता है.
where, Nemesis
अच्छा वो
is.
स्टिकी बॉम्ब है ना,
Might be a
ये
bit of a
C4
blessing
है.
here for
डिफरेंस है
them.
दोनों
It really
में.
depends where Nemesis wants to go once again. Nemesis knew
Nemesis
that
को
after they
देखो,
had to get
Nemesis
that
को
2
क्या
res,
देखे
they're
भाई,
gonna
वो
be
तो
playing edge
already
forever in this game. And they're
5 मार दिए उन्होंने.
quite happy about the idea of going for those big fights.
Oh. Well, we need some big fights now.
रिकॉल नहीं कर सकते, उसके लिए ब्लू चिप चाहिए होगा. क्रेट से लूटने के लिए अब उन्हें वापस जाना होगा वो फाइट करने, जहाँ पर अभी अभी वो घर उड़ाया. ऐसा.
Every kill the red line take, they got such a mountain to climb. They're going to need to get a win and all these kills to stand a chance to get in.
This has been a day of PUBG, and it doesn't even stop yet. It's still got
Is
PS
this the last
to
day?
actually work
Yeah.
on. This has gone down, but jeez Louise. The EMEA has not disappointed. Vorix tries to keep Voptrox alive and kicking.
चलो भाई,
They've got
STS भी आ गई
14
मारने.
points, and now they are stuck.
रश हो गया, रश हो गया, रश हो गया, रश हो गया,
on this
रश हो
western
गया.
side here with all of these teams that are just
चलो NT.
trying to claw for it. Molodoc's
NT
down.
भाई.
S8UL's hopes fading
NT.
into non-existence.
Nice try. Good try.
Unfortunately, it does come to an end, as all great things do. Voptrox got the bodies back, but they're back down to a duo. Good. He was got a level 3 vest. He hasn't got the ammo.
उसने भी लगा दिया C4.
C4. If you can tactically place that. Oh, there's another one. That's a way to clear out. SuperChats, they're now on the run. As best locks the final player.
Yep. Yes,
This could be an
indeed.
explosion ending.
Starry Skies, no tag team. Yeah, now closing in and locking in
Oh!
that jaw-like grip. There goes S8UL. They will not be making it to the finals here for the second one for PEC. A disaster for S8UL, considering a 5th place in the previous finals. Looking so good in day 2 and day 3 of that final as well. But anyway, our attention turns elsewhere now. No tag team, still trying to keep themselves alive. But one of these teams, if they eliminate each other, or one of them eliminates the other, that could be their hopes gone here, Mark.
Qualification versus not qualified. Teams at the bottom are dying. The teams at the top are still remaining here.
कौन qualify हो गया? Nemesis हो गई.
You will fall. That's 12th place for them, and
No
they
tags.
will be checking out. Starry Skies though have to try and find the opening, but they do find another knock. Macintosh is down, and it is kicking off on the other side.
अरे अब तो है नहीं.
Looking to try and get the kills as well.
अब तो है ही नहीं।
northern side. If you win out this fight, that might just be
अब कहाँ से comeback, अब तो है ही
but
नहीं।
it comes at the behest of one other team here, guaranteed not going, because the other teams on that south side are going to be salivating over the idea of the catch up, considering
कितना
that
बढ़िया
that
शुरू
goalpost
किया
will
था
not be
यार
moving.
रन।
And Silas trying to dance on around. He did 900 some damage in the first
Actually
game.
में काफी बढ़िया,
काफी
बढ़िया।
a little bit more
चलो
from a
गुड नाइट
secondary
भाई,
game
थैंक
here
यू
from
सो
Starry
मच
Skies.
भाई,
Can
लव
Silas
यू।
the prodigy
काफी
from
बढ़िया
a while ago
शुरुआत करी थी
be able to
यार,
do something
फाइनल्स
about
में
the rest?
5th
No
प्लेस
tag
पर
team
रहना
moving in on this position. He's trying to decide where he
इजी
wants
नहीं
to
होता,
go.
बट
Duffy from a distance from Bolden.
शुरू तो बढ़िया किया था, फिर अचानक से कैसे इतना
Silas.
डाउन कैसे हो
A
गए?
little bit of a reprieve, but he has to try and breach his way up. He hears the click. Gets some flash up. Now looking for the secondary flash as well, but he needs to try and time it.
अब PUBG मोबाइल में ही स्लॉट ले पाएंगे।
5-5-6. For kind of the
15 से
final
5th
player,
place
who
the
might be
finals।
desperate
हाँ ना,
times,
फिर
desperate places. They have been played so
फिर
well
भी,
today, and it would be gutting for them
एक
if
में
they
तो
fall
किया ही था।
just short of the finish line.
Yeah, no tag team. They've had a good
थोड़ा
run
सा
of it so far.
टाइम की बात है, अरे
As we
टाइम
said,
तो ठीक है
desperate times, and now desperate measures. If he peeks on over, he might just be vulnerable to Boldenini as well.
ये तो नहीं जा रहे।
A bit of damage there to Nemesis on the other side. There goes
No
Sarge
tags वाले तो नहीं जा रहे।
drive on away, knowing that they've got to be in another location whilst all of this is going on. It's an important
35 enough तो नहीं।
Oh, Silas takes him out with a perfectly cooked nade. That's
ये
no
नहीं जा
tag
रहे।
team going out. And 35
ये नहीं जा रहे भाई।
points will be the mark unless someone takes down Starry
ये
Skies
नहीं जा
right
रहे।
now.
बोर्ड्स के पास तो पूरा जोन का एडवांटेज था।
This is, yeah, this is going to be crazy. Normally,
नहीं जा रहे, ये तो नहीं जा रहे।
They stay up and they eventually go down, and the guys at the bottom are fighting. There's so many
बोर्ड्स
teams
के
at the
पास
bottom
पूरा
with still
कंपाउंड
remaining
है।
in, and all within striking distance is getting the win.
बेचारे
And
इतना
even
बढ़िया
though
खेला भाई
construction work is
उन्होंने।
in, they're in
Just
the
to complete
compound,
today's
right?
super
And it
chat
might bounce back
goal,
towards them,
Murtal
'cause you see this compound
bhai।
ending a lot. The
Chat,
only question I've
can
got
we
is they have to
have
get kills. So at what point does
hearts
construction workers
के
have to
साथ
activate
rockets
and
for
not
Murtal
just
bhai,
get third party?
please?
Yeah, it's always the problem with a compound like that.
Thank you so much, Murtal bhai. Thank you so much.
Still 4 alive, but they're
Love
gonna
you.
have to
आज
fight
मैंने ये
Boldenini
red पहना
pretty
भी था।
soon. But with that compound, it's oftentimes you're watching
Chat,
everybody
पूरा
else
chat,
killing each
please.
other on the opposite, on
बिल्कुल
the
heart
sides
से
of a
भरें।
circle. You don't really get much of a look in other than when somebody kind of peeks ahead
ठीक
over
है,
a little
I
bit
know
as
आप
they're
लोग
trying to
निराश
move
हैं,
into
I
a
know
position
आप
against
लोग
another team
चाहते
that
थे
they're
टीम
fighting
अच्छा
on an
खेले,
edge side. So I
EWC
don't
तक वो
know. I
पहुंचे,
don't think
बढ़िया
in
करें,
my
सब
mind,
अच्छा
I
हो।
don't see construction workers getting enough
पर
kills and
अब तो
enough
हो गया, अब
placement
उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
to get it. Even if they
भाई
don't
लेकिन
win,
चैट
man,
तुम लोग
but
मृदुल भाई
now
के लिए
just
तो
start things
डब्ल्यूज
off
कर
against the
सकते हो
BB.
यार।
This is moving on up
मृदुल
here.
भाई के लिए तो
Pushing it
हार्ट
down.
स्पैम करो
Team
यार,
Nemesis
प्लीज भाई।
thankfully is out of all
2000
of this.
का
Far
सुपर
takes
चैट
down
उन्होंने
Pains.
भेजा है। चैट
That's
क्या
risk
कर रहे हो तुम?
completely gone here. A big one for
प्लस
construction
20
workers, but
मेंबरशिप
they've
भी
got to
गिफ्ट
get
करी
some
थी।
more.
समझ
This
रहे हो
is
आप?
what I'm talking about. At what point do they have to leave? They can't have the safety. No one's crashing in. Everyone's got a home at the moment. They're getting the shots, but not getting the connections all the way. They get a few steals. Starry Skies, they send it all right towards
Love
them.
you.
That's what I'm talking about. That grenade's going to finish it.
मृदुल भाई,
What a grenade from
बहुत बहुत
Luna.
शुक्रिया।
Gets some
Thank you
points
so
they need, and they're
much.
starting to climb the leaderboard.
Here comes Crash. Here
They
comes
got
Crash from
Crash.
the myth off and seeing what they can
मृदुल
actually
भाई
get done
अभी
here. But
हमारी जो
Mika,
ऑडियंस है ना,
no,
वो
just
बिल्कुल
as he runs over here, man, and Mika's down as well. This could be perfect for construction
ये क्या हो
workers.
गया?
Have I spoken too soon? Can they make an insane
मृदुल भाई अभी
haul?
हमारी
And
ऑडियंस का
everybody's
मानसिक
just
संतुलन
coming
हिल
their
चुका
way
है।
now.
They are getting fed points. They might be hungry, but they're hungry to get above the line.
भाई इनको क्या हो गया? कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स को अचानक से
Needs to come out. The boys are going to stack up. Is it
भाई क्या कर रहे हैं लोग? वो मर गए।
but they still remain. Pixel's there. Can Baldini get involved in this? Do they read the kill feed? Pixel's got to get across quick. He launches not just one but two smokes. But Baldini, they're closing in.
पकड़।
I think you're absolutely right. If you were Boldenini in
पकड़
this
ले, पकड़ ले,
situation,
पकड़
you
ले।
had to go. That was your moment to go there, but it doesn't look like they've been as aggressive
भाई
as they
35 और
might be,
34
as they've just sat on the hillside there
बोर्ड्स वाले तो
alongside
जा रहे हैं
all.
आगे, वो तो
This is
पक्की बात है।
construction workers
पर क्या हाउस
likely
वाले जा
getting
सकते
everybody-
हैं?
unless somebody posts an
कंस्ट्रक्शन
insane
वर्कर्स
name,
जा
it's not
सकते हैं, वो
gonna
25
happen.
पर हैं।
That is construction workers somehow
Same here.
surviving here. Oh.
किन तीन का नाम लिया था? नेमेसिस, नो टैग और बाल्डिनी। नो टैग 35 पर है, बाल्डिनी अपने चारों प्लेयर के साथ है 29 के साथ।
Right? From boards.
रॉक सोलिक बीजीएमआई की टीम थी, वैसे फील आ रहा था। अरे मृदुल भाई आप कहाँ चले गए? ये तो बहुत ही डीप चले गए आप। उस वाली लाइनअप के बारे में तो मैंने क्या नहीं बोला था।
Okay, what do? Do you stay tight? Vex goes back to that south side, so he's now trying to watch for the information coming through. Vex needs to try and get as many kills as they can. Baldini's not in, so they're going to have to try and push in. So you kind of have to look over towards that east side, that northeast corner. And look, we know Vex, he's got big shoulders. He could potentially hold the team on the south far.
VPX की सबसे पहले फाइट हुई थी.
अभी
तक एक ही मारा है, क्या फायदा? वो तो रहनी है वो क्वालीफायर.
They've been given a lifeline from the gods. If these
भाई
players
कंस्ट्रक्शन
don't
वर्कर्स
win
सही
this,
में भाई.
I don't know any other way that they could have
इकलौती टीम है जो जोन के अंदर है.
Considering this compound, considering
यहाँ से तो नहीं हार सकते.
it's not quite
यहाँ से तो
going
नहीं
the way
हार
of
सकते भाई.
workers here so far, but right now they are 9 points shy of getting into that top 3 position. And again,
कोई और चांस है EWC क्वालिफिकेशन का? शायद नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से तो नहीं है, ये लास्ट ही था.
Some of those teams are going to shoot at one another when they have to make the move. And you've got to be concerned about the fact that eventually,
PUBG PC वैसे भी जुलाई में होता है ना EWC का.
Baldini surely might actually want to make a move on this compound too.
वहीं चल ही रहा है, क्वालिफिकेशन वगैरह सब हो गया.
What a game. Construction workers coming into this game. Let's just remind ourselves, in 14th place, people. 14th place. So this would be a climb to fame, as much as Pixel climbs to the fame towards the top. That's definitely one. They're not going to hold days. They need to go for the flush. So he's okay. He can just provide pressure. That's the target now. They're be looking for 10.
यहाँ से जोन के अंदर तो नहीं जा रहे.
Has to be careful from the south side, but they are going to be, I suppose, annoyed.
अबे क्या शॉट क्यों नहीं लग रहे?
Shots to construction workers.
I think a problem becomes that the Boars will survive for quite a while now here, and then they become the moving goalpost on that top 3 if construction workers doesn't do something about them. That said, though, Cadel also down.
If Nemesis play very bad in finals, they may qualify from GC points. नहीं. Nemesis STL के ऊपर है.
Spraying into these smokes.
GC points में भी Nemesis ऊपर है ना.
You've got to be doing something about them, I think.
Pixel's got to be careful. I don't think he knows about the player. I don't think he knows there's one over
there.
there.
Oh, boards पहुंच गए.
Boards go in. That means Starry's guys, unfortunately, they fall out.
मैं बोल रहा था boards पहुंच गए. 2 ही बचे.
They are not returning.
भाई मेरी आज की top 3 prediction सही हो जाएगी क्या? Baldini के अभी भी 3 player हैं.
Boards in second place, right? The fact that unless Howl's able to jump as well as Howl's does not damage the Boars here. This is kind of big. What? 2 nades! Massive stuff for construction workers here. Are they making the dream run, Mark?
They are. They've laid the foundation for the last 2 days.
No
now
way.
they're building
क्यों मार रहे हो यार?
They're making the dance up. They're on 35
Haul
points.
को मारो.
A victory here puts them over the line and no tag. Despite being up here the whole time, they get
मेरी prediction सही हो जाएगी top 3. Haul वालों को मारो.
I can't believe it here.
No tag तो बाहर हो
These
जाएगी ना.
construction workers, after everything that happened throughout the last playoffs,
चलो हो गया. Construction workers हो गए.
getting into this compound, being able to make the run, 14 kills, and no way Howl or Baldini are somehow going to be able to make this move for it. They are composed, they are calm, they know this game, this qualification is theirs, Mark. They've got to convert.
Look, do you know what I really like about this? All 3 of these teams,
if
they convert, they get in. Right?
देख लिया.
Yeah, the Howl needs 1. Like construction workers, Baldini need a win. Construction workers got the numbers.
Oh my god.
And Baldini might be a little bit of a snake in the grass. Pixel coming back towards this way. He just needs to swing the line aside. But it comes back to that point. Did he pick up the player crawling out towards that side?
If Shimada goes down, if Baldini go down, Howl gets second place, construction workers wins the game, those 2 teams go through, right? This is a crazy last game. They know where Shimada is. They know both teams are going to advance. I can't believe it. I can't.
Howl ऊपर पहुंच गई.
Unless Howl somehow wins.
अरे Howl जीतेगी भी तो भी एक तो finish मार ही देगा.
No way.
एक तो finish मार ही देगा. एक finish मार दे बेबी.
Oh my
God. 1v3 करना है यार उसको. चलो दोनों हो गए. भाई
We
35
need
35 पर
to
कितनी
somehow
सारी टीम है
interview
बे, 4
construction
टीम है
workers.
35 35
This is
पर।
crazy. I've never seen anything like it here.
आई
Odin, you've done so much work for Exile.
crazy
Congratulations
shit,
to them. But construction workers, I cannot believe
इनका लोगो
we've
देखो।
just witnessed, Mark, for the last game of the playoffs.
Let's just get this super clear, guys.
Crazy, yeah.
27 points that team just put on the board. 14th
चलो भाई।
into the top 3. What a show. When we talk about the foundations have been made, Martin, the cathedral has been finished.
A good day, a good watch party. आई होप आप लोग को पसंद आया होगा। मुझे भूख लगी है बहुत तेज, बट थोड़ा सा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग और ऐसा देख ले। कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स तो भाई उन्होंने बिल्कुल धागे खोल दिए भैया। बैड ब्रो ब्रो। अरे अब तो हो गया, अब क्या, अब तो दिक्कत ठीक है। गुड नाइट मुदुल भाई, लव यू, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ऑल द लव एंड सपोर्ट, मीन्स अ लॉट। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। इसी तरीके से और गेम्स की वॉच पार्टी हम करते रहेंगे, जैसे जैसे हमें समय मिलता रहेगा वैसे वैसे हम वॉच पार्टीज करते रहेंगे। आई होप आपको आज की वॉच पार्टी पसंद आई होगी, उम्मीद करते हैं कि पसंद आई होगी। खाते खाते सोल डॉक्यूमेंट्री रिएक्शन नहीं, खाते खाते नहीं कर सकता। मुझे खाना होता तो मैं बीच में लाके खा नहीं लेता। मुझे स्ट्रीम पे खाना नहीं खाना है ना, इसके लिए मैंने नहीं खाया। अ 27 मार दिए बे, 27 यार। फर्स्ट मैच में जो शुरुआत करी थी यार, 10 टोटल पॉइंट के साथ जो शुरू किया था, 10 टोटल पॉइंट के साथ शुरू किया था। ऐसा लग रहा था ये तो बहुत इजी हो जाएगा। हमने कट ऑफ कितना बोला था? 35-40 के बीच में ही था ना। भाई साहब, इतने देर बैठने के बाद जो टांगे खोलो, मतलब ऐसे स्ट्रेच करो। HOV की करोगे? नहीं, मोबाइल गेम्स की नहीं कर सकते। अरे इसका तो इसने वो भी लगाया है सर पे टोपी वाला। भाई सच्ची मेरे बड़ा मजा आता है भाई, इतना देर बैठ के ऐसे स्ट्रेच करने में। बिल्कुल समझ रहे हो आप? कट ऑफ बहुत कम था। जिंदगी एक सफर। भाई साहब 35 का कट ऑफ गया बे। 21, 2 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट, 19 फिनिशेस। भाई साहब एक साउल वालों के पास 18 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है, 17 फिनिशेस है उनके पास। 35 पर 3 टीम है भाई। एक साउल के पास प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट 18 हैं। 18, सिर्फ 16 चाहिए था लास्ट मैच में। मैं तो बोल ही रहा था, बट ठीक है, तो हो गया भाई। इट इज व्हाट इट इज। चलो 3 टीम जो जा रही हैं आगे, बाकी सबका सफर हो गया समाप्त। मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ वो जो PGC पॉइंट्स है वो सबका। पिछले बार तो 30+ थे, 35+ थे। बुरा होता है तो अच्छा भी होता है कभी कभी, अच्छा भी होगा कभी। हाँ ऑब्वियसली भाई। अरे भी बहुत सारे गेम्स हैं भाई। PGC पॉइंट्स देखें, जिसमें नेमेसिस 123 के साथ है। बोर्ड्स नहीं हुई ना क्वालिफाई। हाँ बोर्ड्स नहीं हुई क्वालिफाई। कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स के पास 2 है, एक्साउल के पास 1 है। अब फाइनल्स में जितने पॉइंट्स निकाल पाए निकाल पाए। जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यह कल क्या हो किसने जाना, जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना। और बताएं चैट, क्या चल रहा है आपके जीवन में, क्या चल रहा है भाई? चले मित्रों, निकला जाए। आप लोगों से लेता हूँ विदा। इंस्टाग्राम पे इस स्ट्रीम की मैं समरी डालूंगा, ज़रा लाइक और शेयर कर दोगे तो मज़ा ही आ जाएगा। एनी मैच लेफ्ट टू गेट पीजीएस पॉइंट्स? नहीं बाबू, ख़त्म हो गया, इट्स ओवर नाउ, ख़त्म हो गए मैचेस, एवरीथिंग डन एंड डस्टेड। चलो भाई, मज़ा आया। 1 बज गए यार, मेरे को खाना खाना है यार, खाना खाना है, सोना भी है। कल बहुत ज़्यादा वो भी करना है, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, सेट वगैरह करना है भाई, पूरा पैकिंग भी करनी है। देन उसके बाद परसों सुबह निकलना है, परसों सुबह की फ्लाइट है। चलो, थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। सी यू अनदर स्ट्रीम, अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम पर आप लोगों से एक बार फिर से मुलाकात होगी। अनदर वॉच पार्टी पर आप लोगों से मुलाकात करेंगे फिर से। तब तक के लिए ख्याल रखें। गुड बाय, टेक केयर, लव यू ऑल। मृदुल भाई थैंक यू, तरुण भाई थैंक यू, एवरीवन थैंक यू, बाय बाय।